scoreboard here. One more onto the total. Yorkshire 3 for no wicket. Yes, it is decidedly murky, although I have to say I'm surprised and pleasantly so that we're away on time. The forecast I was looking at yesterday tended to suggest that we might be lucky to get a prompt start, but full credit to the ground staff here who worked very, very hard for a couple of hours to get everything ship shape. Here's Buck, and again bowling this time to Duke outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to McManus. Northamptonshire starting with 2 slips and a gully. Young at first, Vasconcelos at second, James Sales at backward point, then a cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and man down on the boundary at fine leg, Jack White, who I imagine will start proceedings from the city end, in front of the large temporary stand, banked blue seating on the far side of the ground, as Buck comes in again to bowl to Harry Duke. Hits him high up on the thigh pad, and there's no run there. Save coming in from the covers to field. Enjoy your trip up to Northumberland, Doige, for the warm-up game?
Yeah, it was lovely. Nice cricket club there, South Northumberland. Yeah, nice big flat ground. Took a bit of clearing, did the boundary, and we saw a few people clear it.
Not at least Gary Balance a time or two.
And Will Frayne.
Yes. He's watching from the non-striker's end. Duke on strike. As Buck comes in and bowls to him. Nice drive down the ground. Beats the dive of Tom Taylor, and it's going to run away, I think, all the way for 4. The outfield not the quickest, but indeed it beats Tom Taylor to the boundary. So first 4 of the match. Nice straight drive by Harry Duke. He goes to 4. And at the end of the first over, Yorkshire are 7 for no wicket.
Yeah, just the odd little spot of rain in the air. At this stage, it was forecast to be possible till around about 11:30, and then things should improve as the day goes on. But you would win the toss in these conditions and bowl first. I'm sure we'd probably all do the same. You're in control of it then when you're batting. Duckworth Lewis and all of that. So we have Jack White from the city end, away to our left, where commentating. Well, Will Frayne's going to be on strike here. We're kind of wideish long leg, come deep backward square leg sort of position on the first floor level, the balcony outside, so we're going to get wet if it does rain. No cover here for us. And here comes Jack White with a mane of hair, darker hair. First delivery is wide of Will Frayne's off stump, and he's happy to watch it go by. Good player.
Well, if this match is suspended for any reason, we've always got another one to watch, because there's one going on the ground at the very far side, near where the car's been parked this morning.
Yeah, looks like maybe a school game, something like
match,
that. Yeah, Clifton. That's the Clifton Alliance ground over there. Great sporting complex here at York, both cricket and rugby union. And this one run down to third man for the first runs conceded by White. Will Frayne getting the single, batted really well up top at the weekend at Northumberland. He was Yorkshire's top scorer in the competition last year, and certainly when the ball isn't moving around, he strikes the ball as cleanly as anybody. Will Frayne, we saw it no better exemplified than at Queen's Park in that rain-reduced game at Chesterfield last year. Harry Duke, more of a touch player, and does that. Touches it out into the offside where it's fielded at cover, and there's no run. You can get in touch on the usual forum of Twitter, or also on email. For me, it's at Jonathan Doige. We've got at oldmanrad, and also at do_cricket, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Don't expect lightning fast replies on that front for various reasons, one of which is that the Wi-Fi keeps dropping out. So it might take a while between you emailing or tweeting and us picking it up at this end.
Pigeon.
White's latest delivery sees Duke shoulder arms again. Yeah.
Try Pigeon, or still don't do telegrams anymore, do they? Could have had a sort of liveried
answers on a postcard and all of that. Martin Rowe does ask why no Lythe, please. But of course he's involved in the 100, Martin. So none of those players involved in the RL50. Here's White again, and Duke opens the face and runs it out into the covers, and again there is no run.
9 players is it Yorkshire have lost for this game, something like that.
I haven't counted them, but I can.
Well, I think I'm only going on what the nice people at Yorkshire County Cricket Club put out in their media release yesterday. So I think it's 9. Because Northamptonshire have only lost the one, Josh Cobb, so far.
White in again from the city end. It's just short of length. Duke coming forward, but not getting a good contact on that. It skews out into the offside, and there is no run. So good opening over by Jack White there. Yorkshire 8 without loss after 2.
I say so far because Northamptonshire last year finished up losing Graham White, who's not playing 50 over this year. He played in the T20, but he's now second team coach and fielding coach, and also works with the spinners as well. He's here today, but that's more the direction his career is going in. But we finished up losing him, Northamptonshire, for the second half of the Royal London Cup last year. And of course Jack White made his debut up at Scarborough and bowled particularly well in what was an interesting half a game. Here's Buck in again, bowling to Frayne, who's playing that up to mid-on, fielded by Tom Taylor, and there's no run. Northamptonshire leaving out Freddie Heldrick, the left arm wrist spinner, and also leaving out Gus Miller, Augustus Horatio, both of whom played in the warm-up match that Northamptonshire had against Bedfordshire at Dunstable on Sunday, which was a high-scoring affair, to put it mildly. Here's Buck in again, bowls, and that almost cuts Will Frayne in half, nips back, possibly just clipped the top of the pad, which was why Nathan Buck made a polite inquiry to the umpire, but no response and no interest from behind the stumps. But Will Frayne just goes down and has a little slightly suspicious prod of the pitch. Northamptonshire making 319 for 8 with a century for Lewis McManus, and then extraordinary reply by Bedfordshire, came up, well, only just short, 312 for 9. Northamptonshire winning by 7 runs. James Kettleborough, 192 not out. Nobody else made 20. Extraordinary innings from the former Northamptonshire and Glamorgan batter. Here's Buck in again, back of a length, played out into the covers off the back foot by Frayne, fielded there by Saif Zabe, coming in from the covers, and there's no run. It was, well, terrific display of hitting, and there's a last wicket partnership, an unbroken last wicket partnership of 73, and I must admit, for a while, about 2 or 3 overs in, it looked as though Bedfordshire might just get there, but in the end just fell short. But a very, very good day. Here's Buck in again, and it's an inside edge down to fine leg by Frayne. He's going to get a single. Jack White fields in front of the temporary stand. One more onto the total. Frayne to 5, Yorkshire to 9 for no wicket. But yeah, full credit to all the officials at Bedfordshire and at Dunstable Cricket Club. Very hospitable, and a good day had by all, unless you were bowling. I think probably it's a very, very good batting track. Not dissimilar to this Dunstable, actually. It's a very big complex, 2 grounds, huge playing area, with Dunstable Downs in the background. Here's Buck running in again, bowls this time to Duke, who's playing it up to mid-off, where Keogh fields, and there's no run. Rob Keogh was captain for the day on that's his home club, Dunstable, so he was there, and his dad Ian was very much involved with the organisation.
It's a town I've never been through, but I've passed the signs as you do on the M1 many times with the fencing either side, just about the point where you see the signs, that sort of brown wooden fencing.
Biggest problem with Dunstable is double roundabouts. Here's Buck in again, and that beats Harry Duke outside the off stump. Looked a pretty good delivery. Beat the outside edge, goes through to Lewis McManus, and that's the end of the 3rd over. Good finish from Nathan Buck. 9 for no wicket, with 5 runs to Will Frayne, 4 to Harry Duke. Yes, there's these rather odd double roundabouts, which you have to have your wits about you. The sat-nav's absolutely no help, of course, but other than that, no, it's the first time I've been there for a while, but the facilities off the field are superb, like here, absolutely first rate, and yeah, day that reflected a lot of credit, I think, I'll say, on the host club and on Bedfordshire.
Here, meanwhile, is Jack White from the City end. Will Friend gets underneath this one and chips it up over the top of point. That's almost gone all the way for 6. In fact, Peter Hartley checking and has signalled a half dozen out there. It feels, with the foreshortening at least, like it's one of the shorter boundaries on the ground. But it has carried the boundary, so Yorkshire with their first 6 of the day. The first 6 of the day. 15 without loss. That takes Will Frayne into double figures. He's on 11. It's pretty well populated here today. There are still quite a few blue seats. If you are local and thinking about bringing the kids out for the rest of the day out, then by all means get yourself down here, pay yourself in, and see some good players in action in the RL50. White in again, and Frayne pushing that back up the pitch. There's no run. A lot of people have decided to bring their own chairs rather than sit on the plastic ones, and so the ground is almost entirely lined by spectators, which is really good to see.
Darren Goff's arrived as well now, so he's just gone in the building down below us. So we've started without him.
Here's White again, and Frayne drives firmly back past the bowler, who might have just got a little bit of something on that. 2 men giving pursuit, but they can't reel it in, and 4 just to the offside of straight by Frayne. So he's getting going here. 15 to him and 19 without loss. We've got a big marquee, as we've had for the previous visits here in the last few seasons. Away to our right, the suits in there as usual. I think I've been asked if I'll pop in and do a Q&A with Darren Goff. I'm not sure if that's today or on Thursday. Lancashire, of course, the visitors here on Thursday. White in again, and that's pushed into the offside by Frayne. And there's no, I'm not sure if I'll get there or not, Radders, but I've been asked. It's just, there's so much to do, isn't there, in that half hour?
That's right, yeah.
Including eat.
It's like which
is always good.
The boundary hub at Cheltenham, which Northamptonshire were down there in the Championship last week. Very good game, and yes, the commentators are asked to go and do a little bit of a turn around about 10:30, talk to the supporters and tell them what we think is going to happen.
White again, short of length, and nicely worked firmly on the leg side by Frayne, but he can't get it past Emilio Gay. He was positioned at mid-wicket. No run. Looks like they're having a lot of fun over there on the Clifton Alliance ground. Tree between us and there, or one of the trees, certainly giving off the signs that the wind is pretty stiff. We can't maybe feel it as much as some of the spectators out there, with having the clubhouse behind us to break that, as Frayne back foot punches this into the offside. It was in the air for a while on its way to mid-off, but dropped short, end of the over, and that was a good one for Yorkshire because 10 runs came from it. They're 19 without loss.
Yes, there's something rather splendidly nostalgic about seeing so many deck chairs around the boundary. It's like the old days. Northamptonshire listeners will remember the joys of Wellingborough School and places like that, where you had obviously deck chairs right the way around the ground. This rain looks to be, I was just watching the tree line over the far side of the ground, and it looks as though it may be just sweeping in with a little bit more purpose. We shall see. Hopefully it's going to go away. Those of us that wear glasses, it's not ideal.
Or have electronic equipment in front of us.
Equipment in front of us. Yes, that's another good point, well brought out. In case health and safety people are listening. Here's Nathan Buck from the rugby ground in. Bowls to Harry Duke, who's on the back foot. Plays it out into the covers for safe Zabe to field, and there's no run. Sends in his return to Lewis McManus. Yes, Northamptonshire, I think, were very keen to have a look at the 2 wrist spinners in the Bedfordshire game, Heldrick and Russell. I think probably only one of them was likely to play today, so Alex Russell getting the nod on this occasion. Here's Buck, and again bowls to Duke, plays it up to mid-off where Keogh fields, and there's no run. Alex Russell made his white ball debut for Northamptonshire in the T20 blast against Lancashire at Old Trafford earlier this season. Bowled very well on debut after coming in very short notice when Chris Lynn was sidelined with a dental issue. And he picked up the wicket of Liam Livingstone in his second over. It's not a bad first scalp to get.
A dental issue? What, taking one in the mouth?
No, it was a, without being too indelicate, I think it was an abscess of some sort that was causing him a lot of discomfort. So they didn't go, it was slightly left field selection, but he did really well. Here's Buck in again, bowling to Duke, steers it down to backward point, very well fielded there by James Sales, diving away to his left. Sales' confidence should be high after coming into the championship side, his first championship appearance of the season in the last match at Cheltenham last week. Made career best 71 in the first innings, picked up a couple of wickets. Also made useful runs in the second innings in that run chase when Northamptonshire just getting there by 2 wickets with about 3 overs to spare. Here's Buck in again, bowls to Duke, short of a length, and this time it's just a lovely punch off the back foot, all timing, races away, square of the wicket for 4. That's a lovely shot from Harry Duke.
Yeah.
There he goes up to 8, and Yorkshire up to 23 for no wicket.
Yeah, signature stroke for Harry Duke. It's probably his strongest area. Enjoys getting across there, and getting on the back foot.
And having been hit for 4, of course, now the bowlers decided that it was all because he couldn't get a proper foothold to the copious amounts of sawdust are now being deposited on the where Nathan Buck's front foot is landing.
A lot of toilets over there, aren't there, Radders, in the far corner?
The serried ranks of chemical toilets. It's like it looks a bit like the seafront, doesn't it? The old beach huts there at certain seaside resorts. Very fetching green colour as well. They were blue at Cheltenham. I just add that for as a point of information. Here's Buck, very full, whipped away through mid-wicket. This could be 4 more. It's a chase for Tom Taylor down towards the hospitality tent. In fact, he just managed to reel it in about a couple of yards in from the rope, so they come through for 2. Takes Duke to 10, Yorkshire 25 for no wicket.
I haven't seen as many toilets as that since I spoke to the Diarrhoea and District Cricket Society about stemming the flow of runs.
Yes, there's an awful lot of them. There must be what, about 15 of them, I should think, down in that far corner of the ground by the net area. Here's Buck. The rain now just sweeping in rather unpleasantly in our general direction. Buck in bowls, and that's an inside edge, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It was an involuntary stroke. Moral victory for the bowler, but a tangible victory for the batter as it runs down to fine leg for 4 more and takes Duke up to 14, and Yorkshire to 29 for no wicket. 5 overs gone after being put into bat by Will Young. The umps at the moment seem to be taking a sort of view that this will blow through, but I have to say where it's coming from, which is at the far end, the city end of the ground, it does look, you know this conditions here much better than I do, Dorji, but it just looks to have blocked in a little bit there.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? He's looking set in for a little while, but the positive is that there is a fair old breeze, so it'll move things on. But I think that probably should come off here, don't you? It's getting heavy enough.
I think so.
And we need to take cover. So they are going to take a break. And that is at 19 minutes past 11. And Radders and I will do the same. The covers are coming on, but we're going to need to take cover because lots of electronic equipment is getting soaked through right at this moment in time. We'll be back with you when we have anything further to report. Welcome back then from York Cricket Club from Clifton Park for the continuation of Yorkshire versus Northamptonshire in this RL 50 game. Yorkshire 29 without loss when there was a bit of rain, and they left the field at 19 minutes past 11, 5 overs gone. And here we are for the resumption. The match has now been reduced to 46 overs per side, and it's going to be Jack White bowling from the City end to Will Frayne, who's not out on 15. Harry Duke out there with him on 14. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout today, along with David Townsend and Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton, who's having a well-earned sabbatical at this moment in time. You can get in touch with us on @Jonathan Doidge on Twitter, or @OldManRad, or @DO_cricket, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. But pleased to say we have play back underway. White bowling to Frayne, who opens the face and pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. And just for the next couple of overs, I'm also very pleased to welcome alongside Secretary of York Cricket Club, Nick Kay. Good morning, Nick, and great to have some cricket back here again.
Yeah, it is, Jonathan. It's great to have Yorkshire back. You know, we don't take it for granted that they'll keep coming, but you know, it's fabulous for the ground, fabulous for the city, and you know, I hope we put on a good show for you.
Here's White bowling to Frayne, who gets an inside edge, doesn't know where that's gone. It has gone to Emilio Gay coming in from mid-wicket, no run. Looks a pretty quick pitch out there.
It is. There's been a lot of runs on the square this summer, and obviously all the heat and the lack of growing that we had, you know, 2 weeks ago. It's very hard, very firm out there. It's a brand new wicket as well. It's one of our hybrid pitches, so we expect it to be very true all afternoon.
White turns again, and leaves the sight screen behind him to come into bowl to Frayne. He was backing across and dropping that one out to point. Again, no run. Peter Hartley standing at this particular end. Tom Lungley is the umpire at square leg. And in terms of sort of scores on the ground this season, has there been plenty of runs?
Yeah. I mean, when we won the toss at York this summer, we've tended to bat first, and you know, par's about 280 to 300, and you know, with the white ball and you know, the quality of these cricketers, I think 300 would be par.
Here's White again, and Frayne, much as he did earlier on, gets one over the top of point, opens the face. This time there is a bounce before it rattles over into the seats over there, and that's 4 runs. Yorkshire getting going again, then on to 33 without loss, and Frayne on to 19, and great sight again to see so many. Just saying earlier, there are a few blue seats around in your temporary stand over there, but the entire boundary really is lined with people. Great to see. Yeah,
it is. It's great that they've come, even despite the, you know, the mixed weather forecast this morning. Everybody seems to have, you know, turned up in good time, and it does look a picture, certainly. Need a bit of sunshine, mind, but hopefully this afternoon.
Yeah, weather forecast for the rest of the day is okay, folks, so unless there's any light issues, I think we're done with the rain, as Frayne runs one down towards third man and picks up a single off the final ball of that over. 34 without loss after 6, so 5 from it. And what else can you tell us? Because of course, not only Northamptonshire with a good side here today, which is, you know, I'm sure has added to the gate, but you'll be hoping for plenty coming on Thursday, and by the sound of it, you've got that.
Yeah, we have, Jonathan. There's been a real good take-up of pre-match sales. The Yorkshire guys are excited by the numbers for this week, which obviously, from our perspective, is really. I mean, the fact they gave us a Roses game is fantastic for our club, but I don't think there'll be too many seats in the blue stand over there, and I suspect it may be sort of standing room at the back by lunchtime. So the only thing I would say to people coming is you know, get here early, and if you can and want to, please bring your own seat, because you know, we want to make sure you enjoy the day and have somewhere to sit.
Nathan Buck continuing at the rugby ground end, bowling to Frayne, who pushes into the offside, no run. So what do you think realistically you can actually get in? What, do you have a safety limit on and things like that? That sort of respect?
No, we are conscious that once you get past 5,000, there's more requirements, you know, doctors-wise and ground ambulance, which is fine. I think we will be pushing that number. We are going to make those preparations for 5,000 people in the ground. We can get 2,500 in the stand, and you know, there's plenty of room around the boundary.
Here's Buck again, right arm over, and similar delivery to a couple he bowled earlier in the piece, where Will Frayne almost cut in 2 there. But Lewis McManus taking that one comfortably, more comfortably than Frayne played it. Dot ball, still 34 without loss. 5,000, that would be some sight.
Yeah, it will. It will. I mean, we've got a real good take up in the hospitality as well. That you can just see pockets around the ground where it's quite thin today, and you know we can really get people into those spaces. You know, certainly we've made a lot more seating in front of the stand this year as well. We've moved the stand back, so there's another 500 or 600 spots there we can use.
Here's Buck again, shirt flapping in the York breeze, and Frayne solidly behind that one. Must be great as well, from your point of view, to have Jonathan Tattersall named as the skipper. Yeah, we're delighted for him. He's such a cracking good lad, is Jonathan, and you know, when he's not playing for Yorkshire, he's always happy to come and play for York, and you know, gets involved in the club. And I mean, to have a captain of Yorkshire from York CC, I need to be careful because obviously the Knaresborough contingent will let us know that he's born and bred Knaresborough, but he's been with us 4 or 5 years now, and it's our privilege to have him. In comes Buck again. It's aerial for a moment off the bat of Frayne, who'd opened the face and pushed it to extra cover. Right in front of our commentary position, Rob Keogh does the fielding, and they get a single. 35 without loss. Yeah, I put a tweet up the other day about him, and there was a barbed response from Knaresborough saying he's just on loan at the moment. True. He might, to be fair, I've no doubt when he's finished and retired, he'll probably migrate back there. But for the next few years, when he's at his best, I hope he'll keep playing for us when he can. Although now he's captain of Yorkshire, I don't think we'll see as much of him. Probably not. Here's Buck again, and Duke solidly back and across, pushes into the offside. No run. Must have been great as well. Don't know how much you managed to see of that knock he played at Scarborough the other week, but you know, he's been in and around the side. Obviously spent the best part of a year out of the side as well recently, so to come back in, if you're ever going to sort of re-announce yourself and show your new coaches what you can do, absolutely landmark innings in his lifetime, isn't it? Tremendous. You know, when you're under pressure as well, because obviously, you know, he's playing for his place, and to just get 180 at Scarborough is fabulous. Here's Buck again, and Duke now then walking into that off the pad and has gone away for 4. Has he got an edge on it? Didn't see leg being tapped, so like it's 4 runs off the bat for Harry Duke. 39 without loss. That should take him on to 18. That's the end of the 7th over. So in terms of Thursday, let's just go back to that. We'll do one more over with you before we let you get off. I know you've got a lot of gin and tonic to drink and things like that today, and handshakes to make representing the club. But how do people get hold of tickets if they're listening at the moment and want to know how they can get here on Thursday? Yeah, they're still available on the Yorkshire website, the ticket hotline. They can pre-book them. You can walk up on the day. I don't think there'll be a situation where we're going to all tickets, so come on the day or buy them on the website. Price-wise? 8 for adults. I think it's 6 and 12 for concessions. There we go. Frayne flicks into the leg side, and that's beaten the field. Emilio Gay diving. It is going to be run down a yard or 2 inside the boundary rope, but they're pretty quick between the wickets, this pair, and they're back for 3, taking Frayne to 24 on the score of 42 without loss. Yeah, just to add to that, Jonathan, we've got obviously a lot of on-site parking, which will be available for those who want to come in a car. Again, I just stress, you know, come early, get your car parked. There is you can buy your parking pass through Yorkshire as well, or you can pay on the day. It's £10 for the match. So again, we're more than happy for people to come in the car. We can fit about 1,000 cars on the site, so we should be good at that. Great stuff. There you go. That's commercial done for Thursday. We do hope you come down as well. It's much better to be here, isn't it, rather than listening to me and the boys ramble on as Duke pushes that one back to White to complete the over. And I'd underline what Nick's just said about getting here early. I was here for just before 9 this morning. It was already warming up, shall we say. Yeah, it was. Yeah. The coffee stands were doing a roaring trade at 9 o'clock. So I think a lot of people have been here the last 2 years. They've got their favourite vantage point, and they get here and they get the seats set up straight away. White in again, and Duke plays that one off the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, you get that. You'll get that on a Saturday, won't you? There'll be whoever your locals are who come and watch York every week. They'll sit in the same spot. Yeah. And they'll only walk to the right for runs or whatever, the left for wickets, that sort of thing. And the little patches just in front of the sight screens, you know, the members, they're there at 9:15 and they won't move all day, and they've obviously, you know, they've watched from there in the past, and it's great, you know, just to see them around the ground. Here's White bustling it again, passed on by Peter Hartley. Similar shot to last time. Duke takes that top of the bounce, pushes into the onside. No run. It's a we said before, but it bears repeating really. It's a great facility that you've got here. Superb clubhouse. I was welcoming downstairs on the way in.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, we've got space, and that's what makes it life easy. You know, we've got 30 odd acres around the ground that we can use, and we've learnt from a few mistakes over the first couple of years. But I feel this year we've really got it right.
And he'll be playing over on the Clifton Alliance ground at the moment.
It looks like an under-11s and under-13s game going on in the distance.
Is that likely to be Yorkshire schools type representative cricket? Yeah.
Could well be, yeah. Yeah, at this time of the year.
Good to see. Meanwhile, the fellas who are representing their counties here in this RL50, Yorkshire versus Northamptonshire. Yorkshire 42 without loss, having been put into bat. White bowling here to Duke, who's pinged that one nicely off his legs. There's a half a hand on, I think, from Vasconcelos, and they've got through for a single to Harry Duke. Well, okay, I know you've got things to do, so we'll shake your hand.
Brilliant.
Thanks for coming on, Nick. And Nick will go about his business the rest of today, and a very big day as well on Thursday against Lancashire here to look forward to. Nick Kay. And we'll bring David Townsend back in as Jack White. He's in to bowl to Frayne. There's an appeal for LBW, but that was clearly from sideways on, a good 6 inches or so over the top. And so no run to complete the over at 43 without loss after 8, just 4 runs coming from that, but it's been a positive start by the Yorkies, having been put in on a muggy morning here in early August at Clifton Park, York, and for the first time today you can say good morning to the old renegade, or is it good afternoon now? He'll probably pull us on that. Yeah, good afternoon, David Townsend.
Good afternoon, George. I do like to see a sort of running backwards appeal. Some bowlers, you know, where they can go at least 10 yards down the pitch, can't they? Running backwards and appealing to the umpire. Excellent.
Yeah, Stuart Broad's good at that, isn't
he? Yes. So first ball of a new over from Cobb, played down to backward point. Sales does the sorry, Buck. Get those two mixed up. Cobb's off playing.
And the same with you two.
Cobb's off playing in that other thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm the same with you two. It's difficult to separate you. I couldn't do it on looks because you're both extremely good-looking gentlemen.
Both comfortably built. Next delivery is just eased away there by Hill down to third man for a single. Yeah, they couldn't have wished for a better start than this, could they? Yorkshire, muggy morning, as he said, and overcast. A little bit of a question as to whether we'd start on time at 11 for the light, because the light wasn't good. Got underway. Well, a couple of appeals, 1 or 2 sort of lucky little inside edges down to fine leg and things, but not too many worrying moments for the fans here. Most of them, of course, will be supporting Yorkshire. Next delivery is turned away to a short, fine leg, a sort of thickish inside edge there from Frayne. 1 run.
Either Nathan Buck's getting this ball to swing back in, or he's getting a little bit of nip off what seam that there is on the white ball, because Will Frayne, that's probably 3 or 4 times now he's played, and it's clearly gone towards the inside edge of the bat. I didn't know too much about that one either. Went behind him out towards square leg, didn't it, for a single?
The fine legs now drop back to the boundary. As next delivery pushed comfortably up to mid-on by Harry Duke. So these two making a steady start. And we're down to 46 overs now, aren't we?
We are.
That's one thing I'd change. That's one rule I'd definitely change. If, you see these things on social media sometimes. If there was one thing that you could change in cricket, what would it be? Next ball pitched up this time. That is eased down towards fine leg for a single. I'd reduce games in length 5 overs at a time. It make everything far more simple. So 25 there to Duke. Frayne's on 20. Sorry, 21. I'll get it right in a minute. Outgrounds. Mind you, we've been at outground last week, weren't we? So do we count Scarborough as an outground? It's almost a number, sort of number 2 deputy headquarters, isn't it, for Yorkshire? Next delivery, again striking high up on frame, running away down to third man for a leg by, and that's the end of the over. So 46 for, it's got to be 47, hasn't it, with that leg by? Yes, ticks over. Thank you. Finally, the scoreboard. The scoreboard at Scarborough was a lot quicker, wasn't it? So there we go. Excellent start by the Yorkshire Own.
Yeah, and speaking of the scoreboard, we're going to have to hope that that Duckworth Lewis doesn't come into this at all. There are no breaks later on, because there is a DL par available on the scoreboard as a window for some information. But I'm advised that on the little machine that the scorer John Ver has in there, who's doing all that, he's doing the scoreboard display, there isn't actually an option for a DL par on the little machine itself.
Oh dear.
So the scorers, you may have to be backwards and forwards, DT, get a few steps in to tell us what the latest DL par score is later on, if that does come into play, but we don't think it will on the forecast. Tom Taylor coming into the attack at the City end, and in he comes and goes short. A very loosener, interesting loosener. Good morning, or good afternoon to Will Frayne. It's a good way of getting loose, isn't it, and unlikely to get hit out of the park, especially if it's over your head, as that one was.
Yeah, I mean, that was his one for the over, wasn't it? So bang it in, get the old bowling muscles working.
The Cow and Sow over to our right, not doing particularly roaring trade just at this moment in time, but I'm sure as the day wears on there'll be a few people there as Frayne pushes out into the covers for a single. At the moment I think you'd have to say there are Burger All people over there.
Dearly me.
What?
It's a good name though, isn't it? Over the
It is.
the Cow and Sow. Not quite as good as your name, Doidgy, which would be an excellent name for a burger bar that had a wide variety of different burgers.
Here's Taylor again, right arm over, Duke behind it, pushing back to the bowler, no run.
All burgers, I would probably call it. Chicken burgers, I like a chicken burger. We got lunch laid on for us here later as well inside.
Well, it'd be
Good
more like afternoon tea by the time
Probably
we get the first innings done with, won't it?
between innings. 46 overs aside.
Taylor again, past umpire Hartley, driven by Duke. He's just off the deck, and Taylor stoops down to try and catch that off his own bowling. Would have been interesting had he got his mitts on it as to whether he was claiming or whether it had bounced slightly before him, but it matters not.
I think that was a half chance, you know.
Well, your eyesight is better than mine.
Still not great. I think it might just have carried. What does Radders think on that one? It just carried on? No, he's... Okay, you can go.
I'm not saying DT's short-sighted, but he had to use his bins there to look at Radders to make that comment. Short ball here, pulled by Taylor, pulled by Duke off Taylor, I should say. And Safe Zabe is round to do the fielding. Duke getting a single. The diminutive Safe Zabe. Nathan Buck doing a bit of a knee slide around the boundary edge, just in case it escaped the clutches of Zabe, who's got the customary towel hanging out of the back of the trousers on days like this. Oh, nicely played here by Frayne, who's just got a little bit of room outside off stump to work with by the looks of things, and he's got it away down to that what looks to be the shortest boundary of the lot, down to third man, and picks up 4 to complete the over. Yorkshire have 50 on the board, 53 to be precise, from 10 overs thus far.
Yeah, it just needed to sort of almost aim at the deep gully or the backward point there, because he knew if he got it just one side or the other, it was going to beat the fielders in the deep, and there were 2 fielders in the deep But now the power play is finished. I think power play was 9 overs, was it? 46 overs. I just lose. I lose track of all these regulations. As I say, well, what do you reckon to that idea, George? You just cut down 5 overs at a time. It'd make everything a lot more simple, wouldn't it? You'd know then that 45 overs, 9 overs for your power play. Each bowler bowls 9 overs. 46, it seems just an odd number. So what is the point of that one extra over? We might find out later on if there's a massive 20-something scored off the final over. Could make a
James
big
Sales
difference.
into the attack here, the rugby ground end.
Bowls and is helped away there by Duke down to fine leg for a single. Duke will eventually, I think, move on to 23. Indeed he does. 54 for no wicket then. Frame is on 30. We had just that one leg by in the previous over.
James Sales, son of David Sales.
Indeed. Indeed. Tall lad in bowls and brisk medium pace. Defended to extra cover. Has he got an imaginative nickname at Radders? Young Sales. Because of course his dad was nicknamed Jumble, wasn't he? Which I suppose you can't go the same as your dad. He'd have to be something like
Car boot, probably.
Car boot, yeah, January.
Well, they don't have January anymore, are they? Boxing Day, possibly.
Next delivery is short and got a little bit of bounce there. I was certainly through to the keeper. Frame trying to ease it away backward of square. I suppose you could have Main as well, couldn't you? Main Sales, no? Sort of bit nautical going on there. Don't know too much about sailing, to be honest.
You don't say.
Sales pitches up this time. Yorker length delivery played firmly to mid-wicket. Now you're talking to someone who got seasick on Sydney Harbour one time. I'm not a man who has a stomach for the high seas. Anyway, well,
You normally turn up in your fisherman's jumper. What's all that about then? You're just pretending.
oh yes.
I thought you were authentic,
No.
Captain Birdseye.
Sales down the leg side. That'll probably be called a wide. It is. So the keeper, 55 for no wicket.
Other makers of fish fingers are available. Stephen Badger Jackson says, "Morning, Doidge. Any news on why Matthew Waite not playing? He was in the squad yesterday, and Ben Code and Don Best weren't, but are playing." No, none yet. But Ali Maiden is giving me an indicator from away to the right. He's got a back issue, back spasm. Thank you, Ali.
Next delivery is smashed out there by Frame. Time that one beautifully to the cover sweeper. He only gets a single for it, but really goes travelling, wasn't it? Just the one bounce.
You got it straight from the horse's mouth there, Stephen. Not that Ali looks quite like that. More like a... No, I'm not going to go there. I need an interview from him at some point in the next couple of days. He's okay, apparently, so whether that means he'll be able to play on Thursday or not, we'll wait and see.
That delivery is striking Duke on the pad, and that is no run at the end of the over. 56 for no wicket after 11 overs.
Non-committal, the coach, as far as Thursday's concerned, Matthew Waite, but he's got a back spasm, so that's why he's missing today. 56 after 11, yeah. It's a pretty good start, this, when you've got the full complement still to come, and especially against a side who are missing just the one player in this competition, which is a little bit of a surprise. I mean, when you look at some of the performances that Northamptonshire put up, in particular in the first half of the T20 competition, as this first delivery of Taylor's over is wide of Will Frane's off stump, and he has a little flash at it but misses.
Yeah, we had Yorkshire. It's not easy, is it? Did we work out 6-7 players injured? away with the 100, not available, and you of course, as you said, balance and weight out as well. Although balance hasn't played this year. Next delivery just turned into the old side. Sorry, a bit of nicking your delivery there. Just one run.
Well, he hasn't played this year apart from the 95 off 25 balls that he struck all over Newcastle on Sunday.
You know what I mean. Not played in anger, as it were. Mind you, that must have been pretty much in anger on.
It was just
useful, not?
Yeah, I mean, we know his qualities as a player, and I suppose when you talk about levels, don't you, in sport, when you're playing against a side who are, clearly not a first-class county, but still, they're clearly pretty good players to be playing national counties for Northumberland, as Duke runs one out into the covers, and Zabe round to do the fielding. Sorry, not the covers, the mid-wicket region, and get a single. And so, yeah, some of his striking was phenomenal. He hit a 6, a full toss, and he pinged it, and there was a large, the big high netting that they have because of the houses around, so it went over the netting, over the houses, and somewhere off down towards the town centre. Short ball here by Taylor, that's ours. Straight over my head for 6 onto the clubhouse roof from Will Frayne, who seemed to time that pretty well. That might drop down on our...
I'll be surprised if that hasn't gone over the club.
Yeah, probably so. It was a long way out with the momentum. 64 without loss, then he's on to 38 here, Will Frayne. And he's getting his team off to a good start, as I said. He top scored in the comp last year. There were some real good performances last year. I thought it was a great comp to watch. There was a lot of talk, and there still is, obviously, about the 100 and the fact that most counties were not going to be at full strength, but we got to see some very good young players, and they're getting a second opportunity here. As I was speaking to Ali the other day about this, they showed what they can do. They gave us a taster last year. A lot of them have had quite a bit more experience now because of, well, sometimes because they've been selected because they've been good enough, sometimes opportunities because of others' injuries, England call-ups, things like that in T20 and Championship cricket so far this season. But they get a little bit more of a concerted go at things, don't they, during these 8 matches?
Yeah, and they it is good for the younger players and also for the spectators. They like to see the young lads playing, and they like to see a competitive game of cricket. So 64 for no wicket in the 12th, a good start, but it's a high-scoring ground, this one.
Yeah, here's Taylor again, and nice little late cut by Frame, but can't get it past the man just inside the circle at short third man. 64 without loss then, 38 to him, 24 to Harry Duke, who similarly played a sort of anchor role on Sunday, watching first of all Will Frame bash the ball out of the park. He scored at around about 200, and then Gary Balance scoring at around about 400 during his time in the middle.
You see a strike rate of 400, where somebody scores 16 or something, not when they score 95.
Yeah, Taylor in with an open face. Frayne pushes into the covers and takes on the field and gets through successfully for 1. 39 to him, 65 without loss then Yorkshire after 12.
How many balls did he actually face for that 95?
25.
So, yeah, just obviously 100. If he'd have reached 100 rather than 95, that would have been a strike rate of 400, which I doubt if that's been achieved very many times, has it?
No, I can't imagine.
Well, you look in the record books, up to average 4 runs a ball is just bizarre.
Yeah. Like I say, some of the shots, they played more than a couple, but 2 that stick out, straight sixes down the far end, over the sight screen into the gardens at the far end of the ground, fairly long hit.
Sales bowls, and Frayne there taking his hand off the bat. The game bounced. 1 or 2 have gone through quite nicely here this morning.
Would you believe it? The only delivery, I went downstairs to film, thinking he's on 95, the way he's striking it. He'll hit a 6 out of the park for his 100. I filmed the next ball, and he ended up being caught by somebody coming in off the boundary. So I got the full commentator's curse accusation. Gary not speaking to me anymore as a result of that.
Commentator's curse with cameras. Sales short, and that one's come off the end of the bat, Q end of the bat. He threw the shot too quickly, and that one's hit. Trying to pull it away there, and has only managed to knock it tamely back to the bowler.
Will Frayne has won the toss and will break.
Yeah, the old put a bit of chalk on the bottom of your bat, son. Here's Sales again bowling, and that's just worked towards deep mid-wicket, and the batsmen are back for twos. Not many twos to be had on this ground, but that one was just past the mid-wicket, and the deep backward square came running around. Shortish boundary, but couldn't prevent them getting back for two. Fairly confident to say we don't think now the power play's over, we're going to see a 3 anyway. Sales bowls, and we're going to see a 6 there, though. That's a short delivery, and that is hooked over into the tennis court somewhere. New balls, please, perhaps. Oh no, I think they're going to find that one. He's gone a long way down there into the distance.
Yeah, he's a very strong player off his legs, Will Frayne, and we've already seen evidence of the short ball at him from the other end, which disappeared over our heads in the previous over, and that's not dissimilar, is it really? Back with a square leg.
Yep. And cleared the boundary comfortably by 20-30 metres. It has been retrieved, easier to retrieve than from the car park behind us, admittedly. Sales again and pitches up, and that's driven up to mid-off. Quick single, scampered through. Good response from Harry Duke. So one more to the total, 74 now for no wicket, and Frayne on to 48. Of course, Sales earlier this year suffered a bit of punishment from that over in the T20 against Paul Sterling, where he disappeared for 34 runs. It's all a learning process. Confident appeal for LBW from extra cover there, as that one strikes Duke on the pad. Last ball of the over, runs out towards extra cover. Umpire's not interested, bowler and wicketkeeper weren't interested. No run.
Scores from around the grounds so far. Worcestershire 114 for 4, having chosen to bat at New Road against Kent. Surrey 84 for 2, having been put into bat by Leicestershire, that is at Guildford. We've also got Nottinghamshire 89 for 3 at Trent Bridge against Sussex. They won the toss and decided to bat. Gloucestershire 102 for 3, having been put in at Cheltenham by the visitors Warwickshire. Derbyshire 37 for 5 against Glamorgan. Early night for Fletch tonight, by the looks of things. That's at Derby. Glamorgan put them in. 74 without loss here. Yorkshire having been put in by Northamptonshire, and Frayne playing a nice flick off his legs, plays that shot really well. Emilio Gay was diving for it but couldn't reel it in, and they got back for 2. One other match
50
in the competition to mention, as Will Frayne has ticked off, sorry, I'm looking at the scores, ticked off his half century, so well played to him, and I reckon that's 47 balls, including 3 4s and 3 6s, and a couple of pretty hefty blows backward of square leg. He's got his side off to a good start, and he's got himself off to a good start in this competition for the 2nd year in succession. 76 without loss. He got Yorkshire's fastest 50 in list day cricket at Queen's Park last year, 19 balls. Not quite as quick today, but still doing a cracking job, and has got a single out to deep backward point to take him on to 51 and score 77 without loss. The one other match I was mentioning at the point that Will got to his half century is the one between Lancashire and Essex, where there is an inspection at 1:30, but surprise, surprise, in Manchester, the start has been delayed by rain. They love it, don't they, the Lankies? As Duke nicely pushed into the onside, where Jack White's round to field, and they're through for another one. I think, in fact, when it rained earlier on, Graham Hardcastle, of course, is from the dark side of the Pennine, sitting to your left. He stayed outside because he felt really at home in the conditions.
That's a bit unfair, though. That's a bit unfair on Manchester. Last time I was there, they said the clouds and the rain were due to clear by October, I think. So.
Frayne stands tall, And waits, and in once again comes Taylor, pushed into the leg side, no run. We've got
Easiest job in the world. A weather person in Darwin in northern Australia, Deutsche. It's always 30 with a late storm there, day after day.
Chris Waters getting a good look at the crowd through his bins. Chris of the Yorkshire Post, just 3 to the left, and then the golden voice of Howard Ferguson on the balcony with us today. He looks like man at C&A, but with a baseball cap on. Down the hill comes Taylor, and Frayne pushing that one to White at mid-on. Bobbles a little bit, but he does well to ensure
Hill?
there are no mishaps.
Hill? Oh, that's not a hill, Deutsche. That's barely an incline.
Are we doing this one? We did this at Scarborough last week.
Well, there is an incline at Scarborough, but it's
I'm gonna bring a penny next time so I can put it on top of the needle so that it jumps on rather than just repeating the same thing time and again.
hill.
You remember those days, Radders?
I'm not.
A rueful look from my right as Frayne flicks nicely off his legs here. That's 4. From the moment it left the bat, just wide of to the left of Emilio Gay, who's at a straightish mid-wicket. So 4 more to Frayne takes him on to 55. That's 82 without loss, and I think I better vacate for a little while. So a few words from David Townsend, and we'll bring back Radders.
Thanks very much, Deutsche. So this is an excellent start, but don't get too carried away, Yorkshire fans. It's a fast-scoring ground here, and I remember the match, I think it was against Warwickshire last year, wasn't it, where 330 odd was beaten comfortably. So need a big score on the way to getting one as Sales bowls short, and that's pulled around by Harry Duke down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 26. Ticks over now. Scoreboard very slow over there. 83 for no wicket. Morning, Radders. You well?
Well, I'm absolutely splendid. Thank you.
Sales to Frayne, and he just picks that one up and deposits that yet again. That's his 3rd 6 in that direction. It's gone. He's not bothered about the fielder on the boundary. He's, well, almost hits it clean over his head.
There was a poor effort by the chap in the white shirt about 3 rows back in the temporary stand. It was a very, very poor effort. I don't think he even got a hand on it.
I thought that one earlier was coming into one of the 3 of us was going to have to catch that one. It was right on line.
And it just kept going, didn't it? It landed on the roof.
Next delivery again, just short of a length from Sales, and pushed into the gap on the offside this time by Frayne, who's charging along. He's on 62 now, and the score 90 for no wicket. We will be. There you go. Get the score finally takes over. Just getting used to the pace of the scoreboard. We're going to get another little shower of rain. Starting to feel a bit that way. Sales to Duke, plays that firmly to mid-wicket. No run there.
Yes, although I think the forecast for later in the day is a bit better, isn't it, David?
Well,
so those that know these things, and if the match referee Devon Malcolm, he reckons the forecast is better later in the day, then that's good enough for me.
Sales bowls to Duke, who tries to turn that into the leg side. I sort of got along with that. I generally try to go with the Met Office when I look at these. I think you have to pick one regular weather provider, and rather than flicking about between them, because they've all got different ideas on what's going to happen.
I think Deutsche's seaweed is probably the most reliable, isn't it? His pine cone that he carries around with it.
Next ball is banged in again. Lively medium pacer, young James Sales, and that's defended the end of his over. What do you do with, I know there's a seaweed one, what do you do with pine cones?
Pine cones, I think I'm right in saying if they're open it's going to be fine, and if they close then it's going to be wet. I think I've got that right. Somebody will tell me if I've got it wrong. I'm pretty sure my old nan used to swear by that.
Is it? Do they have to be on the tree, or do they?
Oh no. You just the ones that obviously have fallen off, but apparently it works. So I'm very reliably informed, which is very useful considering I seem to be getting quite used to al fresco commentating, having done 4 days at Cheltenham last week. Splendid days at the Cheltenham Festival.
Were you in the tent or up on the balcony?
Up on the balcony.
Oh, great stuff.
So side on, and talking about James Sales actually in the previous over, David. It's the first time I actually had a chance to have a look at James from side on for a while, because normally obviously we're seeing them end to end, and it's very apparent what coaching staff have been saying, that he's put on a bit of pace, put on probably a good yard of pace in the winter. Not that it seems to make a lot of difference to Will Frayne so far, but we're now going to see a bit of leg spin. Alex Russell is going to come into the attack from the far end, from the city end. Alex Russell making his List A debut for Northamptonshire. He's played T20 cricket, so he made his debut up at Old Trafford. He's starting off with a backward point, man on the 45 saving 1, extra cover in the ring, mid-off, mid-wicket, and then 2 men back, deep square and a deep mid-wicket. Also a man out sweeping on the cover boundary, who is in operation immediately as the first ball to Frayne. He just punches off the back foot, and it goes out for a single, out to James Sales in front of the tennis club. One more to Frayne, who goes to 63. And Yorkshire to 91 for no wicket after being put into bat by Will Young. A couple of messages which I'll share with you in a second. Alex Russell generally gets through his overs fairly briskly. Bowling over the wicket short and cut away by Duke, and once again James Sales in action down on the cover boundary. One more to Duke, who goes to the board. The scoreboard is now, I think, seized up. 27 to Duke, 91 for no wicket. I think there may be a run behind, but never mind. Here's Russell, and that's punched off the back foot, just short of a length by Frayne. He's going to get one up to Emilio Gay coming in from the long on boundary. 92 for no wicket, Frayne to 63. Russell, a couple of walking steps, then about 4 short running steps, and that's short again and pulled back past the bowler. It's going to be more work for Emilio Gay coming in off the long on boundary, and it's another single, so 4 balls, 4 singles. Duke to 28 and Yorkshire to 94 for no wicket. Russell in again, a little bit fuller, but still Frayne able to get onto the back foot and cut it away to deep backward point. Sales making good ground around the boundary, and again it's another single, takes Frayne up to 65 and Yorkshire to 95 for no wicket. Russell to finish the over, pitches that one up, driven back on the bounce, the bowler fields, so a dot ball to finish the over. 95 for no wicket off 16, with Will Frayne on 65, Harry Duke on 28. Our friend William C, who's on Twitter as at Full Slip, says, morning boys. Boys, I've been called that for a while. Good to see York again. I haven't been there since Chris Old's benefit, when I lived in Clifton, not too far away. Fingers crossed for the weather. Well, yeah, William, I think it's improving, so that's the good news. But always good to hear of you. If you want to interact in any way, then please do get in touch with us.
Sales starts his run and balls it. Yeah, and if anyone who wants to tweet in and describe us as boys, I think that's almost guaranteed that you're going to get your tweet read out.
Absolutely, that's going to get a mention.
Very kind. Sales bowls, and that was chopped into the offside by Frayne. Not one of the better shots he's played, but he'll pick up a single as he's just wide of cover. 96 for naught. You've got to get this timing of this scoreboard right. And he's not just gone up there, so he's a little bit of timing right as it gets. It caught me out for the first couple of overs.
We'll get there.
96 for naught. 66 now to Frayne. Fast scoring ground though this. They're going to need a big total here. Sales bowls, and that's driven by Duke. Now, when I started this commentary around, what was it, something just after 12, wasn't it? The openers were very much on a par with each other, sort of 21, 25, and Frayne just slightly ahead at the start. Now there's a huge gap between them. 28 plays 66, so Frayne has really burst away. Next delivery to
Oh.
Duke. Well, they all count. Looking for a big wind up there. Brought the bat down inside edge, and that's away for 4 runs, and that's 100 up for Yorkshire in the 17th over, with Harry Duke moving on to 32, and a decent crowd here.
I mean, both batters have played some cracking shots today, Will Frayne in particular, but to be fair to the Northamptonshire bowlers, I think that's the 4th, 5th time they've had an inside edge that's that could have gone anywhere and has gone for runs.
Sales and bowls and good looking forward defensive shot there, and, but had no relation to the ball that beat it and went through to the keeper. And again played a miss. Yeah, there's been 1 or 2 player misses, and as you say, that inside edge down to fine leg has been quite profitable.
It does tend to suggest, though, you need to pitch it up on this, don't you? You really do. Short bowling is not a good idea.
Next delivery on a length, played through the gap in the offside for a single. So see timing now, we're going just about now to 33. And like 101, there you go.
That's very good.
That's the sort of timing we've got to look at on that board over there. To keep everyone up to date in the 17th over, 101. So full delivery this time to Frayne. That was close to, well, it was a low full toss, wasn't it? It would probably hit Frayne somewhere around the knee if he hadn't have helped it around the corner to long leg for a single. Now here we go again. He's going to move up to 67. There we go.
Very good. Very good. It just seems noticeable, and in particular bowling to Will Frayne, that I think bowling short on this is not a good idea. It's just going to stand up and get dispatched. It seems that Northamptonshire bowlers have looked a little bit more threatening when they have pitched it up. What is noticeable, David, is the fact that there is, we mentioned earlier, there's this ground, the match going on in the neighbouring ground, Clifton Alliance ground, I think Dorothy was saying, and despite the fact that we were off for half an hour with the rain, they just played on through it. They're not bothered. Made of sterner stuff, obviously. Here's Alex Russell starting his 2nd over, and that's punched up to short mid-wicket by Will Frayne, fielded there by Ricardo Vasconcelos, and there's no run. Like the bowls at when they have the old bowling green at Wantage Road. Russell in again, pitched up, driven down the ground, but well fielded via his knee at mid-off, and there's no run. Tom Taylor managing to stop it with a mixture of hand and knee. Now just reinforcing the offside field. Vasconcelos coming across to backward point, worked into the onside immediately where Vasconcelos was. They're going to just settle for 1 as it goes out to Emilio Gay on the long on boundary. Pick up 1 more run, takes Frayne up to 68 and Yorkshire to 103 for no wicket. Vasconcelos now for Duke coming across back into the onside in there at short mid wicket. So gap through the covers, but there is a man back sweeping. Goes for the reverse flick. Doesn't make contact, Harry Duke. Goes through to Lewis McManus.
He lost his way a bit at the moment, hasn't he, Harry Duke?
Just seems to be maybe just fretting a touch. It's a good platform though, this from Yorkshire, as Russell bowls again just short of a length, and Duke pulling it up to Gay. Comes in about 3 or 4 yards off the boundary at long on.
Again, he dragged that one down, and had that been to Frayne, I think we'd have been looking for it in the garden.
Yes, there's a rather attractive red brick wall down one side of the ground. They may have been trying to retrieve it from there. 104 for no wicket. Frayne back on strike. Russell bowls just short of a length when he gets back onto the back foot, punches it up to Gay. Once again, he's having a busy time there at long on. 1 more to Frayne, but a tidy enough over from Alex Russell. Frayne up to 69. Yorkshire to 105 for no wicket at the end of 18 overs. Yeah, Alex Russell's another one that's come up through national counties cricket. Although Welsh born, he's been playing for Herefordshire in minor counties, and Northamptonshire had a little look at him this year. I know Gloucestershire have as well, but Northamptonshire liked the look of him and have given him a contract, so now we're going to see a bit more spin with Saif Zaib, who's going to bowl his left arm spin from the rugby ground end.
So Zaib into the attack. I think, yeah, left arm spin. The one thing we don't see a lot of in white ball cricket these days is the off spinner. And you and I think we can be described as traditionalists.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
Well, we take that. The one thing that the T20 has brought in positive things, but several positive things, as I know, admitting that as a traditionalist, is the sort of re-emergence, resurgence of leg spin bowling,
Yes.
because nearly every successful T20 side has to have a leg spin or a mystery spinner.
Well, Northamptonshire had basically bowled both and used both of their wrist spinners in the game, the warm-up game against Bedfordshire. Freddie Heldrick, the left-arm wrist spinner, who played pretty much through the T20 campaign this year as last year. In the end, they just decided to go in with one of them today, and it's Russell who's got the nod. But I imagine Freddie Heldrick will have a part to play in this campaign.
So safe save around the wicket. Finds a good length straight away, and that's just helped by Frayne on its way down to long on for a single. But the off spinner, it hasn't been a friend to him, the T20.
No, well, Northamptonshire have Rob Keogh, but I'm not sure he'll get on today.
They've become rather than the go-to spinner as they used to be. They're almost number 3 in the pecking order now, behind the wrist spinner and the left arm. The left armer being Zabe, who pulls his length back just a little bit there, and is turned by Duke to deep square leg for a single. 107 for no wicket. Zabe bowls again and pushed firmly back to him. So a good start from the left armer. Quicker delivery and very nearly a catch there. Hit in the air by Frayne. Oh dear. A jump there at extra cover.
Close to Will Young, wasn't it? And we were almost dead in line, and I must admit I thought that was he was just going to jump up and take that in his right hand, but it just eluded his grasp.
Zabe again tosses that one up, gives that one more air, and it's turned down to short fine leg. I almost saw you going for that one when it came off the bat, Radders. Up out of your seat, looking to hold on to that one. Good strike. Zabe bowls again, and that's turned to mid-wicket, tumbling stop, and no run to be had there. So tidy enough first over. I'm sure Northants have done their homework, and 111 for no wicket off 19 looks a very good platform.
It
but
does.
They're going to need 350.
You reckon?
I reckon they're going to use and they're going to need 350.
Mentioned earlier that Northamptonshire never played a senior first team match on this ground, but they did play a second team game back in 1990 when Yorkshire chased down a big total in the fourth innings, 350 odd to win. And I've had a message about that, which I'll come back to in a second. Here's Russell starting a fresh over, bowling to Harry Duke. Drops it down on the onside, but Lewis McManus coming round quickly from behind the stumps, cuts off any possibility of a single. Our friend Tony Kingston, Northamptonshire scorer, of course, for many years, was doing that match, and he's messaged me with a memory or two of that one. What a good game it was. Russell in again, bowls to Duke, short of a length, and Duke playing it out to deep cover, where Sales fields, bounces it in, which may incur the displeasure of the umpire. Peter Hartley just giving him a slightly old-fashioned look. Just a single, takes Duke to 36, and Northamptonshire to 112, Yorkshire rather, to 112 for no wicket after being put into bat. And Tony, as we know, hasn't been in the best of health and hasn't been able to score for this season so far. Here's Russell, and again bowling short, pulled away by Frayne, going down to fine leg for 4, beats Rob Keogh, who had a lot of ground to make up from deep backward square, and rattles into the. They look like sort of crates down there that people are sitting on, but they're rather attractive, or ammunition boxes. Anyway, it's 4 runs, takes Frayne up to 78, and Yorkshire to 116 for no wicket. So we send Tony our best wishes if he's listening to us, as I imagine he probably is. Here's Russell flighting that one up, driven beautifully through extra cover for 4. That's a sumptuous stroke by Will Frayne. Will Young is in there at extra cover and stood absolutely no chance. He hit that so hard, timed it to perfection. It races away over the outfield for 4. He goes to 82, 120 for no wicket. Russell in again, bowling to Frayne down the leg side. Now, what's that come off, if anything? It's gone for 4, and he's got some run. He's got a little bit of bat on it, so it's just taken a thin part of the bat down towards fine leg. And again, no chance of Jack White cutting that off. And it races away for 4, and Will Frayne up to 86. We're only in the 20th over. Yorkshire 124 for no wicket. And as David was saying, this is a really solid, sound platform for the home side on this blustery early afternoon here in York. Next ball is very full, driven up to Young at extra cover. And that's the end of Alex Russell's over. 124 for no wicket. Yorkshire up off to 20s. They've scored 71 off the second 10 overs, having made 53 in the first 10. 124 for no wicket with Frayne on 86 and Duke on 36.
Yeah, I'll be astonished if they don't pass 300, 330 even. They'll be looking for something in the 350, 360, and then Northamptonshire fans, I wouldn't panic too much if they get that. That's easy. Well, it's easily chaseable down, but certainly not out of reach. So Zaid bowls the start of a new over, and Duke edges that one down to short third man, and Frayne is almost on top of him. He's so eager to get down and face the bowling. Will Frayne
fancies it, doesn't he?
A single, 125 for naught, 37 to Harry Duke. Tosses this one up. There's Zaid. It's a clever little bit of left arm spin. Not a tall man by any stretch of the imagination. Got that option to flight it, get it above his eye line. Next delivery played solidly. Down to long off, one more. Score ticks over. 87 now to Frayne. Duke pushes that one. Ooh, cheeky little single to the skipper there. As Young had to come round and whip that throw in from short cover. Good understanding between the openers. Next delivery is met with a solid defensive back. Good over this from Zaid. He's pushing the ball through, then giving the odd one a little bit of air. Variations. Oh, that's a very quick delivery and short of a length, pushed through the gap on the offside for 1 run, and the end of another rapid over by the left armour.
Yeah, it's a handy white ball bowler, safe say. It was interesting when he was playing the earlier part of his career, when he was playing league cricket for Northampton Saints in the Northamptonshire League. He would often bowl almost as like one end, just block up an end, bowling little darts. It was very, very hard to get away. And he's done a pretty good job here. Now there's a bit of a consultation between Alex Russell, the young leggy, and Northamptonshire captain Will Young. Russell is going to continue. 120 wicket, bowling to Will Frayne on 80 from the city end, and that ball driven fiercely this time. Not sure if he's pleased about it. I'm sure he is. Will Young actually managed to get his hands behind that one and cuts off any chance of a run, but he hit that very hard. He bowls that down the leg side. He'll have to bowl that one again as it's called a wide. Good take by Lewis McManus.
It's almost as though Frayne is targeting the close fielders because he knows there's no boundary fielder behind them.
Here's Russell in again, bowls to Frayne, forces a defensive stroke this time, back down the pitch. Fielded by Alex Russell off his own bowling. Northamptonshire leaving out Freddie Heldrick, as I mentioned, and also Gus Miller from their 13 named yesterday. Russell in again, bowls to Frayne, who cuts, and he's timed that beautifully, and he may get 4 for it. It's a diving attempt at a stop on the boundary by James Sales, but crosses the rope just in front of the hospitality marquee, and it's 4 more to Will Frayne, who moves into the 90s. 92 to Frayne, and Yorkshire to 133 for no wicket. Just be getting the prawn sandwiches or whatever they're having down there ready. Here's Russell in again, flighted up, bowls to Frayne. Defensively pushed up to extra cover where Will Young fields and there's no run. Quite a strong breeze still, but the good news about that is it's hopefully keeping the rain away. And there's even a little bit of blue sky over to our right, which is good to see. Very full again, Russell. On driven by Frayne, but there's just going to be a single out to Emilio Gay coming in from the long on boundary. Frayne to 93.
There is, isn't there? Good spot rudders.
Enough to knit a sailor's trousers. Duke on strike, and Russell bowls to him, and playing that back down the pitch for Russell to field off his own bowling. End of another over. 134 for no wicket Yorkshire. 22 overs gone, so nearing the halfway stage in the innings. 93 to Will Frayne, 38 to Harry Duke, and I shall have to go and update BBC Radio Northampton in 3 or 4 minutes. So the dulcet tones of Jonathan Doidge will once more be heard across the land. Talking of dulcet tones, I have to say our public address announcer today is a Roger Moore sound-alike. It's uncanny. Are you back with us, Doidge?
I don't know. I don't think he is.
No, he isn't. No. One more over. Then a nation will rejoice. That's gone a long way.
Well, it's taken Frayne on to 99, and Doidge wants to come back in for the 100.
Entirely understandably, he's hit that a long way over deep mid-wicket. It's just missed the hospitality marquee people. Frayne 99, Doidge. Zabe bowling to Frayne, back down the pitch, fielded by Zabe off his own bowling. Obligingly, he was waiting for Jonathan Doidge to plug his microphone in before he gets his 100.
So Zabe to Frayne then, pushes one through quicker, and Will Frayne just chopping down on it, pushing it out.
You've got very well trained here, Doidge, that they wait for you to come back on.
Well, when you get to know the lads, you've got that special relationship. And there it is, a punch of the air by Will Frayne, who pushes one out to long on to bring up a very well-earned century with some absolutely superb shots. The feature, probably the one over our heads and over the clubhouse for 6. It's the first List A century for the man, and very much his highest score. 69 not out, his previous best. It's just his 14th List A match, and he's got Yorkshire off to a real good start here. 141 without loss.
Terrific knock. Zabin bowls to him again. He paddles that round the corner, Harry Duke, and there's a single to Jack White on the 45, saving one, and that's the end of Save Zabe's over, with Will Frayne on 100. Duke is 38. 23 overs gone, so that's the halfway point in Yorkshire's innings. 142 for no wicket. How many balls was that, David? Didn't catch it. 85 balls, so 100 off 85, so he's made his second 50 off just 38, which is pretty decent going.
Yes, Will Frayne been having most of the strike, to be fair, of late. That's a good tactics as well by Yorkshire. 39 to Harry Duke, who kept pace with Frayne up to about 20, and then well, he's a long way behind now, isn't he?
Well, I was just saying that I wasn't sure whether Rob Keir would get a bowl today when you were talking about the off spinners, David, and he's just about to. He's going to bowl from the city end.
Well, he's got his first ball at least to Harry Duke, but I'm not sure how he's going to fare with Will Frayne. We'll see. I'm not sure where I Will Young this would be a move that I'd have gone for, but well, probably needs a breakthrough, doesn't he? 142 for no wicket.
He does. Seventh bowler used by Northamptonshire. This will be my last over before I need to head off and do other things. So is Rob Keogh in bowling short, cut away by Duke for a single. James Sales at deep backward point. So Duke has done the decent thing by his partner. He's got himself off strike. Duke to 40. Very valuable supporting role here, but Will Frayne, the man of the moment, on 100, 143 for no wicket in the 24th over. Just looking up earlier about Northamptonshire's and Yorkshire's first meeting in List A cricket as Keogh comes in, bowls to Frayne, pushes it out in the offside, go through for a quick single, smartly fielded by Will Young at short extra, sends in his return to Lewis McManus, who takes off the bails, but Duke is very quick and they're through for the single. Takes Frayne to 101 and Yorkshire to 144 for no wicket. Keogh in again, short, reverse sweep, and that's running down towards the boundary, and well, Buck is in pursuit, but there's no in the end he went for the slide, but unfortunately didn't actually get anything on it at all.
No.
And it ran away. It just, I think it was just going away from him, wasn't it, down the hill?
Yeah, just a bit of practice, that
well,
side,
it was
wasn't it? I think it's called showing willing.
Nicely played stroke, well executed by Harry Duke. He goes to 44, 148 for no wicket. Keogh in again, bowling to him short, take all the pace off that. Duke just having to wait ages for it, cutting it away out to deep cover where James Sales fields. One more run to Duke, 45 to him, 149 for no wicket. Here's Keogh bowling to Frayne, reverse sweep, and that's going to go for 4 more. Once again eludes Nathan Buck down there at backward point, down towards Cowan Sow. 105 to Frayne, 153 for no wicket. Northamptonshire need a wicket just to try and stem the flow of runs, which at the moment is in danger from their point of view of becoming a torrent. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Frayne, punches it away down to deep backward point. Again, it's smartly fielded by Sales, sends it a good flat return to McManus, but another productive over for Yorkshire, at the end of which Will Frayne is 106, Harry Duke is 45, 24 overs gone, 154 for no wicket. We shall go off and update BBC Radio Northampton and leave you in the care of Messrs Doidge and Townsend.
Thanks very much, Ratters. And well, few problems out there at the moment for Northamptonshire and their captain. How do they get a breakthrough? Cracking batting wicket, small boundaries, or relatively small boundaries. Safe in, start a new over, fires that one in with his left arm round the wicket, and a single to Frayne. He moves on to 107, 155 now off 24 overs. So we're reaching, in fact we've gone past halfway, haven't we? We've been reaching normally a halfway stage. Next delivery pushed out, a bit of a fumble, but only a single there to Duke, who moves on to 46. 5-6 now for no wicket. So he bowls again, and quick, very quick delivery there, and Frayne just looking for a little tickle of something on there, didn't make contact. Next delivery pitched up, he's down to long on for a single, 157 for a no wicket. JD's back, not the worst start this, is it? 46 over game, so we are just past halfway, but I reckon they're going to be banging on towards about 3:30, even though it is 46 overs. We'll see where this goes. Next ball tossed up, bowled some nice variations, as I've been impressed. See, it's good. It's not always good to be watching from what's our angle, deep extra cover, but it is for seeing the relative pace and the flight on the ball, and that was a quicker one. Push through. Duke takes a single through the gap on the offside. One run to him, 158. Is it? Is it going to tick over? It is going to tick over. 158 for no wicket. At the end of that, would have been halfway were it a 50 over game, but it's been reduced to 46.
Had it been a 25 over game, it would be the end, but
I suppose it would, wouldn't it?
158 without loss then. So I'm mentioned, by the way, earlier about Lancashire playing in Manchester.
Or not play.
Yeah. And Stephen Badger Jackson says Lancs are playing at Sedbergh, which is in Cumbria Deutsche. Still raining in Manchester though. As Duke pushes that out into the offside for a single.
Always somebody, isn't it? Always
of
somebody.
the over. Yep. Thanks for putting it straight. We don't mind that. 159 without loss. Ooh, pens and paper blowing everywhere. It's like an exam here with this score sheet in front of me. And Keogh's latest delivery worked up towards long on. The advancing long on is Emilio Gay, who picks up a single. We should theoretically have an update to do in a moment or two for BBC Humberside. We shall see. Keogh in, and Duke flicking off the legs to deep backward square, where that's fired in into the gloves of the unnumbered Lewis McManus. I can assure you is the wicketkeeper on this occasion. They got a single. Duke onto 49. Harry Duke, again, just that feel of the support role, given that he's got half as many, or less than half as many as his teammate, who's just pushed a single up to long on. Playing the anchor. Still doing a good job for his side. Had a good competition last year, of course. Harry Duke as well got 100 as a part of that down at Leicester. Shared in a big partnership with George Hill on that occasion. George also had a pretty good RL 50 last year. It's Duke on strike at the moment. Keogh in. Duke finds Gay up at long on, and there you go. The applause will tell you that he too has reached the landmark of a half century in this innings and raises his bat to the Clifton Park crowd. I'll give you the details on that in a moment, but at the moment Wi-Fi issues mean that I can't give you it as he strikes the ball. But it's played nicely once again, not as flamboyant as Will Frayne, but they've shared in a superb opening partnership here of what is now 164 as Frayne opens the face and runs one out to backward point for a single to complete that particular over. 164 without loss Yorkshire after 26 overs here. And Harry Duke, 50 and 62 deliveries and included 6 fours.
Is it time for me to make way for Radders? Or
Radders has just gone for it. Okay.
He's got to do his update, but I think he's done it, hasn't he? I heard him.
You, is it your turn for a break, is it now?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably. Do the swapping over. You can.
We'll let DT go off and get an early lunch or something like that. And Nathan Buck coming back into the attack at the rugby ground end. Bowling to Frayne, who gets a good contact on this and plays it out to Zabe in the offside. And there is a single as we faff about with the headphones again here. Buck then turns by a little pile of sawdust at the edge of the circle. In he comes. He's going to bowl right arm over once again, this time to Duke, who drops it into the offside, wants the one. But Will Frayne not as keen. Keogh coming in to field the ball. So, having won the toss and put him in here, clearly looks a good deck. It's as good a deck as we've seen all season in that respect. It's true. There's a bit of bounce about it, a bit of pace. So there's that sort of assistance for the bowler, but if the ball's not doing anything off the straight, Nathan Buck did get clearly something, probably shape in the air off it early on. We mentioned Will Frayne on one or two occasions had chopped on nearly, and Harry Duke taking a risky single here. That's a dive in at the non-striker's end, but got home. Fielder there was the diminutive Ricardo Vasconcelos, I believe.
It was, yes. That's my. I think the the wireless is the Wi-Fi is having just one or two issues. My presenter back at BBC Radio Northampton said it sounded as though I was hiding under a duvet while I did that last report, so we may need to pull the two tin cans a bit tighter, I think. Oof.
Now then, Will Frayne has hammered this one out of the park, and I think that might be a conversion through the rugby posts over the marquee. He's just levered it out of the ground. That has gone a long, long way, and 6 runs.
Yeah, touch judges' flags have gone up, so you're absolutely right. That's the extra 2.
The up and under, for a try.
Wrong code, Doidgy,
yeah.
wrong code.
Oh well.
Union here, isn't it?
And the referee's whistle has gone.
That's better. They'll be singing and dancing in the streets of
Singing in the
Galashiels.
valleys tonight. A Kelso farmer. Here's Nathan Buck, meanwhile, bowling to Frayne, who has lofted that one way over the top of point. Couple of bounces, and makes its way into the boundary. Well, the spectators who are lining the boundary here 2 or 3 metres back, they've put a rope there to say you can't encroach any closer to the boundary than this, and sensible as well. He picked up 4 more. 122 Will Frayne has here out of 176 without loss. Yorkshire and Buck coming in again, and Frayne this time gets the ball wide of off stump and helps it on its way down to 3rd man. And there's a bit of an ordinary piece of fielding by Emilio Gay, who fumbles, and so they get back for 2 when it should only have been the 1.
Yes, I think Northamptonshire's fielding generally this morning hasn't been maybe quite as crisp as Northamptonshire supporters would like it to be. There's 1 or 2 in the ring that the extra cover and mid wicket fairly tight in trying to save the single early on that didn't save the single, and I'm sure that's something that will be talked about and worked on. It looks like it's going to be Zabe switching to the other end. It is indeed going to be Zabe to bowl now from the City end. This has been terrific stuff though, hasn't it, from Will Frayne. He's been magnificent, and so he had a little bit of good fortune early on, 1 or 2 inside edges, but he certainly stepped up the pace. And I say, apart from that dropped catch about 3 rows back in the temporary stand early on when he picked one up off James Sales, it's been pretty much a chanceless effort from Will Frayne. Good news is, I think, for all concerned, that the weather is improving quite considerably. We talked about a little bit of blue sky earlier on. There's now quite a lot that looks to be coming where the weather is coming from, which is over in the general direction of the city of York. Straight ahead of us, the cloud is a lot higher, and I say a lot more blue sky around, and I think the rain hopefully has passed us by.
Charles Kitching tweets, enjoying the start to our innings, and the setting is delightful. I don't watch the 100, but I'm delighted it's on, as it gives us a chance to watch our youngsters and see them progress. Enjoying the comms. Thank you all at York.
Well, I think a lot of people would feel very much the same as Charles there, so good to have you with us. It is going to be Zabe from the City end. Bowls to Harry Duke, who goes the little paddle sweep round the corner. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Rob Keogh has a long chase round from backward square, and they come through for 2. Takes Harry Duke up to 53, and let's not underestimate his contribution to this partnership. It's a supporting role, but it's a very valuable role he's playing for his side. 180 on the board as they flights that one up, driven by Duke up to mid-off, just on the edge of the circle, Tom Taylor. So they come through for a single. 54 to Harry Duke, and Yorkshire to 181 for no wicket, only in the 28th over, so 18 overs to go after this one. Remember, reduced to 46 overs aside because of some rain early on. But still the match on the far ground, the Clifton Alliance ground, goes on. They didn't come off when it rained. Here's Zabe round the wicket, swept, and that could be coming straight to us. Whoa. And that hit just in front of the effects mic, as you probably heard. It's half a dozen. It's 6 to Will Frayne, picked up sweep, like slog sweep, and it's hit just the sort of bulletproof glass protecting Mr. Doidge 130 to Will Frayne, 187 for no wicket. I was just wondering if I was going to do better than the man 3 rows back in the stand earlier on. Next ball is played down to backward point by Frayne for a single. Fielded down there by Nathan Buck. One more onto the total. Frayne to 131, Yorkshire to 188 for no wicket. Is a dropping that one a little bit short. Helped round the corner by Duke. A long chase again for Rob Keogh, which means another couple of runs onto the total. 56 to Duke, and Yorkshire up to 190 for no wicket.
Just do a quick update when you finish the over.
Okie dokie. So, Zabe, where does he bowl it? Well, he's got Duke on strike, and immediately they're just moving backward point a little bit finer, and the man on the cover boundary a bit finer, but he's gone for the reverse sweep, and that's a really good bit of fielding by Jack White eventually, because it looked as though it had wrong-footed him, and in the end he just managed to get the dive in, got a hand to it, and kept it to a single. One more onto the total. That's the end of the over. 57 to Harry Duke, 131 to Will Frayne, 28 gone. Yorkshire 191 for no wicket.
And an update for BBC Radio York, which goes something like this. Yorkshire 190. I'll start that again because it didn't start recording. So here we go. I'm going to see more from Nathan Buck. Yorkshire 191 without loss here at Clifton Park. A great start to this one with some weather around this morning. We lost a little bit of play. Northamptonshire winning the toss, putting the home side in, and the ball was clearly doing a little bit earlier on, but the pitch looks a good one, and the feature of this has been a tremendous knock. A first List A century by Will Frayne, who got to that 3-figure mark in 85 balls, is now on 131 not out. Harry Duke along with him has anchored things, and he got to his latest List A half century in 62 balls. He's 58 not out at the moment, so 192 without loss after 28 overs, with Nathan Buck bowling at the moment from the rugby ground end, and has just been smashed straight back over his head for 6 more by Frayne. 137 then to him, 198 without loss. Yorkshire in a match that is reduced to 46 overs, and we'll have more for you later on from here at Clifton Park. There we go, super shot from Will Frayne.
Yes, our Roger Moore sound-alike is asking the asking the spectators to keep an eye on the ball. It's a very, very good idea. Andy Walker's been in touch with us on tweet. He says, as always, really enjoying the commentary. Please keep your heads down. Ball's flying everywhere. Indeed it is. We almost got taken out the previous over from Safe Zabe. It's a good job we got the bulletproof glass in place for you, because otherwise we might have been struggling.
Here's Buck again. Right arm over. Frayne steps into it as if he might unleash another lusty blow, but in the end, a little bit of respect and pushes back to the bowler.
Reminds me of when Northamptonshire were playing at Luton, obviously a number of years ago, and Alan Lamb hit a big 6 that hit the window frame of where we were having where the press box was situated at the time. And the last time I was there a few years ago, you could still see the dent in the window frame.
Bucking again, nicely played by Frayne, who steps away the leg, opens up the offside, and with Emilio Gay up inside the circle, as long as he gets it between that short third man, and keeper Lewis McManus, that is destined for 4, and it is 4, and that is also 200 up for Yorkshire in the 29th over. 201 without loss. Frayne on to 140, outstanding knock by him.
Well, it just goes to show it's not all power hitting, is it? That was just a clever bit of batting, terrific awareness of where the field was, just using the pace of the ball. Lovely stroke.
Here's Buck again, and this time he's seeing it like the proverbial football at the moment. He's just worked one to Jack White, who's fumbled it inside the circle, and they've got a single. 141 to Frayne, 202 without loss. On days like this, when you're searching for a wicket, and these are the times when the fielding mistakes come. For some reason, it always just makes it look a little bit worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, so they, I think, especially in the previous over, they haven't been, I think, Northamptonshire quite as crisp and as efficient in the field as you would like it. We know how difficult it is when you're under the pump and the ball's flying everywhere, but just a question of keeping standards up. It is now very, very blustery, but say hopefully it's just going to keep the rain off. Rather fine flags on top of the hospitality tent as well, aren't they? It just looks like something faintly medieval.
Yeah, here's Buck. And a scoop played by Duke. He will play that now and again. Steps away to the offside and scoops it well over the left shoulder of McManus. It was nowhere near within reach of him, and he's got 4 more, so 58 to Harry Duke. And or will it be 62 now? 62 it is, my apologies. 207 without loss at the end of that over. I'll just interrupt DT's team notes to make a note on my sheet there. We have an email in from Malcolm Palmer, by the way. Says, hi Dodgy, can you send some of that rain down here in Spain where we need it? Nice start by the lads, and the local ground staff look efficient. Hope the umps are keen to get on with things, but of course you've seen that now. Says it's interesting to see how the younger players fare against good opposition. I do wonder about the wisdom of having so much international cricket, and it seems as if the England players are having problems with it too. Oh, for the old days. They don't return there, do they, Malcolm?
Well, they don't, but as I say, it does look a little bit like a medieval battlefield over to the right. Saif Zaib is starting his next over, the 30th of the innings, and the first ball of it's played down to deep backward point by Will Frayne for another single. 143 to him, 207 for no wicket.
Well, if they are jousting and all the rest of it, no quarter given by Will Frayne.
None whatsoever. I suppose given the historical associations with the city of York, it's probably quite appropriate. Now the umpires are, one of the umps is having a word with Will Frayne. I think there's just a bit of a conference going on between Saif Zaib and Will Young. I saw that down immediately below us, John Sadler, Northamptonshire head coach, having a word with Rob Keogh, who's down there on the deep backward square leg boundary. Now, fielder coming across from the leg side in to reinforce the point region. So they've now got a point and a backward point as they bowls to Duke, who immediately, of course, plays it through the gap at mid-wicket. The second time, actually, it's happened in the last 2 or 3 overs. They've moved a man out of mid-wicket, and immediately the ball has gone through there for a single. One more to Duke, 63 to him, and 209 for no wicket. Now, fielder goes back in to mid-wicket for Frayne. Zaib round the wicket. Bowls to Frayne, plays defensively up to extra cover, and there's no run. Apologies for the strength of the wind in our microphone, but there's not a lot we can do about that as we are al fresco. Here's Zaib in, and he's caught at backward point, and Frayne's terrific knock comes to an end. Just didn't get hold of that one. It's skewed off a thickish outside edge down to backward point. Jack White took the catch, and Frayne goes for 143. Caught White, bowled Zaib. Yorkshire are 209 for 1. And I'll shut up while you listen to the applause and what the York crowd think to that wonderful innings from Will Frayne. Some of the spectators on their feet, and who can blame them? Wonderful innings from Will Frayne. Goes for 143, 209 for 1. Northamptonshire needed some sort of breakthrough. They're just having a little bit of a huddle now and a drink and a regroup, which is probably a very good idea. But Saif Zaib finally getting the breakthrough. And I think, if I heard rightly, Dorji, high score for Yorkshire?
Yep.
Well, he won't play much better than that. That was a wonderful knock, and brings to the crease now Will Luxton, who we saw making his debut for Yorkshire, I think in first team cricket at Scarborough last year when Northamptonshire played Yorkshire in the RL 50. Played really well on that occasion, got 50, and then he and James Sales, of course, were involved in the England under-19 squad who got through to the final of the under-19s World Cup in the Caribbean during the winter. He's in there at number 3. Now, David Townsend was saying that he reckoned Yorkshire ought to be looking for what, upwards of 330, 350, something like that. New batter in. Say bowls first ball to him, works it into the onside. Vasconcelos is in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Zabe already back at his mark. 3 steps in, bowls to Luxton on drives pleasantly up to Emilio Gay coming in from the long on boundary, and that's 1 more onto the total. And the end of the over that broke the partnership for Northamptonshire, 210 for 1. At the end of that over, Will Luxton has made his first run and nicked the bowling. Harry Dukes on 63. 30 overs gone, so 16 left.
Yeah, super stuff from Will Frainer. 107 deliveries for that 143. He hit 12 fours and 8 sixes. And some of those were very, very clean strikes, not least that one towards the end, which got him an extra couple of points for dropping it over the crossbar on the rugby pitch away to the right. Have a change of bowling at the rugby ground end. Tom Taylor coming back into the attack. Number 12 on his back. They've got third man on the edge. Cover sweeping. Point is up inside the circle, as is a short straight mid-wicket. A couple of other decisions yet to be made on fielding positions. We're going to see a short extra cover, mid-off and mid-on. So what can Taylor produce here? Northamptonshire. Been doing it tough out there with the ball. Taylor in, and Will Luxton pushes then up to mid-on. Announced himself with 68 on his debut at Scarborough last year.
What do you reckon's par here then, Doige?
It looks a very good deck, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
So I think par is just as many as you can get your hands on, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
Still got 16 overs to go. The rate they've been scoring out, not the actual rate, but the way it feels out there.
350.
Yeah, something along those lines wouldn't be out of the question, I don't think, especially if this fella gets going. He's pushed into the extra cover region and there's no run. Still to come for Yorkshire. George Hill, next cab off the rank. Jonathan Tattersall on his current home club ground. For those of you Nesborough supporters around, we know he came from there, and you'll probably get him back at some point. Matthew Revis, Don Bess, Tom Loughton, Harry Sullivan, Ben Code and Ben Cliff. The remaining Yorkshire batsmen wouldn't expect to see too many of those the way things are going, but they do have wickets in hand. If there are 1 or 2 taken by Northamptonshire, thickish outside edge from Luxton gets it down to Emilio Gay coming in off the third man boundary. That'll get him on to 2. And Yorkshire to 211 for 1 in the 31st.
Yes, Johnny Tattersall appointed Yorkshire's captain, of course, for this competition. Was that a surprise?
Yeah, this competition and the 4 remaining championship games this season. I suppose I'll come back to that in a moment, because Taylor is in, and that's flicked nicely. Beautiful shot this time by Harry Duke, who's going to pick up 4 down towards the jousting tent. Away to our right, just a lovely little flick off his legs, and managed to get it wide of the man at straight mid-wicket and split the gap between he and mid-on. What I'd say to that is, last year when we were thinking about this competition and people were saying who's going to captain, who's going to skipper it, you would have had Johnny very high up, if not top of your list, and I think in those sort of off-the-record chats that you have, a few of us who watch the team quite a lot had that. And then of course he lost his place with the gloves in championship cricket, and that sort of felt like it had changed everything. Different coaching staff as well, don't forget, to this year, as Duke drops that into the leg side and will pick up a single. So Richard Pyra was of course taking care of the team last year while Andrew Gale was on 100 duties, and so the job was not shared officially, but there was a couple of different skippers. Gary Balance did some of the matches and Don Best did some of the matches, and you thought it might go the way of somebody like Don Best, but having re-established himself at first team level with that brilliant 100 at Scarborough the other week, is a beautiful shot here by Luxton, presents the full face of the blade, and that's a really good attempt at a diving stop down beneath our feet by Keogh, but he can't quite reel it in. So 4 to Luxton, a first boundary to him takes him to 6, and the score is 220 for 1 at the end of the 31st. So yeah, you'd be in your thoughts, but you're never quite sure which way it's going, who's going to wear the gloves, who's going to be playing regularly and that sort of thing. But no surprise in terms of, I think he's well liked in the dressing room from by all accounts, and you can just tell when you speak to people sometimes in interviews, and we do that, and when you talk to people, those who come across as, if you like, thinking cricketers.
Yes, yeah.
And Johnny always does that.
Yeah, well, it's the, I suppose, again, it further underlines the vagaries of professional cricket, and it's very interesting to see him get the captaincy. I say earlier on in the season when Northamptonshire were finding themselves obviously going to need a keeper to fill in after Adam Rossington went down to Essex and Lewis McManus came, but I know Johnny Tattersall was the other name that was being mentioned, and will he come down to Northamptonshire on loan maybe, but didn't happen, stayed put and has reaped his reward, and Northamptonshire for their part, I'm sure, highly delighted that Lewis McManus has now signed a longer term contract. Here's Alex Russell back into the attack, bowl short, pulled away by Harry Duke, out to Emilio Gay at long on. One more run to Duke, goes to 69, and Yorkshire to 221 for 1.
The other thing to say about Johnny Tattersall is he's an uncapped player.
Really?
Many uncapped players.
Dear sir, is this a record?
Captaining the side.
An uncapped player captaining Yorkshire. Northamptonshire also under new management on the field. Here's Russell bowls cut away by Luxton out towards deep extra cover, but James Sales is so quick to the ball, manages to get there and keep it to a single. Luxton to 7, and it's a Ritchie, 2-2-2 for 1 in the 32nd over. Double Nelson. Here's Russell. Bowls to Duke, who's just giving himself a little bit of room and giving more work for James Sales to do at deep backward point. Just a single takes Duke to 69 to 70 rather, 2-2-3 for 1.
Right, as you missed I'm very, very disappointed. You missed a prime opportunity there, because 222 for 1 and 22 was on strike as well.
Russell in, bowls just back of a length to Luxton, who's looking to turn it away through the onside, but doesn't manage to elude Ricardo Vasconcelos at mid-wicket. The sun is trying to come out, which is a very welcome sight. I'll have to get the cap out of the bag in a minute. Here's Russell in again, bowls to Luxton, drives, goes off a thickish outside edge, fielded by Jack White at backward point on the edge of the circle. Duke is so quick to an alert to the possibility of a single, and they make it comfortably. Luxton up to 8, 224 for 1. Duke, another fielder coming across into the offside, so now 2 men at backward point, and Duke onto the back foot, pushes it out just in front of square on the offside. McManus comes from behind the stumps to retrieve, and that's a dot ball to finish the over. 224 for 1. 32 overs gone. Harry Duke has made 70. Will Luxton is on 8. Yeah, Will Young has taken over the Red Bull captaincy from Ricardo Vasconcelos as of a couple of games ago, and there was some question as to whether he would do the Royal London Cup as well. He was always going to play in this competition, but certainly I think that was confirmed over the weekend that he would be captain in this competition. So we'll be doing this comp, and then of course the last 4 championship matches as well in September. And it is going to be Taylor to continue from the rugby ground end. Council of War involving Nathan Buck and The aforementioned Will Young. Yeah, that tent down there, they call it the jousting tent. You expect to see Claude Rains as Prince John sitting outside it, don't you? From
we have DT with his regal air
Yeah.
sitting alongside us. That sort of pompous look that he has. You can imagine him with whatever it was that they used to throw down.
Oh, yeah, the glove.
The glove or whatever. Yeah, is Taylor in, and Luxton is going to pick up 6 runs down towards Claude Rains. Anthony Andrews, Basil Rathbone, I think I can see him down sitting over there as well. Is that Richard Green? Yeah, Richard. Errol Flynn, I think, on the far chair as well.
And it's another poor bit of fielding by a man in a sort of beige sports jacket who sensibly kept his drink in one hand, tried to take the ball right-handed and dropped it. Poor effort.
Tony Curtis as well. Did he play Ivanhoe? Tony Curtis.
The Black Arrow, wasn't he in, I think?
Yeah, something like that. Janet Lee's not happy. She's walking towards us and saying, stop talking rubbish. Taylor in, and that's pushed back to him by Luxton, who with that 6 moved to 14 and Yorkshire moved to 230 for 1. Yeah, we want a trumpet fanfare, don't we now, whatever it was that they used to play.
Olivia de Havilland, who was played Maid Marian in the original and best Robin Hood with Errol Flynn and Claude Rains.
With plenty of going on there.
There's a lot of that went on. And one of the best film scores ever by Eric Korngold. Wonderful score.
Here's Taylor, Luxton, Will Luxton as opposed to Scarlett, flicking off his legs into mid-wicket. They have Andrew Adale rowed alongside.
Little John was played by Alan Hale
Yeah.
in that film, whose son became Casey Jones on telly, wasn't it? It's amazing the things you remember.
Along to our left we have Graham, the Sheriff of Nottingham Hardcastle. Chris, Guy of Gisborne Waters. And the evil Howard Prince John Ferguson. There is some cricket going on, by the way.
Meanwhile,
yeah, Harry Duke has 70 of these, 230 for 1. 14 to the man on strike, Luxton, who's playing nicely again. He's got a lot of time, this lad, and he pushes that one up to long on for 1. I know there's a tendency to get a bit carried away and talk players up early on in their careers, but when you see somebody coming out and playing with time,
yeah,
there's just that little bit of extra level of excitement about what you're watching.
Well, that knock at Scarborough last year was right out of the top drawer, wasn't it, for a young man? I think coming in at fairly short notice as well, if I remember rightly.
Yep.
I think it was a bit of a late call. My goodness, he played well. Slightly worried about some of the people sitting at these tables down below. They might finish up becoming airborne before long.
Taylor in and flicked nicely off his legs by the Duke of Harry, and gets a single. No relation to Debbie.
There's these very large sort of umbrellas down below us advertising a well-known beverage, but the wind gets underneath them and you think they're going to sail off into the distance.
Yeah, no fear of the suits sailing off into the distance. I think there's probably too much G&T gone down to get them off the ground. Taylor in, nicely punched off the back foot by Luxton up to long on, where Vasconcelos makes a little bit of a fumble, but at no cost to his team. That completes over number 33 then, with Yorkshire, I think, moving on to 233. Has the board updated just yet? No, it hadn't, so it was 233 for 1. Luxton 16, 71 now to Harry Duke.
Must be something of a feeling of deja vu, I think, with the Northamptonshire bowlers, because a lot of the ones that are bowling today also found themselves bowling at James Kettleborough at Dunstable on Sunday. When I mentioned earlier, made 192 not out, wonderful innings. No one else reaching 20 in the warm-up matches. Northamptonshire just about beat Bedfordshire, but a few of the bowlers disappeared around the park there at the hands of James Kettleborough. A few of them have done the same today at the hands of Will Frayne in particular. That's a good ball from Russell. It bounced, it turned, and it beat Will Luxton's defensive stroke on the back foot and goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. So bit of something to buoy the young leggy, who's in again, bowls very full, driven nicely by Luxton. He's only going to get a single as he goes out to Sales in front of the tennis courts on the deep cover boundary. One more to Will Luxton, who's already moved up to 17 in Yorkshire to 234 for one. Brings Harry Duke back on strike, who drives but only doesn't really time it, and it rolls back down the pitch for Russell to field off his own bowling. Energetic cricketer, Alex Russell. Just looks busy, looks though he's enjoying it. He's in again, bowls, and that's pulled away by Duke, but he's only going to get one as Safe Zabe comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. Takes Duke up to 72, Yorkshire to 235 for one. One thing you do notice coming up here from our part of the world is how green it looks compared to some of the outfields in and around Northamptonshire. Cut away by Luxton. Is he going to? No, he's not going to elude James Sales, who's been really excellent. Saved a good few runs out there on the cover boundary. Keeps that to a single. One more to Luxton, who goes to 18. Yorkshire to 236 for one. My club certainly at the Houndle was there at the weekend, and it looked very, very parched. Here's Russell in again. Lovely straight drive by Duke. He's going to get runs for this. How many? He's going to get 4. Wondered if Emilio Game might just about be able to get round from long on to cut it off in front of the sight screen, but he couldn't. Timed it too well. It races away for 4. So Duke to 76. And at the end of the over, Yorkshire 240 for one, 34 gone. So 12 to go.
And time for Rodders to take a bit of a take your sweater for the moment, old boy. As we'll bring back in DT. I've lost the timings actually. I think we're probably running about 10 minutes late, but who's quibbling about 10 minutes, eh? And so David Townsend back alongside. Safe Zabe is now going to come back into the attack at this rugby ground end, and he's going to be bowling here to Luxton. They're just having a little chat once again about how they might set the field to best combat this onslaught, really, as it is by Yorkshire. Will Young, number 22 on his back. He'd have a pretty big part to play with the bat, you feel, in the non too distant future, because 34 gone, just 12 now remaining in Yorkshire's innings. Having been put into bat by Northamptonshire here at Clifton Park today. Zabe, left arm round the wicket, and Luxton again uses his feet, hammers that firmly out towards long off, where it bobbles up in front of Tom Taylor, but he's able to take that okay. 241 for one. And it's Duke back on strike. 76 to him. And working his latest one off his legs out to mid-wicket. Luxton was through quickly supporting him, but he wasn't quick enough to turn that into a 2, and shorter boundary over that side.
Not too many 2s on this ground, would you?
Too many 2s.
Certainly not after the initial power play. Field is spread out around the boundary. Oh, the sun's out now, lovely.
19 to Luxton, who gets a ball short of length and has pulled that one, and that has gone for 6, just creeping over the boundary edge. Fielded out there by a gentleman in his black t-shirt. It was straight off his chair. I must admit, when Will Frayne hit the 6 over to us, all sorts of things went through the mind while the ball was in the air. A, I could get hit. B, should I catch this? C, if it just creeps over the top of the bar in front of us, it might smash the laptop or the broadcasting equipment. Unfortunately, it's saved by the metal post in front of us as Luxton pushes a single out to mid-wicket once again.
The only thing that went through my mind was, where's that going? It crashed, didn't it? It's almost like you've got a bit of defence in front of your laptop.
Yeah, Duke working one off his legs here out to square leg for a single. Really is very, very blustery, as you can tell on the effects mic. Turn that down slightly so as Hopefully not to spoil enjoyment of the actual action as Zabe is in and flicking off his legs. Luxton. Duke is out of the traps pretty quickly at the non-striking end, but the hare stopped running and he turned around and went back to the non-striking end. 250 up at the end of an over in which 10 runs were scored. So 11 overs to go. Still, the 350 has got to be on at this stage, you feel?
You would think so. And that's just from 46 overs, of course, not from the full 50. Interesting watching the different techniques of these batsmen, isn't it? You got Luxton out there and Frayne earlier. If there's a loose ball, a short ball, they've almost seemed to have that little extra split second to just deposit it. Start of a new over. Sorry about that, Doidge. Start of a new over, single to Harry Duke. Whereas Duke, if there's a short ball, he's got a very sort of stiff-armed. He plays a good pull shot, but not quite got that same adaptation. Like that one there, he's pulled down short. Reverse sweep this time. That was premeditated, obviously, from Will Luxton. He gets a boundary, just getting that one away past Tom Taylor, diving down to his right at short third man. Another boundary, 255 for one. In comes that next delivery there from Russell, played firmly to extra cover. Sun out now, it's glorious here. I think we're going to might even end up getting a bit of a tang at the bit of get the factor 20 out. Pulled down short, and Luxton has time to just swivel on that. And one bounce down to our left commentary position, dissecting deep backwards. He hit it to deep backward square. He's really a sort of long leg down in front of us and a deep mid wicket. And when that's disappeared, he chased it out into the car park somewhere to get that ball back.
So another 9 off this over so far.
Is that Rob Keogh down there? So deep are we going to give him deep backward square or long leg, Doidge? He's a bit finer than deep backward square, isn't he?
I'll let you sort that one out. I've got a few things to think about at the moment, including I'm now feeling like I'm in an oven, having been sitting here all day.
Next delivery
Just trying to avoid a little bit of drizzle.
Played out through the gap on the onside. I feel like I'm sitting on my balcony in Thailand now, particularly with that safe rail in front.
This is hot now.
Ball over pitch and swung away for 2 runs. They will get back for 2 there. Haven't seen too many of those from Harry Duke. Last ball of the over. He moves to 81. The score 262 for 1. We still have what? Trying to work it out. 10 overs left. So 10 overs, 10 runs and over. You'd expect minimum really at this stage, wouldn't you? That takes him to 362 off only 42 overs.
Yeah, here's the 400 on.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it would have been on if it was a 50 over game after a start like that. But you know, a couple of wickets and that runs can fall. Start of a new over, and Will Luxton, who's looking imperious out there at the moment on 35, chops that down to short third man. Not much margin for error.
And Luxton playing out to long off, where Taylor does the fielding, and they get through for another single. Just pushing these, pushing them around and then picking up the boundaries when they get the opportunities, and there's been quite a few of those. 81 now to Duke, who's on strike and pings one in that same familiar area as he's done plenty of times so far. Zabe doing well, chasing that one down 30 yards or so off his own bowling to keep them to 1. That sort of a game, isn't it? This 50-over game where bowlers have got to do not only the donkey work with the ball in difficult bowling conditions or batting favourable conditions, if you will, but they also have to leg it around the pitch off their own bowling quite a bit. Luxton down the pitch, good use of feet, and smashes that one away to Taylor at long off once again. They get one. 36 now to Luxton in what feels like no time. 265 for one. Here's Zabe again, and off his legs this time, Duke. Out to square leg. We'll pick up another one. 266 for one. Zabe quickly back into position, running between umpire Tom Longley and the stumps, and this has been lofted over his head by Luxton again. Certainly fancies himself, doesn't he, against the slower bowling Will Luxton here. That's one bounce and rattles away into the sight screen for 4 runs. 41 now to Will Luxton and 270 for 1 after 37.
So safe shot that one. It's hitting it hard and straight back over the bowler's head. You know that long on and long off are not going to get around to cut that off. So Jack White going to come back into the attack. Got the dodgy hand, which he's inherited from Cali. Cali used to have a strong hand. Tell you to stop talking because he was about to do an update. Have the dodgy hand just now, but whatever's gone on, obviously not happening for the time being. So one at 10 to 2. I remember Cali always used to do one from somewhere. We shall see. 270 for 1. 9 overs remaining. Well, should be able to get that up to 360. And don't fret, Northants fans. That total by no means is by no means safe on this pitch. It's an absolute belter. Short boundaries, light improving as well. So could well see 700 runs in the day here.
150 will be enough. That'll make it interesting.
Jack White is back into the attack from the City end.
Well done. There's just 2 to pick from. Oh. That was an interesting attempt at a scoop, wasn't it, by Harry Duke?
Yes, he's scoring a old pace, isn't he? 83 for no wicket, but he doesn't have that sort of natural feel about his batting that Luxton or Frayne do, and he pulled away there and tried to scoop it over the keeper, and just managed to sort of scoop it up in the air, almost landed on top of his bails. Jack White again, who bowls, and this time it's got away fine. I was walking to the umpire there. I thought he might have just bowled him. He's played that little scoop shot that time. It's gone past wicket-keeper McManus and raced away very fine. So is this going to be the way that Harry Duke proceeds to his century? Maybe if he does. He's got 87. Or was there a signal from the umpire there? The scoreboard doesn't seem to know what's going on. He's stuck on 83. It was byes. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardcastle. Next ball from White is turned, maybe even off the thigh pad there. Is that going to be a leg by? Looking for a signal. No, he got a bit of bat on that one. 275 for 1.
We may need to nick one of those umbrellas, parasols from down there for this afternoon.
So you've got a tiny little bit. You're going to get as many rays as you are when the clouds are over. The UVs are still coming through. Direct sunlight's not going to make that much difference. It makes a bit of difference.
It makes a bit of difference to the scowling and the ability to see the information in front of you.
Ah, I see.
Oh boy.
Its next delivery is smashed into the ground and one bounce up to extra cover. So pretty good over this at the moment from Jack White. Luxton, who's raced away to 41. If he stays there, you'd back him to beat Harry Duke to the century at the moment, even though Harry Duke's got 84. But he's hit top gear. What can he do with this one? White bowls to him, slower ball, and they're going to get a bye. I think, in fact, it's been given as a wide, and they've run through as well. Slower delivery down the leg side. I thought for a minute that Luxton was just going to loft that one down in our direction again. Maybe give Radders a bit of catching practice this time. As it was, just wides. 277 for one. White pitches up, and that's scooped up in the air and just over. Safe running back there. Oh, that was it was a bit like, wasn't it? It was a little bit like one of those ones that you see at Wimbledon, where the top spin lob is just he's running back and you just can't quite get.
And he
there.
sort of shakes hands with the ball boy after he's missed it. That one of those, yeah. Or ball girl.
It was actually Vasconcelos, wasn't he, running back after that one. Bowls again and turned to mid-wicket for a single. So well done to Harry Duke, who now moves serenely on to 89. There's a scoreboard still catching up. 282 for one at the end of that over. 37 overs gone, 8 overs remaining. And 360s on Doige. It's a big score, isn't it? Big score.
It is a big score. It's a useful score to have on your side if you've got to try and defend it. But when you've been asked to bat as well, to only take the one wicket, might be a bit of head scratching going on among the Northamptonshire rank and file. Meanwhile, here we go with the brightness again. It is Safe Zeb, of course, from the rugby stand end, worked into the leg side once more by Harry Duke, and if the square cut for 4 is his favourite shot, then close second must be the one that he works off his legs through straight mid-wicket. Plenty through there. He's on to 89, 282 for one. And this man, William Luxton, back on strike. There's an appeal for LBW with the one that gets through. Might have been a little bit of an inside nick on it, but either way, it's of no interest to umpire Tom Lungley. Save again. Luxton down the pitch, lofts it out towards long off, where Taylor will keep them to one, coming in off the boundary edge. Just the one wicket to have fallen so far. If you just joined us recently, Will Frayne made an excellent 143 off 107 deliveries and was out when the score was on 209 in the 30th over. As we see another single pushed the onside of straight there by Harry Duke. He was on to 94. He has had one previous List A century, got 125 at Grace Road last year against Leicestershire, as Luxton works a similar shot to that which Duke had played the ball before and picks up one more himself. 43 now to Luxton, 286 for one. Harry Duke then within one stroke. It would be uncharacteristic if it were to go for 6 to get himself to the century. Tends to play it on the carpet, and he pushes this one back to Zabe. Final ball of the over. 286 for 1 after 38.
Yeah, I think they've had a rethink on those.
39, my apologies, DT.
Yeah, on those four buys that we thought they couldn't decide whether they were buys or whether they were runs to Harry Duke, and I think he suddenly shot up to 95. So maybe they've actually given him those 4 runs in the previous over. Be a big shame, of course, if they hadn't given him the runs and he was out on 96, missed out on the 100. So does happen. Probably the unluckiest man was Colin Metzen, the former, I suppose he'd been known as a Glamorgan wicketkeeper, but started off life at Middlesex and rattled his way to 96, and then a little leg glance, held his bat up for his 100. There's a new over from Jack White bowls, and that's clipped up to long on. I was there to see it. Everybody applauded. The umpire signalled 4 leg byes, and there was a little bit of hesitation there. They were thinking of sneaking a cheeky second run, and Luxton was sent back. He's just dived in. Just to finish that Metzen story, he was the umpire signalled 4 leg byes. He was out for 96 and never scored a first-class century. So an unlucky man, Colin Metzen, but that's not going to happen, I'm sure, to Howie Duke, because we said he's one big blow away. Do you want to take the commentary? You're going to leave it because he's a 6 away. If he's a 4 away, you wouldn't. But Jack White bowls to him, and he scoops that in the air, and another beautiful little topspin lob. Just evades the fielder. A couple of bounces over the boundary rope, and he moves on to 99. So 291 for 1. You better take the commentary now, Georgie.
That would have drawn an oh, I say, wouldn't it? From Dan Maskell. So Harry Duke has played exceptionally well, and clearly it looks like he's been tasked with the job here of just going right through, and we'll get plenty at the other end if you do that. And he's glued the whole thing together. Yorkshire have only seen 3 batters out there in the middle. Will Frame with that superb 143. Will Luxton on 44 at the other end, and here comes Jack White to bowl to Harry Duke, who tries to turn that to leg. There's a gap, yawning gap either side of the man at mid-wicket, but he ends up turning it straight back to White. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer if this is to be century number 2. Came into this match with 16 first-class matches to his own, 431 runs, and List A cricket 9 matches, 206 runs, one of them being 125 Leicester last year. Here's White to Duke, who runs it down to 3rd man, and that will bring up a very, very well-earned century for Harry Duke, a 2nd then in List A cricket, and raises his bat to all around. We talked about Jonathan Tattersall earlier today losing his place in the side. He lost it to this man last year. The roles have been reversed this time around, but he's stayed strong, hasn't he? And he's reminded the county of exactly what he can do with the bat. 100 to Harry Duke, and a 2nd List A century. 292 for 1.
So next delivery is swung high and handsome down to our left by Will Luxton, and he goes to his 50 with a 6. So 50 not out to Will Luxton. Again, fielder on the boundary was excited briefly, and then just had to watch that ball go over his head. Not a long way over his head. Probably a 12-foot tall man would have caught that one, but it wasn't going to be caught by Rob Keogh.
Harry Duke, 197 balls, including 12 fours.
Thanks very much for that, Doherty. Here comes White again. Pitches up, and that swung out just short of Gay there at long on. So a single, which will keep Luxton the strike. He's got 51, 100 exactly to Harry Duke.
Will Luxton is 50 in 35 balls, including 2 sixes, in fact 3 sixes and 4 fours.
Took the score almost 300. 299 for one. We still have 6 overs to be bowled. I'm not going to get to 400. It's not an impossibility these days, of course, 100 runs off 6 overs, but you think something in the region of 360, 370 perhaps, off only 46 overs, remember. Those earlier showers robbing us of a few overs, a few minutes play. Much brighter, the clouds much higher now.
Here's Saif Zaid bowling to Luxton, who smashed that one away through the onside, splitting the gap between the man who's sweeping out on the cow boundary and long on for another beautifully struck 4. Super stuff from Luxton. 55 now from 37, and he's pushed a single up to Vasconcelos at long on, taking him on to 56, and the score to 304 for 1. And we're only in the 41st over here.
We'll have to rename that the rather than cow corner, it's cow and sow corner over there.
Yeah.
The burger van doing, or van, or what is it? Burger caravan or something over there doing good business, regular business.
Burgers, sausages, bacon. It says on the top over there as Duke pushes into the offside and Will Young round to do the fielding. His opposite number, both sporting 22.
Again, a different shot there from Duke than the one we'd have seen from Frayne or Luxton to that delivery.
Zabin again, and Luxton again uses his feet and flat bats this one, and Tom Taylor at long off is interested for about 2 strides, but the ball travelling at pace and into the crowd lining the boundary. I think I said a blue rope earlier on over to our left, but actually looking down beneath it, it's an aerosoled or line painted blue that is keeping him back for the diving saves perhaps by the keepers. And talking of about the fielders, I should say, talking of diving saves, well, Keogh tries to do that off this latest Luxton shot. He's got this one away through extra cover with a flat bat, but the ball bounces on again and Rob Keogh can't quite reel it in. 64 now to Will Luxton already.
Some talent this line.
Yeah, Zabe tosses one up this time, and Luxton, oh, he was tempted there to try and I think probably cart that one somewhere over the top of the jousting tent, but in the end waited long enough and pushed it to long off for 1. He's calling for something here, a drink I think. He's asked umpire Tom Lungley if that's okay. So end of the over, 41 gone DT, and it's 314 for 1. Duke on 101, Luxton on 65.
He just has that little bit of extra time to play, doesn't he? It's fascinating watching. 2 very good batsmen out there, but one who just has that little bit of extra time, and he can play his shots and almost decide when the ball's on the way to him what sort of shot he's going to play to the spin bowlers. Change his mind a couple of times. So we're going to see Tom Taylor back into the attack. So it seems to be pace from the City end, and spin from the rugby ground end, do we call that? Rugby field end. The rugby end.
Well,
George is taking a break.
He is. Northamptonshire are going to be chasing a few here. That's probably fair to say. But you did mention earlier, and it's the particular straw that I'm choosing to cling to, David, when you said earlier that the 350 you thought was chaseable on here. So
without a doubt, no, they'll be chasing more than that, I think.
You're probably right. Here's Tom Taylor from the City end, bowling very full, on driven by Will Luxton. How well he's played since he came in. Just a single, though, up to Emilio Gay, coming in off the long off boundary. 66 to Luxton, 315 for 1. If Northamptonshire thought there was a bit of respite after they got Will Frayne out, they've been sadly disillusioned by the way that Will Luxton has played. There's a possibility he may even finish up overtaking Harry Duke if he carries on the way he's going.
Duke's been profiting a little bit, hasn't he, from his scoops.
Yes, Taylor bowls to Duke, who pulls that nicely down to deep backward square. Well fielded by Nathan Buck, immediately down below us, just sliding away to his left, keeps it to 1. which at the moment is something of an event as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. A single, 102 to Duke, 316 for 1. So we're in the 42nd over, 4 to go after this on this blustery afternoon here in York. A bit more cloud around than there was half an hour ago, but as I say, the forecast I think is okay now for the rest of the afternoon.
Now, Will Luxton's on 66, and he may have to change his shirt if he gets another 3 runs, and I'll explain why in a minute.
Here's Taylor in bowls to Luxton, wide outside the off stump. Luxton trying to give himself a little bit of room, doesn't manage to get anything on it, goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus, and that's a dot ball, which, well, the way things are going, it's almost a lap of honour job, I think, for Tom Taylor. But anyway, all contributions gratefully received.
Yeah, Luxton's number on his back is 68, and I imagine that's because his highest list A score to date is 68. He's on 66, not out.
Which I have the pleasure of seeing, I think, last year at Scarborough. His full toss from Taylor and thumped out into the onside by Luxton, but he's only going to get a single. Goes out on the bounce to save out at deep mid-wicket. So one more to Luxton, who goes to 67, 317 for 1. 3 runs off the first 4 balls in this over from Tom Taylor, which makes it
all don't get carried away.
Almost so far. It's probably the most economical 2/3 of an over that anybody's bowled for a while. But there's still a third of it left. Taylor turning, running in from the city end, bowls to Duke, who tries to pull that. He's going to get at least a single, and he's only going to get a single. He's very well fielded by Emilio Gay at mid-on. I say Northampton's fielding perhaps has wilted a little under the onslaught at times, but that was good stuff from Emilio Gay to keep it to 1. It takes Harry Duke up to 103, 318 for 1. 1 ball to go in the 42nd. It's wonderful. I think it's in an oak tree over the far side of that, the back end of that temporary stand. Magnificent thing. Blowing in the breeze. As Taylor is in bowls, very full, and that's going to go for 4. First bounce, just landing in front of the rope at long on. Emilio Gay tracking round but couldn't get to it, and it goes over the rope. So a boundary to finish what had been, up to that point, a pretty solid over from Tom Taylor. 321 for 1 at the end of it. 42 overs gone, so 4 left. Will Luxton is 71. Harry Duke is 103.
Yeah, so his highest list A score for Yorkshire. Looks a very, very talented young batsman, Will Luxton. And well, could we have 3? Put the kiss of death on it, but there's still 4 overs left, and could there possibly be 3 centuries?
Oh, there's still time. There's a fish the cap out of my bag, and of course now I don't need it because the sun's gone in, but must admit when the sun came out a little while ago, it was decidedly warm. It's a bit muggy as well today, isn't it? Quite humid. But as I say, I was saying to Deutsche earlier, you look around the outfield here and you see how green it is compared to a lot of outfields down in our part of the world where it's been so dry for the last month or so.
Grass is always greener in Yorkshire.
Well, of course it is. Yeah. I'm surprised they let me in yesterday, it being Yorkshire Day. I had to explain myself at the checkpoint that.
Well, that's why the A1 was so slow yesterday, checking everyone's papers on the way in. So Buck is back and starts off with a single. Again, just sensible play from Harry Duke. Pushes out into the onside. Let the lad who's scoring big onto strike. The lad who's in full flow on 71, even though you've got 104, doing a grand job. He'll want a bit of red ink, not for the average, but just for the team really to bat it all through.
There's a stampede going on over to our right, David. I don't know if you've noticed this. Suddenly the people, they must have said grubs up, because there was this huge stampede at the front of the hospitality tent into the tent itself.
But bowls, and that swung away out to deep mid-wicket, all along the ground. Didn't get hold of that one. He was aiming that one somewhere into the hospitality tent as well, I think. But didn't get hold of that one. Luxton just a single. He moves to 72. So we're now 224 with for one. With what have we got? 3 overs, 22 balls left. 22 balls of the innings remaining. Buck bowls, and that's driven firmly by Duke, who's going to get one. Indeed, he gets 4 because a slide on the boundary there. Oh dear, should I name him? Possibly not. His first name's Ricardo. So don't like to be unkind to fielders, but he slid along to stop that one, missed it altogether. It's 328 for 1. The bowler won't be happy with that one, I think, Radders.
No, he won't. And the only thing that you can say about that is that at least the vast majority of the people in the hospitality wouldn't have seen it because they'd already gone inside. It was remarkable. Somebody said something and they just turned and pounced on the food.
Next delivery is just down the leg side. Are we going to have he sort of got inside there and trying to make a bit of room for himself. Harry Duke. The ball goes through to the keeper. Luxton wanted a single anyway, as you can imagine in the sort of form he's in. But, wasn't going to get one. 328. 3 overs left after this one. Next delivery is just, well, he didn't get hold of that one. There'll be a cheer as this is fielded. Oh, I thought there'd be an ironic little cheer as that was picked up by Vasconcelos with
they're already on the smoked salmon, David. They're not worried about what what Ricardo Vasconcelos is doing. The canapes have arrived.
Oh, I think that's what it must have been. I think the announcement must have been something like, well, there's 250 of you, but there's only 230 of these.
May well be.
Big gallop over there. Round the wicket this time. Bowls, and that's just angled down backward a square. They've got one. That's all they're going to get. There's Duke. He makes his ground quickly. So not a bad over that one from Buck. Indeed, if the fielding had been a little bit better,
yeah,
it would have probably only been 5 runs off the over. Yeah, 330 for 1.
A couple of better overs, I think, generally from Tom Taylor and from Nathan Buck. The risk of labouring the point aside, I think I have to say that very well, though, Will Frayne played and Duke and Luxton as well. They've played really well. As you say, it's a fast-scoring ground. And the only thing I would really criticise as far as the Northamptonshire performance so far has been some of the fielding, which I don't think has been necessarily up to the standard that I'm sure the coaching staff would hope. But 3 overs to go. Taylor running in to bowl to Will Luxton, and that's outside the off stump, and Luxton going for a big hack away over extra cover, doesn't make contact, goes through to Lewis McManus.
Made contact there. I think that would have gone over your oak tree, Radders.
I think it probably would have done. He certainly threw the kitchen sink and all other utensils at that one, the rice cooker, the microwave and everything else. I think the only reason they let me in yesterday to go back to Yorkshire Day was that I could claim at the checkpoint that I'm Yorkshire by marriage because my wife was born in Yorkshire, so I think that was the only reason they let me in. Here's Taylor, and he's gone for a big hoik away again over the leg side, and it's gone off a thick outside edge down to third man for 4. Well, it's that time of the innings. It's understood that that's what happens, and Will Luxton's played so well, deserves a little bit of good fortune, which he got there. 77 to Luxton, 334 for 1. And the 44th over, reminding you if you're just joining us that we're cut to 46 overs aside because of rain. We did start on time, but there was a little bit of dampness in the air. It was pretty gloomy when we started, and then we were off for just over half an hour because of rain. It's fine now as Taylor comes in, bowls to Luxton, who drives that magnificently through extra cover for 4. Well, if the previous one there was an element of good fortune about it, there was absolutely nothing but skill and power behind that stroke. And again, we were lucky enough where we're sitting, which is more or less in line with where that stroke went through extra cover.
And there is an extra cover out on the ring. They're happy to give him one if he plays it firmly to extra cover. That was 2-3 yards wide of him and no chance of stopping him, absolutely.
It was more than firmly, wasn't it? If he hit that very hard. 3-3-8 for one. Taylor in bowls to Luxton, who's gone aerial. Is he going to be caught? He should be caught. And in fact, no, it's just going to drop. There's two fielders coming in. It drops just short of both of them, which is what happens when you're under the pump, I suppose, and they pick up 2 runs. 2 more to Luxton, 83 to him, 340 for one. He's unselfish, this from Will Luxton. There's 100 there for him, but he's just thinking about the team score.
Well, he's only got another 2 overs after this one, so I'm just wondering, and I don't put the kiss of death on it, has there ever been a List A innings where the only 3 batsmen to have batted have got 100?
Pass. Here's Taylor, and that's scooped away over extra cover, and he's dropped on the boundary. James Sales, who's fielded so well today, that came low and flat to him as he was coming in from extra cover, had to dive forward and spilled the chance. And it's another run to Will Luxton, who goes to 84, 341 for one.
Thought that was the commentator's curse there, Rudders.
Well, I suppose I've been saying throughout the innings how well James Sales has fielded, which he has, but unfortunately that one, not an easy chance, but one you would probably normally expect, and he would normally expect to take more often than not. Taylor in, bowling to Harry Duke, drive straight back past the bowler, well fielded in the ring, just inside the ring at mid-off by Jack White. They're through for one, and that's the end of the over. Taylor takes his cap from umpire Peter Hartley with a slightly resigned air, I think it's fair to say. 342 for one, 2 overs to go. Harry Duke is 110, Will Luxton is on 84. It's going to be buck to continue from the rugby ground end. I have to say, a very nice touch in my hotel though, David, talking of Yorkshire Day, that there was a little note there and it said, "This is Yorkshire Day, and we hope you have hope you're having a nice day here in Yorkshire, and here's a Yorkshire tea bag. You can make yourself a mug of Yorkshire tea," which I thought was a nice touch.
It'll be on your bill when you check out. 342 for one.
Probably.
So Buck in bowls, and that's hit firmly to, well, not really that firmly, mishit really to extra cover. Attempted to hit it firmly in the direction of extra cover. Got a single, did Harry Duke, so he manages to put the faster scoring Will Luxton on strike. 111 to Duke, and such is his fortune today that it's been the innings that's been outshone by the other 2 today, including Luxton, who's on 84 at the moment as Buck bowls to him, and he's hit that one high and mighty. And will it clear? Is it going to be out? It's not going to be out. It is going to be out, rather. It's going to be caught inside the boundary, and well, Taylor didn't have to move too far, did he? Just came in a couple of steps, and it's not going to be the 3rd 100 in the innings. That is the end of Will Luxton. Thought for a minute that might just carry the boundary, but it didn't. And, splendid innings from Luxton. That's his highest score for Yorkshire, so presumably next year he'll be wearing the number 84 shirt in the one-day competition. So he's sort of shaking his head. That's a brilliant innings, young man. Don't be disappointed with that. Walk off with a smile. 343 for 2.
Yeah, wonderful knock from Will Luxton. I can't help thinking that Nathan Buck has slightly deserved that, because he didn't have a lot of luck early on in terms of, say, 3 or 4 times Will Frayne was just getting himself in to find the inside edge. And there's also a big appeal for LBW, which was given as runs. It ran away for 4, and I was having a little bit of sort of long distance mime from Nathan Buck as he was fielding down below me earlier, and I don't think he was hugely chuffed about that.
Buck bowls again, and this time it's hammered away down to Taylor on the bounce. And just the 1 run to get Revis off the mark. 344 for 2.
It was one of those that to see it given not out, I think was fairly annoying for the bowler, and then to see it signalled as runs
Well, that was
when it ran down for 4 was possibly adding insult to injury, but there you go.
next delivery is a slower one, and is going to be the end of Harry Duke as he's tried to scoop that over the keeper, has only managed to scoop it up in the air and has been taken. So 2 wickets in 3 balls. Keeper McManus holding on to, well, a dolly really, any of us up here would have taken that. And that's the end of a splendid innings from Harry Duke, making his way off, 111. So both of those in that big partnership. Now, great applause as he comes off, taking his hat off. Smile, young man. There's a hold your bat up. Well done. 111.
Yep, terrific knock from Harry Duke, and well, Yorkshire collapsing. Northamptonshire back in the game. Shock. No, they've as I say, Nathan Buck is there is no more honest trier in the county game than Nathan Buck, and seeing a little bit of success after what's been a fairly harrowing day for the Northamptonshire attack. It's not a bad thing, but Yorkshire's still in a very, very strong position.
So Buck comes in, bowls again, and an attempted scoop there from Don Bess, and that 360 is looking a long way away now, with I think only 7 deliveries left of this innings. 344 for 3. Just briefly back to that LBW you said, there were definitely 2 sounds, whether he thought it was pad first and then bat, I don't know.
Well,
but,
it was. He maybe took a different view, but anyway, the umpire's one is the only one that matters, as we know.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, the umpire agreed with me and he was right. So Buck bowls, and again an attempted scoop by Bess, and again he misses it, so 2 dot balls and an excellent over from a Northants point of view. I think there were just the 2 runs from that over. Bess didn't get any off the last 2 balls, trying to play fancy shots as soon as he's come in, and the 1 run to Revis, who will face the start of this over, and then we'll of course the 2 wickets as well. So
Well, it's going to be Jack
Good
White.
stuff.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have had a decent little 10 minutes there. They haven't had much. They haven't had much to celebrate in the course of this match so far, but they've had a decent little 10 minutes there. They've picked up a couple of quick wickets, and they've also kept the runs down a little bit comparatively. So it is going to be Jack White to bowl the final over of the innings, over number 46. 344 for 3. I'm sure at home you're all going to be thinking, right, how many? How many are they going to get? Rob Keogh's just waving his arms frantically around down at deep backward square where they wanted him to go. And it's Matt Revis on strike, and it's on driven by Revis up to long on. Gay Fields coming in off the long on boundary, and they're through for a single. Tom Bess had dropped his bat going for the single, which was obligingly picked up by Lewis McManus, who then realised that the throw was going in at his end, but fortunately, in terms of sparing his blushes, there was a fielder, Alex Russell, immediately behind him to back up. So Revis is 2, 345 for 3. 5 balls to go in the innings. Bess on strike, and White running in from the city end. Bowls to Don Bess, who's gone aerial, and that's huge. That is an enormous hit for 6, and we're talking about that red brick wall earlier. That's gone over it. It's gone into somebody's garden, I think.
But it looks like the secret garden, doesn't it?
It
Anyway,
does. Like Tom's Midnight Garden, with this wonderful old-fashioned Victorian red brick wall, but it's gone over it into the sort of rather smartly manicured hedges. Fine examples of topiary over the wall. Half a dozen to Don Bess. He's off the mark with 6. 351 for 3. 4 balls to go. White in bowls. He's bowled him. So Don Bess, well, 6 and out. Used to say in the back garden, going for another big swing over the leg side, and this time Bess misses and White hits. So his first wicket of the innings, to at least give him something in the W column. And Yorkshire 351 for 4 now, with 3 balls to go in the innings. Who's coming out? It's going to be George Hill. who you and I, Dorji, saw make his maiden championship century earlier in the season, a very good one as well. Up at Montage Road, or down at Montage Road I should say. 151 he made. Played beautifully, and then came into the attack when Yorkshire were looking for a wicket and got a wicket straight away, didn't he, when he was brought into the bowling attack. So there's a bit of previous against Northamptonshire this year in a different format, of course.
Yep, he's not at the best time of it in first-class cricket of late. He won't want me to remind everybody, but of his 4 knocks at Scarborough, 3 of them were ducks, and the other one was 38.
Well, he's on strike now as Jack White comes in to bowl to him. Very full, driven up to extra cover for a single. Will Young is there on the edge of the circle, quite happy to let him have the one. 352 for 4. Brings Matthew Revis on to strike. 2 men down below us on the leg side boundary. Nathan Buck at long leg and Rob Keogh at deep backward square. 2 men behind square on the offside in the ring. Man out on the cover boundary as White comes in, bowls to Revis, who's hit on the pad as he attempts to drive on the onside. There's an appeal for LBW by Jack White, not out, says umpire Hartley. Revis had come a long way down to try and get a leg by, and then had to scamper back again. He almost ran one in terms of 2 halves.
Yeah, good delivery, wasn't it, from White as well. Yorker attempt, so just 1 ball left in the innings.
1 ball to go. Matthew Revis on strike. Saw this very blustery wind that you can doubtless hear in our effects mic. So here we go, last ball of the Yorkshire innings, 352 for 4. Jack White running into bowl to Revis, who on drive, certainly going to get a single. Will they come back for 2? Emilio Gaze immediately to the ball. They're going to come back for 2, and he's going to be run out. So the 1 run will count. Throw came into the striker's end. Lewis McManus taking the bails off. So 1 run to count. So Yorkshire finish on 353 for 5 at the end of their 46 overs. That total built around 3 substantial contributions. Will Frayne, quite magnificent, 143 off 107 balls. Harry Duke made 111, those two putting on 209 for the first wicket, and then Will Luxton hitting 84. So Yorkshire in a very strong position, and called by David Townsend, who said quite early on in the piece that he thought 350 was on, but he said don't despair, Northamptonshire supporters, because 350 can be got. Well, we shall see if he's right, but 353 for 5 at the end of the innings, Doige.
Yep, it's a very good performance with the bat by Yorkshire. Northamptonshire just giving themselves a little bit of hope with pulling it back in those last couple of overs. Could have been worse, couldn't it? At one stage you could have comfortably envisaged a 360, 370 sort of score, so they've chipped a few runs off that. Yorkshire will be very happy with their day's work, but I think it looks a very good pitch out here. And when you bear in mind that they're pretty light in terms of the seam bowling department, experience in particular, they've of course got Ben Code playing today, but a young side out. They are going to have to bowl very well here to defend this score, but they've given themselves a good chance by amassing that 353 for 5. You might hear me doing an update to BBC Radio Leeds in a minute or 2, but aside from that, Radders and DT and I will take I think a fairly well breather and hopefully a bit of food on board as well before we're back with you for the resumption in what should be, well, it should be around about 3 o'clock. Welcome back from Clifton Park in York, where Yorkshire are taking on Northamptonshire in their first RL 50 game of this 2022 competition. And a reminder, Yorkshire with century from both Will Frayne 143 and Harry Duke 184 as well from Will Luxton, 353 for the lot, 5 wickets in a match that is used to 46 overs per side after some early rain and a little bit of time in the match. To say the sun is shining needs to say that that's shining unbroken dodgy forehead moment, and I think there'll be a little bit of burning going on during this afternoon because I haven't managed to apply any slip slap slop during the interval. So let's see how Northamptonshire set about having a crack at these. Ricardo Vasconcelos on strike is watching one from Ben Cliff go by. Cliff opening for Yorkshire from the rugby stand end of the ground. His first competitive first team game. Of course, he did play in the warm-up game on Sunday. Jonathan Tattersall in the field, captain in Yorkshire for the first time in competitive cricket. He also played in the warm-up game on Sunday and did that job.
Bit of pace there, Dorji.
Yeah, he does generate a bit, Ben Cliff, and here he is again. And oh, I tell you what, that wasn't far off being a very early wicket for the Vikings. Looping up over the outstretched arm of the following through Ben Cliff. Vasconcelos, it was on him a little bit quicker than perhaps he thought. Obviously only the second ball in the innings. Second chance to try and judge the pace of this pitch. He's seen it plenty out there in the field, but a different feel with the bat. He's out there, by the way, with Emilio Gay, who is opening at the non-striking end, number 2 on the sheet. And a nice cut shot played by Vasconcelos here will bring Northamptonshire their first runs of their response. He really did get that one away. Timed it particularly well, and it's fizzed along the carpet towards the boundary, and despite a flailing dive out there in front of the temporary stand, it is 4.
Luxton at backward point actually got something on that diving. I've got the glasses on that. He's got a bit of hand on that, and it still raced away for 4. So that was incredibly well struck by Vasconcelos.
So here is Cliff again. Now then, this could be the first wicket. Should be the first wicket. Is the first wicket. Dominic Bess has taken the catch at mid-on, and Ben Cliff with his first wicket for Yorkshire in first team action, and the lads are all quickly around him to give him celebratory hugs, and Yorkshire are on the board with a wicket. It took all of that time for Northamptonshire to take their first. Vasconcelos can't believe it. He's just tried to flick it to leg and got a leading edge on it, and Dom Best watched it well. It's Northamptonshire 4 for 1.
Yes, it was a decent leading edge. I mean, it carried very nearly to the discs of the 30-metre circle. But good running catch. It wasn't as easy as it looked, or as he made it look. Dom Best taking that over his shoulder, but well, very important first wicket, because Vasconcelos can certainly hit a hard ball, as he showed us the previous delivery, and crack that one backward a point. But his day's work's over. Time to just get into the shower and come back out and cheer his side on as they chase this 353, obviously 354 to win. But that's a key blow, that is, for Yorkshire. We thought that Northants would get somewhere close to this, but lose a wicket in the first over. Oh, that's a very good blow, that, for Yorkshire.
Yeah, very good start. Having said that, they have just brought in the international quality. That is Will Young, captaining the side for Northamptonshire. We saw him to good effect in championship cricket down at Northampton when he was yorked, of course, by Matthew Revis. Him an early go. Here's Cliff. The pace about this delivery as well. Young, who's used to seeing all of that, has got him out towards the point boundary. Matthew Revis has caught 4 runs. He picked the ball up inside the rope, tried to steady himself to return the throw, but he's been honest enough to say that he's obviously his tiptoe or something like that has touched the rope, and that is 4 runs then.
Poor cricket is what I think probably what you were looking for, because he he didn't need to dive or anything. He was just trying to pick it up and hold his balance, and very poor that from Revis.
Cliff again, and nicely flicked off the legs by Young. He's, as I say, he's got pace, but he's going to be helped on his way a few times here by the looks of things as well. Will Young picking up a single off the final ball of that over, so that takes him on to 5, and Northamptonshire after the first are 9 for the loss of 1. Eventful.
Yes. Yeah, what did we have? We had a couple of boundaries, a bit of pace shown by a young quick bowler, and a leading edge back over the bowler's head initially that fell safe, and then another leading edge that reached all the way to Don Bess at running around. Where was he at? Mid-on, wasn't he? Going back to take that catch. So 354 to win, 9 for 1, reasonable start run-wise, but you certainly didn't want to lose Mr. Vasconcelos.
Yeah, he was out for the second match in succession in the first over. Thanks to Radders for passing on that info against Bedfordshire in the warm-up game on Sunday. He also perished in the first over. This time he made 4 off 4 deliveries and was out on the 4th ball of the first over. Ben Code going to open the bowling from the City end.
So Ben Code, recently back in this Yorkshire team, it bowls, and that's pushed firmly enough by Young into the covers. No, he's in natural habitat. Ben Code playing white ball cricket, excellent seam bowler, proper county, high class county seam bowler. But he's playing in this competition and running in from the City end. Bowls to Young, and Young lays that down into the crease, looks around with trepidation as the ball bounces up and bounces very near the stumps. And he doesn't get any run there. Doidge has got the factor 30 or something out. He's always got a handkerchief as well. It's all happening away to my right at the moment. If you hear that squeaky noise, oh dear, I know you don't get the smell at home, but oh dear, sunscreen. Next delivery, Code is cracked away square the wicket for 4 runs by Young, so he moves now on to 9. The score 13 for, oh dear. You seen those scary movies when the ghost comes on halfway through and white all over the place? He'll be back on in a minute, folks, don't worry. If he can pick his microphone up with all that cream on his hands. Next ball is steered down to 3rd man from Code to Young. Young moves to double figures, 14 for 1. You've got to do your nose. You do your nose and the top of your ears. That's all you really need to do. So the top of your ears. That's it, because that's where you get a fair bit. Should be like Radders. Radders has got that nicely, deeply tanned look about it. You're looking like I don't know, sort of an Ulsterman in the middle of November or something. Very pale bloke. Code then this time to the left-handed Gay, and big shout for LBW. That can't tell where we are from Gully, but you would have thought by the movement of the batsman's feet that might have been somewhere near, but the finger's not going to go up, so that's another dot goes into the book. 14 for 1. 10 to the skipper. Not yet off the mark. Emilio Gay might not have got off the mark there, because that must have been fairly adjacent.
Looked out from here.
Well,
I didn't have the specs on at the time though.
Next ball is pushed back to the bowler by Gay. No, well, it's funny you say that. People say, "Well, you can't tell whether LBW's out or not where you are. You know, you're at deep 3rd man or somewhere." Watch enough cricket and watch the batsman's feet and whatever. You know, you can't give it out, but you know that must have been. You know, that's not a bad shot by the look of it, and certainly wasn't going over the top.
No.
That's the end of the over anyway. 14 for 1 after 2 overs.
My eyesight's not the best without spectacles on, I can assure you folks.
Who said that?
They're pretty strong. But for a moment I thought I had Robert Radford sitting next to me,
Oh, okay.
but then I put the specs back on.
Robert Radford. Who's Robert Radford?
Realised it was Errol Flynn. Robert Redford.
Oh, that's
It was a
better.
play on
Yeah,
words,
yeah. Oh,
David.
I see. Oh, very clever. I nearly got it.
Wasted. Ben Cliff in and bowling here. And now he's flicked off his legs. Was it? It was just legs.
Top
Says
of
umpire Tom Longley. So leg right. 15 should be the score as it moves on. Yeah, it is. Young has got 10 of those. Emilio Gay, who is just taking strike, hasn't faced much, if any,
He's faced 2 deliveries.
so far. Yorkshire have a slip in place in their attempt to take further early wickets, and just wickets are the best thing, aren't they, in this form of the game, in terms of just stymieing progress, making the batting side think. And nicely played by Emilio Gay. It was short of length and dropped into the leg side for a single. George Hill is parading around in there. As far as I'm aware, he's still unable to bowl in this match because of that broken toe that he suffered when he took the Jamie Overton Yorker on the full, which accounted for one of those 3 recent Scarborough ducks. And he tossed the bat up in the air and caught it on its way back down, I think all 3 times as he walked off in resignation. Nicely played. This is wide of third man, and that's a lovely cut shot this time by Will Young. Just a little bit too much width afforded by Ben Cliff.
First time I've had a look at Cliff. He looks a prospect, doesn't he? What do we know about him?
He's quick.
I was thinking more in line of, how he'd sort of come into the side, how old he was, Georgie, this sort of thing. I look to you for this sort of information.
Yep, that's right. You don't do any preparation. And Cliff comes in, right arm over the wicket, and again a bit too much width, and again 4 runs, this time square out through the offside by Will Young. I'll tell you in a moment, because I'll put the other specs back on. I've got the shades on. I can't read the laptop when they are on. But he's been, when you don't see players, you're obviously relying on what other people tell you, having seen them themselves. And I've had quite a few people in my ears, good reports about what he's been producing at other levels of the game. He's only 19 years of age, and he's in again from this rugby ground end. This time he's just strayed leg side-ish. It's come off the pad of, or the ankle maybe, of Will Young. Well taken by Harry Duke, who has the gloves. Benjamin Michael Cliff, born 23rd of October 2002 in Halifax. It says right arm medium for bowling style down here. Played England under 19s. Played in the 2s.
A bit quicker than medium, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Got a bit of gas about him.
Number 26 on his back. He's in again. And that is through pretty quickly on Young, who can't get it away on the leg side as he was trying to do. So a couple of stray deliveries, and against a quality player with a white ball, if you just give them that little bit of margin to get the shots away, as we've seen 2 nicely placed 4s by Young, who's already onto 18. Ben Cliff in recent times, second 11 figures, 1 for 103, 1 for 75 against Essex, none for 89 and 1 for 66 against Nottinghamshire 2s, 2 for 55 and 2 for 46 against Durham 2s. They're the last 3 second team games he's played. Did play a bit of T20 second team cricket as well prior to that.
Easing his way into it, by the sound, making progress by the sound of those figures. Ben Code bowls round the wicket to the left-hander. He's an anguished, sort of a half an appeal, wasn't it? And certainly not from the bowler.
It was a pained cry. It was as
Pained cry.
It was as if when you walked out of the ground at Scarborough, DT said, "Shall we go to the North Riding for a pint?" And everybody else said, "No, let's go to the Albert." It was the sort of cry that you let out at a moment like that, DT.
Well, that's because No! Code around the wicket to the left hander, and he fiddles for that one outside the off stump. No run, which is just handy nearby. Serves excellent beer, as you found out the other night. Which one's the Albert then? Is that down in town somewhere?
It serves such excellent beer, as I found out the other night, that you had a dodgy stomach the following morning.
Oh no, that was the curry.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, you dragged me in for 24 for 1 in the 4th over. So good start run-wise, not such a good start wicket-wise with Gonzalez gone. That's Gonzalez. That was pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Vas Gonzalez, sorry. They were looking for a speedy. They were looking for a speedy start. You see, that's a play on words.
Vasconcelos, I like that. Yeah, let's just make up. Could call him Morse code, perhaps.
Something.
Yorkshire bowler here.
Well, possible. That'd be quite an inventive nickname, that, wouldn't it, Morse?
We could take the S out of your name and call you Townend.
Code bowls, and again, good delivery. Just turns the right-handed young around a bit, and that's played down into the gully. Slip gully, and well, gully, is he really gully? He's a very deep gully. Third man, extra cover. Mid-off, that's the onside field. The offside field rather. Then you've got the man at 45 inside the rings on the onside. Deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, and that's going to bring deep backward square into play. Swung out by Young for a single, sends his throw into the bowler's end. Code bends down and fields it rather dismissively, as if to say, why didn't that go to the keeper? 26 then for 1, 19 to Young, 2 to Gay. Second slip now coming in for the left-hander. There's a gully. That's Will Luxton, who batted beautifully earlier on. And Gay again fiddles for that one outside the off stump through to the keeper. Good over. That from Ben Code at the end of it. The score 26 for 1.
I think he overheard you saying that he was a red ball only player.
Well, yeah, but this is a red ball opening spell, isn't it? So, you know, he's there on the money. He's making the batsman play and miss and whatever. If I was Yorkshire, I'd bowl him through 8 or 9 overs straight off here and bring him back later on. He can tend to prove expensive, can't he, Ben Code? Not in his natural habitat. He's playing these white ball games, in my humble opinion. So the wind picking up a little bit. That'll add to your tanning factor, Doidgy. You'll.
Yeah, the arms are going to get burnt as well now. Don't tell me I've got to put cream. I hate sun cream. It's one of those. It's almost like a phobia. Here's Cliff, and that's pulled nicely played well with control by Will. Brings in the square-legged fielder, who is Tom Lowton. Looking at the height of him, the leggy Lowton, and he's not only has he done the fielding, he's now been brought right across onto this side of the field of play. Don't tell me he's going to do deep backward square on the other side. No, he's just gone to regulation square, an easy little jog of 120 yards there. Ben Cliff then over the wicket and turned to Lowton, so it wasn't a waste of energy or effort. He does the fielding at square leg. No run. Yorkshire at the moment have one slip in place. They did have 2 at one point for a moment or two, a delivery or two. Will Frayne is the man at slip.
Two Centurions having a little natter. Johnny Tatt skipper now, he's handed the gloves over.
Here's Cliff again, nicely pushed off the back foot through the gap by Emilio Gay, the left-hander, who will pick up 4 runs here despite the attentions of Revis, who was trying to chase it down. Lovely shot, and it's been a promising start as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, with the exception, of course, of the dismissal of Ricardo Vasconcelos off the bowling of Cliff in the first over he delivered. Yorkshire were 19 without loss after 4. Northamptonshire 26 for 1 at the same stage. Long way to go yet, though. Yorkshire's skipper, Johnny Tattersall, having a word with Ben Cliff. Don Best standing at mid-on at the moment as well. Also has been given to a word or two on occasions, and Cliff has gone short of length this time and off the back foot. That has been hammered away by Emilio Gay through the covers for another 4.
Yeah, cracking shot that, because that ball bounced a little bit, didn't it? And he had to get up and get on top of it and hit it along the ground. That's shot of this innings so far, I think.
Dearth of applause. Was there any, in fact, for that from the home support? No, have to impress us with more than that, lad. 35 for 1. Emilio Gay into double figures. And we're in the 5th here. And Cliff bowling again and pulled by Gay. It's a good piece of fielding by George Hill, because Emilio Gay struck that firmly straight out of the middle of the bat. And Hill down to his left made a clean pick up. Still 35 and 319 more runs needed here. 46 overs aside, don't forget.
Sounds a long way away, but you know, they've made a good start run-wise.
Yeah, certainly have. Ben Cliff trying to get another wicket, but not with this delivery, but it's straight and worked to mid-on, to mid-wicket I should say, by George Hill. There was a bit of a fumble, but anyway, no harm done in the end. 35 for 1 at the end of the 5th over. 9 runs coming from that one. Yorkshire were 29 without loss at the same stage, DT.
Yeah, that's there's the important thing there being with the without loss, because of course that first wicket put on 209 for Yorkshire, built the base. They looked to be going to get 360, 370, then a good final 3 overs from Northants really pegged them back, and 353 sounds a big score, but the momentum towards the end of that innings was with Northants that had just shifted back in those last 2 or 3 overs. It's now going to be code to continue. This time to the right-hander, and slips coming out and going into extra cover, so more traditional one-day field. Code bowls, that's Young there, through to the keeper, and we'll have that just found a little edge and flown at a catchable height through first slip. Yorkshire would have been feeling a little bit disappointed.
Pencode 25 previous List A matches and has taken 28 wickets, best of 4 for 63, going at 5.5 just over per over.
Bowls again to Young, and he goes for 1 here as that's turned around the corner. And the scoreboard ticks over to 36 for 1. Yeah, he's a good man to have in this situation, perhaps bowling in the power play.
He'd take the 5.5 and over, wouldn't they, of course, Yorkshire today. 36.89 he averages in terms of the runs per wicket.
Field changes round for the left-hander. Crowd basking in the sunshine. The sun's actually sort of shining into our commentary position. Code bowls round the wicket, and Gay allows that through to the keeper. Slip back in for Gay. The 2 men out, the maximum 2 men out that you've allowed at this stage of the game are at deep backward square and finish 3rd man. You do very well to get 1 wide of first slip and 3rd man and beat 3rd man as well. And there's a catch. Next delivery from Code. A little dab shot, trying to run it down to 3rd man perhaps by Gay, and it's caught by Will Frayne at slip. the value there, Doidge, of having that slip in. Code has struck, and with the exception of those couple of boundaries off the that he struck in the previous over off Cliff, didn't really look at home at any point, did he, Emilio Gay? And now he's gone, so 36 for 2, and it's the wickets that really do put the brake on these innings.
And of course, Northamptonshire travelled up on Monday, and I suppose you should say, Emilio Gay, you should have stayed at home yesterday. Shock at that. I know. I'll get me coat.
I'm sure some people. Who was it who sang? Who was that? Was it?
Orchestral manoeuvres in the dark.
OD, whatever the OCD on OMD, was it? Something like that.
OCD.
And another left-hander's come in. It's Safe Zabe coming in at number 4. Lot of work on his hands. You'll fancy a bat here, though. I think if you were a batsman, you'd be looking forward to coming in. He's doing a few stretching, trying to get himself just sorted out for Ben Code. Going to have a little test, perhaps this what's left of this over and the next over from Code. Not easy. Code stays round the wicket to the left hand, and that's dug out. Yorker length delivery up to a mid-off. No run to be had there, so Code definitely doing his stuff. For Yorkshire taking one of the early wickets, Cliff getting the other one. 2 danger men gone, both openers gone. On his way again, bowls. Apologies, something in my throat. I'll go and get a glass of water and hand you over to the
Thanks, DT. 37 for 2. Well, we let Bob Fleming go and clear his throat. We are going to have a change in the comm box anyway, so we shall depose DT for the moment. Bring back Radders. All is forgiven. Safe Zabe, then the new man out there, as DT said, with Will Young, who's already on to 21. Right hand, left hand combi, we know, can of course bring its problems. Yorkshire at the same stage were 34 without loss. So Northamptonshire, those first 2 back in the pavilion. And Ben Code getting warm applause from away to our left down the city end by the Seaton. As Matthew Revis is into the attack to replace back at the rugby end. That's pushed into the offside by Safe Zabe, and there is no run.
Yeah, saying earlier, Doidge, about the Northamptonshire bowlers possibly feeling an element of deja vu as they were hit around the park earlier, having suffered a similar fate at Dunstable on Sunday at the hands of James Kettleborough. And Ricardo Vasconcelos, you say, out in the first over at Dunstable, first over here.
Revis to Zabe, it's just felt like it was in the air for a moment. Actually, to be fair, I lost it, but then found it again, and so did a member of the crowd as well, because that disappeared off for 4 runs, and in the end it turns out it was a lovely straight drive with the full face presented there by number 18 Safe Zabe. So Matthew Revis, who's had some trials and tribulations, I think it's fair to say, in the game this year. That's not to say he's played badly, but I think he could have played better. He knows that. He's learning the game with the ball, and he's had some testing times. The benefit of him is that he's a strong character, and he's been coming back and taking wickets even on the days when things have maybe not gone his way in white ball cricket in particular. That's pushed out square on the offside, and there is no run.
He had an outstanding game, of course, against Northamptonshire in the Championship up at Wantage Road way back in April. It seems a very long time ago, with bat, the ball and in the field as well. It's a terrific game. Safe Zabe equally really ran into form at the back end of the blast. 350s, all in a losing cause.
It's Revis to Zabe, who drops it into the leg side. Hill picks up and fires into the gloves of Duke. No run.
Yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos it's sad to see a player of his class struggling a bit at the moment. He was left out of the previous championship match against Cheltenham just in order to rebalance the side a bit, which of course worked in the end because Northamptonshire got the win.
Yeah, Revis to Zabe, nicely played off his legs. Cody's down there at fine leg to field, and they will settle for the one. It takes them on to 42 for 2.
The only thing I would say, Doige, you know, and I know there will be reasons behind this, and the coaching staff obviously think these things through, but because he broke his thumb in the championship match against Kent at the end of May, immediately prior to the T20s, which ruled him out for almost the whole of the T20. He was technically available, I think, for the last 2 games. But normally in those circumstances, you would expect probably play a couple of second team games just to get yourself back into some sort of nick.
Yeah, Revis to Young, who flicks it in the air, but it's safe because the sweeper is set back over there, Bencliffe.
Now, Northamptonshire chose not to do that. He came back into the side when the championship resumed, and he's basically struggled a bit since then, culminating being left out of, as I say, the side down at Cheltenham. Now, even then, there would have been the opportunity for him to come back to Northampton to play in a couple of second team games, and again he didn't. He stayed at Cheltenham and did 12th man, which means he hasn't really had an opportunity to have a meaningful knock apart from in the first team. And if you're struggling, and anybody who's played the game knows it can be a very cruel, very unforgiving game, he's just struggling a wee bit. Here's Ben Code bowling to Will Young, just on back foot, punching it out into the cover. Fielded there by Will Frayne, batting hero for Yorkshire earlier on with that terrific knock of 143 off 107 balls. Result of being, as I say, that Ricardo Vasconcelos is just a bit short of confidence, and he handed over the Red Bull captaincy recently as well to Will Young because he felt it was affecting his batting form. His Code straying onto leg stump and a misfield, and the 45 just on the edge of the circle allows Will Young to benefit to the tune of 4 runs. Just a little bit of a loss of concentration there from George Hill. Just looked to have got it covered, and he just went through his legs and ran away for 4. 26 to Young, to 47 for 2 Northamptonshire. We're in the 8th over of 46.
I want to see a video replay of that.
No, indeed not. Here's Young on strike again. Code bowls to him, and he's just in behind that, pushing it out into the covers. And there's no run. Apologies again for the gusty wind in our effects, Mike, but it is that sort of day. It's blustery. So we had some rain early on, but the clouds are now pretty high. We've had, when the sun comes out, it is seriously warm. Mr. Doige covered in fact to something or other at the moment. Here's Code in again, bowling to Young, pushing it on the onside this time. Certainly 1 as it goes just in front of square, and that's all there'll be. This is fielded by Tom Loughton, coming in off the boundary. 1 more to Will Young, who goes to 27. Northamptonshire to 48 for 2. Fortunately, you did mention, I think, when we were together on commentary in the championship match at Northampton back in April, you did say bring a hat. Because, because we're outside on the balcony.
And I did bring a hat, but I unfortunately forgot to bring it out of the car. I think that might be the job next time I'm off.
Here's Code round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who's in behind that, playing it out into the covers. And there's no run. Yes, I tend to, not least because at Northampton, of course, we do get sun in the glass box there, and it's a little bit like a greenhouse for the first hour sometimes. So I do tend to keep my Oundle Town cap in the bag. It's coming useful today.
I'm going to say happy that it's an Oundle Town cap and not a Northamptonshire County Cricket Club cap, because that would be a real no, wouldn't it?
Not entitled to wear that. No, absolutely not. Here's Code round the wicket. In behind that goes Zay, pushing it out into the offside. Come through for a quick single. Well judged. Fielded there by Johnny Tattersall, Yorkshire's newly appointed captain. 1 more to Zabe, who nicks the bowling from his captain. 7 to Zabe. And at the end of the over, Northamptonshire are 48 for 2, 8 overs gone, so they require a further 306 to win in the remaining 38 overs. Batsmen have a mid-wicket conference. Revis to continue from the rugby ground end. I was looking, Doige, at the first List A meeting between these two sides, but back in 1969. The old John Player League, Sunday League up at Park Avenue, Bradford. Some great players on show there. Yorkshire won a relatively low-scoring game by 39 runs. Philip Sharp made 81, comfortably the highest score of the match. And Brian Crump, the atomic pill, 5 for 16 for Northamptonshire.
Phil, great nickname. Here's Matthew Revis, meanwhile, bowling to save Zabe, who's dropped that one out backward of point. Luxton fields, no run.
Roger Prideaux made 43 for Northamptonshire, but they were undone by a combination of the late Tony Nicholson and Jeff Cope. Picked up 3 cheap wickets apiece and finished well short.
Here, of course, today, the Yorkshire president in the room behind us. Nicely played, this one by Zabe, up to short extra cover where Will Frayne fields.
Yeah, I saw him there, great to see him. It's, doing some second 11 records recently, and I spot that he got a 9 for Yorkshire seconds against Northamptonshire seconds many moons ago.
Nice to see John Helm as well. You mentioned Park Avenue. We were talking about Park Avenue. He was saying how he'd been on a school trip there, Revis to Zabe, and that's pushed out again to Luxton, no run. Been taken on a school trip to watch Yorkshire play. I forget now who he said. Might have even been the Australians or something like that. I think he said they went for all 3 days. Imagine, school trip, right? We're going home for 3 days on a school trip. You can still go home on a night to your mum and dad, but we're going to Park Avenue.
That's the spirit.
And of course, those are the things that get you into the game, aren't they? Revis in to Zabe, who runs it again towards Luxton. Good effort. Tell you what, if Luxton had a hit with his shy at the stumps, Zabe was gone.
Yep.
He was walking back, and I think he'd just given it up. Luxton, with a fizzing throw, just happened to miss. But those are the things that, you know, you don't forget those early introductions to the sport. I'm sure there'll be somebody here today in the school holidays who's having their first visit to a county cricket match and will have seen something like Will Frayne's 143 or something by Will Luxton, or possibly Harry Duke, that they identified with and want to play the game and want to see if they can come and play here at this level as well at some point in the future. Revis in, that's wide of off stump, and Zabe has a little prod at it and misses.
Well, whether you're playing, watching, or a combination of both, there's a lifetime of pleasure to be had in this great game. It's just a great pity that county cricket in August is so denuded compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, Revis to Zabe again. Has a slash at this without much in the way of foot movement. Good effort by Matthew Revis. He's, like I said before, some tough times from him for him this year with the white ball, but that is a maiden, would you believe, for over number 9, which pulls things back round a fair bit and means that although Northamptonshire are still in front of where Yorkshire were at the same stage, 2 runs in front, and they have, of course, lost 2 wickets, so it's in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, our friend and colleague David Griffin from Derbyshire put out some figures yesterday, which I then did a similar little exercise for Northamptonshire about how many days scheduled county cricket is going on in August. When I first started watching Northamptonshire in 1972, 22 days Northamptonshire had in August. It went up to even more than that, to 24. I was doing it like the decades, and by the time you got to 2002, I think they were up to 24 days cricket in August. This year it's 8. Here's fresh over, start of a fresh over from Ben Code, and Young is in behind that, put up to the offside, and no run. There's no first class cricket, it's all List A. And somebody did put something up on social media this morning, and I haven't had a chance to check it, but he's suggesting it's the first time there's been no first class cricket in England during August since 1939. If true, it's a good stat, but I haven't had a chance to check that one yet. Here's Code in again, bowls to Young, turns it away, runs for him here as it goes out just in front of square. But there is Tom Loughton out there grazing on the deep square leg boundary, comes in and keeps it to a single. Sharp fielding from him, 28 to Young, 50 for 2.
And before we get an inevitable tweet or email, there are actually, of course, 2 other scheduled days of county cricket in August if you qualify for the quarters or semi-finals.
Yes, well, that's true.
The final, though, is not until September the 17th at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, that is true, but it still leaves you with less than half the scheduled cricket that you would have had in previous decades. And I say none of it red ball. Code around the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, and Zabe just running it down towards backward point. Luxton quickly in, doesn't have any possibility of a single, and there's no run. Zabe started the season batting at 4 in the championship side, and it just didn't work for him, so the decision was taken to leave him out and put Luke Proctor up to 4, and certainly in championship cricket that proved to be a well-nigh inspirational move, because Luke Proctor's been in terrific form so far. Facing this ball, Zabe from Code turns it out just in front of square past umpire Lungley, and there's a single out to the man at deep square. One more to Zabe, who goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 51 for 2. As I say, started to really hit his straps at the back end of the Blast campaign, but then again they've played, he has unlike Ricardo Vasconcelos not having played second team cricket, he has at least had some opportunities to feel bat on ball in the last few weeks. Code in again, bowls to Young, short, pulled away by Young, and that lands about 6 inches in front of the boundary rope, and it runs away, well, it doesn't run away, it bounds away for 4, signalled for 4 by Tom Loughton correctly. So don't bowl there, I don't think, to Will Young. It's one of his great strengths, very strong puller and cutter. 32 to Young, 55 for 2, and Northamptonshire know that their newly appointed captain, you feel he's probably got to bat very deep into this innings, and others play around him. He's got to be the linchpin of this reply, you would think. Code in again, bowls to Young, takes a step down the pitch, drives off the back foot, but doesn't manage to beat the man with extra cover. And that's the end of Ben Code's over. 55 for 2 off 10, 32 to Young, 8 to Zabe.
Yeah, good stuff from Code again. Yorkshire will take the 6 and over at this stage. The remaining Yorkshire matches in this competition in the group stages, they're here of course again, 11 o'clock start on Thursday against Lancashire. We'll have Scott Reed of course alongside, and David Townsend is back. Then next week just one match taking place next week down in Cardiff on Wednesday of August, Sophia Garden. 3 matches the week after, away at Essex at Chelmsford, 11 o'clock start on Wednesday, and then away at the Rouge. Revis is in bowling here, nice off the legs, set for a single down final, 56 for 2. So Canterbury on the Friday the 19th o'clock start there, and then on the way back up north, Chesterfield on Sunday the 21st for Derbyshire against Yorkshire. It's never lovely, although they didn't match there last year when it was a 10 over. Ironically, they can't win any over match there, but the 50 over game reduced to 10, and they won that. As Revis is in, the skies just start dark, and Young tries to flick that for his pads. And then the final group game is on Tuesday the 23rd of August. That's Scarborough, Hampshire, 11 o'clock start there. The quarterfinals, as far as I'm aware, are set to be played on Friday the 26th of August. And if you could have progressed to the semis, then the last 4 will be playing on Tuesday the 30th of August, 11 o'clock starts.
Correct.
It's the day after the Banky Monday. It's in, nicely played here by Young. Lofted that over Don Bess, who's inside the circle at mid-off, and once hit him, one bounce and into the bar.
It bounced one of those I was describing earlier, a bit like sort of crates or ammunition boxes. It just landed on top of one of those and almost took out the poor gentleman sitting immediately behind it. It was bounced up off it. Yes, because Northamptonshire will be embarking on their world tour next week, all over the shop.
And here's Revis, pulled this time by Young. He's got that one away as well, backward of square leg, nicely played, 1 bounce and 4 more. Revis disappointed in himself, letting a couple of boundaries go in successive deliveries, and his body language says exactly that. Go on, tell us where the world tour takes you.
Well, we're back on home turf on Sunday against Essex at Wantage Road, and then on the Tuesday we're off to the Isle of Wight First time Northamptonshire have played there since 1938. Playing Hampshire at Newport.
Here's Revis to Young. Opens the face, runs it down along the deck to third man where Code fields.
I should say that the Sunday against Essex at Northampton is Community Day. Then after the Isle of Wight trip on the Friday the 12th, Northamptonshire take on Glamorgan at Wantage Road on Family Day. Then Sunday the 14th down to Canterbury to play Kent, home to Worcestershire on the 17th, and then on the 19th, ...
Revis to Zabe, drops into the leg side, very no run. And the over, 65 for 2.
Green with envy on this one, Doidgy, because we go to Poole to play Lancashire on Friday the 19th before finishing the group stage at home to Derbyshire on 23rd. So
let's have a change. Let's go to Blackpool.
well, it's going to be. Somebody said I was doing a team set for BBC Radio Northampton earlier and talking to fixtures, and they said we'll need to get the Kiss Me Quick hat out. So I don't think I should possess tonight an article. You're probably hugely surprised, Dan. We'll change of bowling. City end, and I think it's going to be a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be from the end. 5 for 2 off 11, so at this stage isn't too bad for Northamptonshire to be, but they've got probably the opportunity to accelerate. They have lost those couple of wickets, so we have Sullivan, I think, or from the. Is it Sullivan? It is Sullivan, as I haven't seen him before, so new one. It's going to be Sullivan, the City end, slow left arm. Going to be bowling to Will Young, T1. All round the wicket, bolted decent pace. Young for the reverse sweep, setting himself early, down toward hospitality tent, and it just beat the scrambling to stop down there by Benf, and it runs away for 4, 45 to Young. Northamptonshire 69 for 2. Bolted at a decent pace, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So a little bit more sort of Underwoody than perhaps a Bishan Beatty. 69 for 2. Overcast at the moment. Little skip in the run as well. Ala Tufnell short away by Will Young. He's only going to get a single. This man back sweeping on the country. One more to Young, goes to 46. It's Northamptonshire to 70 for 2.
Younger of the two Sullivan brothers, who are both with Yorkshire. Josh played in this competition 3 matches last year. Took a 4 for 11 in that game down at Chesterfield against Derbyshire. 79 in total in his 3 matches. He bowls leg breaks. 21-year-old Josh. Harris. Harry.
He's in again, bowls a wicket, and reverse sweep by Ebe again, setting himself very early, not going to try and let bowler settle. That runs away 4 as well. Nicely executed by Apshaw around that. 13 to Zabe, 74 for 2.
Harry, 19 years of age. This is actually his competitive debut for Yorkshire. He did play in the warm-up game on Sunday and bowled it pretty well, to be fair, against Northumberland. Slow left arm.
Well, it's a tough gig, this. And as I say, Northamptonshire will be keen not to let him settle. Zabe on strike, and Sullivan into him, and he on drives, just a single. Up to the man coming in from the long boundary in front of the temporary stand out there, straight in front of us. One more to Zabe, he goes to 15, and Northamptonshire to 75 for 2. I think we're talking about the skies darkening. There is a bit of rain over to our right, but I think that's going round us, isn't it? Judging by which way the wind's going. Sullivan in again, bowls to Young, drops it down on the onside. Think about a single, but fair to say the understanding between these two is not quite formulated and honed yet.
No.
And it was smartly fielded by Johnny Tattersall in there, short mid wicket. And there's no right. Probably, I'm trying to think the last time they'd batted around the wicket comes Sullivan. Driven Young, he's going to run this time. It's a good tumbling stop there in the ring, and they come through for a single. One more onto the total, 47 to Young, and Northamptonshire at the end of the 12th over are 76 for 2.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say not an undeserving debutant. His recent figures in second team cricket, Harry Sullivan, 2 and 4 wickets he took against Derbyshire in that match, 1 and 4 against Essex in the second team, 5 and 1 against Nottinghamshire, and 2 and 2 against Durham. So he's been among the wickets.
Deserves his chance on the basis of those figures. Mind you, Charlie Thurston, Northamptonshire probably thought that after getting 253 and 283, but not here today.
So 76 for 2, cost 11. Then that 12th over at the same stage. was 65 without loss, so in front in terms of score, but have lost 2 wickets. Ben Cliff to the attack for Yorkshire at the big ground end, and Will Young far hasn't had the best of it, has it? Ben Cliff when he was on previously.
No.
Managing to sneak a delivery or two through that might have even made the international batter that he is just a little bit rushed, but still out there and still playing well, and has 47 runs to his name at the moment. Stands tall, comes down the pitch now to the youngster and gets it away into the offside. Will Frayne round fielding. Frayne, you know what I'm talking about, folks, if you've played cricket. And I always say this about whatever level, because not many of us have played at this level, but whatever level you've played at, if you've got 100 in a match, and particularly if you've batted first and you're out there in the field, it's about 2 minutes to get through the fields. Particularly if your side go on to win the match, and you'll be feeling completely on top of the world. Only 103 runs in name, as Young gets that one away, flat batted really, out to Tom Lowton, who's come down to our left, cover boundary to the right-hander. 48 now for Young, 77 for 2 Northamptonshire. Yorkshire would love to keep chipping away out the wickets column, but whatever happens here, they've got a young side out. There's still that development field, people being given opportunities. They're learning how to play against good players with the white ball. Cliff in again, nicely played by Zabe, who tucks up the front knee and flicks it almost over his right shoulder down towards Revis, who's advancing round from down by the scoreboard, and they settle on 1.
Saying about the community day at Northampton on Sunday, Doige, they're also going to be presenting the awards for people involved in the recreational game for various categories, including lifetime achievement and so on, so that'll be a special day for them.
Cliff, right arm over, that was pinged through mid-wicket this time. Yeah, it sounds like a cracker of a day as Young plays a single out to George Hill coming in off the mid-wicket boundary.
Well, without them, the game has no future at all. Without the legion of volunteers who actually keep the thing running and run the clubs, often overlooked, often derided.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Somebody who's been involved in club cricket lifelong, it's never good to hear that. As Zabe flicks one in front of square on the leg side, it was about hip height, and they get a single to complete that over with him on 16, and the score now, I think just the 4 runs coming from it, 80 for 2 at the end of the 13th. At the same stage, Yorkshire 74 without loss, so still not a lot in it. It looks as though Harry Sullivan is going to continue from the city end. His old man, he used to play a bit of cricket with his dad back in the day.
Okay.
God, that's a long time ago, back in the sort of Leeds City Boys schools team, and a bit of rep cricket when we were 17, 18-ish. In fact, I saw him here last year because I think his other son played in one of the matches here last year. I can't remember. It must have been the first time I've seen him for at least 30 years. But just the same, as you remember, he's here today. I've seen him wandering around the boundary today, Richard Sullivan.
Well, that's one of the other great things he was saying about getting involved in cricket. We were talking about that earlier. You make friends for life, that is absolutely for sure. It is still overcast here at York, so I think we're going to be okay as far as the weather's concerned now. And here is Harry Sullivan bowling round the wicket to Zabe, who's driving up to mid-off again. They're thinking about a single and sent back Will Young, as he was thinking about trying to nick a run. There wasn't really one there, it was just to the edge of the circle.
I was thinking about leaving right now.
Dear, here all week. Here's Sullivan in, and Zabe going aerial. Plays it out on the bounce to deep mid-wicket for a single, skipping down the pitch. Didn't hit it too hard, I think was the key to that. Landed well in front of the man coming in for the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Zabe picks up another single, 17 to him, 81 for 2. Field changes over for the right-handed Young. The stampede that we saw immediately before lunch when the guests from hospitality went into the tent has now been reversed slowly, and they're all back watching cricket, most of them. Young on drive is going to pick up at least one. Again, there's really only a single there. It's good fielding, two fielders converging on it. Matt Revis and Will Luxton, and they just have a little fist bump with each other. But that is 50 for the Northamptonshire captain. Leading by example, 50 to Will Young, 82 for 2 in the 14th over. Zabe on strike, hangs back onto the back foot, waits for that, turns it into the onside. Again, a single to be had, two fielders converging once again, one from deep square, one from deep mid-wicket. Zabe goes to 18, Northamptonshire to 83 for 2.
9 fours, I think it was 38 balls that for his 50.
It's a good platform for Will Young. Needs to go on. Is Sullivan in again? Bowls to Young, drives pleasantly out through extra cover. Again, there's a man back there on the boundary on the sweep. And one more to Young, who goes to 51. And Northamptonshire to 84 for 2. Field again changing round for the left-handed safe Zabe. As Sullivan round the wicket, Bolston goes for the orthodox sweep this time rather than the reverse sweep. Doesn't get hold of it. But it goes down for a single. Fielded there by Ben Cliff on the 45, and that's the end of Sullivan's over. At the end of it, Zabe is on 19, Young is 51, and Northamptonshire 85 for 2. I shall go off and update BBC Radio Northampton. And,
bring DT back in.
leave you in the tender care of Mr. Townsend.
He'll disappear when you return. Ben Code just going back out there on the field of play, having been replaced by, I think it was Finn Bean, for an over or so. Code, well, actually not far from his home club ground. Just the other day at Studley Royal, just up by Fountains Abbey. Not too far from here, really, in the Ripon area. It is Ben Cliff, though, bowling from the rugby ground end, and Zabe on strike, opens the face, and as he's done on a few occasions, plays it in the general direction of Will Luxton, who does the fielding. 85 for 2 after 14 compares with 82 without loss. Little in it on the in the runs column. Yorkshire taking those 2 early Northamptonshire wickets. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught best, bowled Cliff for 4, and Emilio Gay caught frame, bowled Code for 10. And this is going to be a 4 from Safe Zabe, who used his feet just a half stride and lofted Cliff over the top of the infield. Don Best still up inside the circle at the moment. Mid off to the left-hander. Tattersall just has a word with his bowler, who just looked like he might have been searching for an idea there, possibly. And he comes again now. Nice measured run up, short, pulled, 4 more. Just one bounce this time as well. Pulled through mid-wicket. Tom Loughton is squarer than that on the boundary edge, and no chance of him getting anywhere near it. So 27 now with those 2 successive Zabe blows, and 93 for 2. Yorkshire, a reminder, made 353 for the loss of 5 wickets in their 46 overs.
Thanks, was that better last time?
Cliff in, and that's flicked to leg by Safe Zabe, and he'll get through for another single. 84 for 2, 28 to Zabe. Young, 51, is back on strike. What can Ben Cliff find here? He's going short of length in the main. Plenty of encouragement ringing around the ground among the Yorkshire fielding contingent. The crowd are fairly subdued here this afternoon as Luxton fields this next open-faced little late cut by Will Young. Better delivery from Ben Cliff. moment. As figures of 4.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. This will complete his 5th then.
Probably bowled a bit better than that.
Here he is again, and that one's been pulled away. 1 bounce and 4 through cow shot corner, but played with control by Will Young. Entitled to play it as well. The field is in over there, so relatively expensive over, and that will mean that they finish it 15 now complete on 98 for 2. Yorkshire were 90 without loss at the same stage. Young on 55 and 28 for Safe Zabe. Here's DT.
Yeah, it's starting to get just a little bit concerning, this, isn't it, for the Yorkshire captain and his team out there. Seem to be in control of it after those 2 early wickets, but such a good batting surface and such a relatively inexperienced Yorkshire bowling attack, young bowling attack. Well, good lesson for them here. So, oh, there's going to be runs here, and there's a lesson for them here. So, oh, there's going to be runs here, and there's a racing away towards the boundary. Now, are these going to be byes or leg byes? The start of a new over from Sullivan, and did we get no, it's gone down as a couple of runs to Safe, so he must have got something on it. 100 up, 100 for 2. Barely met with an applause anywhere. His next delivery is just pushed into the onside by Zabe. Takes the single very comfortably. 101 now for 2 runs flowing. What's Deutsche up to? So he's got all sorts of things going on here.
Third wicket partnership between Captain Will Young, who's on 55, and Safe Zabe, who's on 31. Northamptonshire 101 for 2 in the 16th over.
Next delivery is worked out to deep mid wicket for single.
6 overs.
Yorkshire would happily give one of those away every ball, because the requirement is more than a run ball at this stage. Oh, Georgie's got the licorice twist out now. You can hear that in our effects mic. He's picking up the crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. Next delivery fired in, and thought of a single there. In fact, he committed himself quite a long way down. Safe Zabe, but sent back by his skipper, and a good decision, because that ball was just whipped in very, very quickly.
Afternoon again, David. Afternoon, everyone.
Ah, you're back, Rathers.
I'm back. I was just updating BBC Radio Northampton.
Good man.
Trying to sound slightly more optimistic.
Sullivan bowls, and that's a good delivery, and again Zabe looks for the sweep, and the ball goes through and hits Harry Duke behind the stumps there. Sort of passed over the batsman, over the keeper. Don't think there was any contact. Duke didn't think there was any earlier in the over. It was given us 2 runs. Sullivan bowls again, and driven nicely. Standard shot, agreed single down there to long on. That's the end of a tidy enough over from Sullivan.
Yeah, a little bit of a partnership developing here, which Northamptonshire need, of course. That was one thing that of course, Yorkshire did to perfection. 209 for the first wicket, and then just when Northamptonshire got Will Frayne out and thought we may be in for a slightly easier ride, Will Luxton goes in, and there was no slackening of the momentum, and they put on 134 in 15 overs for the second wicket, for a little flurry of wickets towards the end. So these two probably need to build something fairly substantial.
Yeah,
it is going to be Dom Bess coming into the attack.
Hard to see how you're going to get 354 to win without a century partnership in there somewhere, but these two of them...
Century partnership, they might have to be a bit more, but no, they've laid the foundations, haven't they?
These two have put up 7 today.
Well, this is a key part of the game, I think. Dom Bess coming into from the rugby ground end, bowling his off spin round the wicket to the left-handed Zabe, who cuts below his back point. And there's no talking earlier about Ricardo Vasconcelos. I was making the point that I thought that he perhaps hadn't had an awful lot of opportunities to play himself back into form. After breaking his thumb against Kent, his bat in again, swept by Zabe down to deep backward square, only a single. Tom Loughton out there on the boundary. Lowton, I beg your pardon, for a single. I was thinking of somebody else. Zabe up to 33, 104 for 2.
It's got one of those names that no matter how much practice you do, and it's as simple as can be. Lowton.
And it's not, you haven't even got the excuse that it's an OUGH, which can be bow, bow, or ho, or whatever. Tom Loughton anyway, bear, pushing 2. Over the wicket, the little Young is on 56. Orton goes for sweep, gone up on way, much more height than distance. It's just a into boundary for 4, but Young played with such dependable so far, just getting underneath that one a little bit. His heart would have been in his mouth for a split second, but in the end it went over the man on the 45. It was too fine for the man running around from deep square, so 4 more to Young. He goes to 60, and Northamptonshire to 108 for 2. It was pointed out to me that he did. Sellis did play in one of the second 11 games last week, one-day game, and got 50. Here's Bess in bowling to Young, just turns him round a little bit, and he has to play it defensively up on the onside, fielded by Johnny Tattersall. So happy to mention that, but I still think it's probably not enough cricket if you're struggling a little bit. Here's Bess in bowls again to Young, who attempts the reverse sweep, doesn't connect, it runs out on the onside again for Tattersall to field, and there's no run. Good contest this between 2 international cricketers, Don Bess and Will Young. Bess in again, bowling to Young down the leg side. Love to bowl that one again. That's called a wide by umpire Tom Lungley.
I think he might just have gambled a little bit there, thinking that Young was going to give him the charge, fire one down the leg side, and okay, you give away the wide, but you get the stumping.
Bess in again, bowls short, pulled away by Young. This time it goes all along the floor, and that's a really good bit of fielding down at deep backward square, and Young has to just put the hammer down a little bit to get back for the second, but he does so successfully. There's 2 more onto the total. Young goes to 62, and Northamptonshire to 111 for 2 at the end of the 16th over, so 30 overs remaining, and Northamptonshire need a mere 243 more runs to win, so it's pushing 8 and over, but while there's life there's hope.
Yeah, and a simple over like that, you would sort of look at that and think, oh, that's a tidy enough over from Yorkshire, yet 8 runs have come from it, so it's so difficult. You bowl an over for 4 runs here, it's almost a maybe.
As Brucey used to say, that's all there is to it.
So, start of a new over from Sullivan. Bowls to Zabe there, and he probably will claim a bit of a moral success there as the batsman came down the wicket. Didn't really get hold of it, just swung it out to cow corner for the left-hander over there in front of the tennis courts and the temporary stand. But I've just done a quick calculation. Holds a lot of people over there.
It does, doesn't it? Big stand.
Next delivery is pushed back with a square. They've set off for a single, and I think Frayne might have thrown at the wrong end there because he was very close to the keeper's end. He shied at the far end. It struck Will Young as he scampered through to complete that run. I think he should have just backed himself and gone for a direct hit at the keeper's end because he was not that far away. Next delivery gives it a bit more air there, getting a little bit more confident maybe. Sullivan swept out to mid-wicket. That's the 3rd single from the over so far, but that a risky single, just dabbed it down backward a point.
Just looking at the last time these two did bat together, we mentioned earlier that didn't seem to be, the understanding needed a little bit of work.
Next delivery, fired in, a quicker delivery there, and only going to be the 1 run again. So this is doing what is required of him by the young left armour.
I think the last time they would have played together was the championship match against Yorkshire at Northampton way back in mid-April.
Bolster Zabe is down the pitch, working that one away through the onside. He's got 1. That's all he is going to get. So again, if he can get out of this over with another single,
I'll be okay.
you'll count that as a success.
It's what Northamptonshire didn't do this morning, was it?
Bowls there, and that's driven firmly, but straight up to mid-off. So that's 6 singles off that over from Sullivan. And in modern white ball cricket on a hard batsman's pitch, that counts as a successful over.
No, absolutely. A couple of times when I was on this morning that we were saying about, I think on one occasion Jack White, on another occasion Tom Taylor, and we said they bowled 5 good balls there, and the last one almost inevitably went to the boundary. But say these two have done a pretty good job. They've all of Vasconcelos and Gay 36 for 2. Just needed somebody to dig in, because a couple more wickets then, and I think, with all due respect to what's to come, it would have been pretty much game over. As it is, if these two can take it on a bit, then the likes of Keogh and McManus and James Sales will at least have a chance. Young doing a terrific job on his first List A match as Northampton's captain. His best round the wicket to him, short, cracked away by Young out to the covers. Super bit of fielding just in there by Will Luxton, shied at the stumps. There at short extra cover, but Zabe was home. It was a better judged single, 66 to Young, 118 for 2, and now Luxton retreats out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for the left-handed safe Zabe. Bess coming in around the wicket from the rugby ground end, and he's stumped. He's beaten safe Zabe, almost walked past it, and that's really well bowled by Don Bess, and safe Zabe just being a little bit ambitious against Don Bess, and he goes stumped by by some way by Harry Duke. Off the bowling of Don Bess for 36 in Northamptonshire, 118 for 3. I don't think you'd need the third umpire for that one.
No, the only question is whether the batsman had crossed or not, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was a long way down, came skipping down. And he's actually, to be fair, in the course of that innings, he used his feet pretty well. But on that occasion, say, just outfoxed by Don Bess. So, Safe Zabe walks back, and the new batter is Rob Keogh.
Yeah, just when that partnership was starting to get a little bit worrying from a Yorkshire point of view, 82 runs they'd added for the third wicket, and Zabe was sort of getting into his stride, wasn't he? He was starting to work the ball around, played a few delightful shots. But he's gone, as we said earlier. We can have a shower, get changed, come and sit with his mates, and try and support them, because he will be playing no further part.
No, 82 off 13, that partnership, so that was going at what, 6 and a bit and over, so that's 6.5 runs and over. But now Rob Keogh, there's 2 right-handers in. Batters to come for Northamptonshire. Lewis McManus made 100 in the warm-up game against Bedfordshire at Dunstable on Sunday. James Sales, Tom Taylor, Nathan Buck, the happy hacker, who can hit a ball a long way, Jack White and Alex Russell. Not necessarily in that order, as the great Eric Morecambe would have said. So Rob Keogh is taking guard from umpire Lungley, and Yorkshire putting the pressure on the new batter by putting in a slip. As Bess prepares to bowl his first ball to Rob Keogh, does so, and Keogh is back foot defensive, pushing it out to extra cover where Luxton fields, and there's no run. Bess in again, bowling to Keogh, and just worked into the onside this by Keogh, but can't elude the man in there at short mid-wicket.
What do you make of this annoying little run-up of Bess's? He's sort of
his little run at the start, stops and then comes in again. Give a little bit of width there, and very full, allows Keogh to free his hands and drive it out to deep cover for a single. So Rob Keogh is off the mark. One to him, 119 for 3. One of those Northamptonshire batters who's been a little bit short of runs recently. Got some starts, just hasn't pressed on. Got a very good 100 against Warwickshire, very good 100 at the start against Gloucestershire, both those in the Championship, of course. Worked away this time by Will Young down behind square for a single. Don Bess. One more to the Northamptonshire captain, who pinches the bowling as well. Applause for Don Bess. A wicket in that over, that a safe save. And at the end of the 18th over, Northamptonshire 120 for 3 with Young on 67. Keogh on 1. To be fair to Rob Keogh in the blast, he didn't get that many opportunities because certainly the first part of the competition, Northampton's top order, and in particular Chris Lynn and Jimmy Neesham, were scoring so prolifically that those batting at sort of 5 and below didn't really have much of a go. But this will be a very, very good time for him to play an innings of real substance in white ball. More than capable of doing it.
Useful cricketer, isn't he, Jimmy Neesham?
Yes, very popular one as well. Makes friends wherever he goes, except possibly at Grace Road.
Oh. So Sullivan starts new over, drags that one down, and it's just eased by Keogh into the onside for a single. I think certainly some of the batsmen who are out there today, like Frayne and Luxton, if he'd have bowled that delivery to them, we'd have been over in the secret garden somewhere to our left. If you haven't heard us talk about it earlier, if you look around the York ground, the way we're looking to our left, there's a rather nice old brick wall, quite high. Supposed to be 8-9 feet, something like that. Gardens beyond. Don Bess hit one into the gardens. Start of a new, second ball there. Sorry, just pushing forward defensively was Keogh. Left arm around the wicket again, bowls, and that's hit in the air, and as he held on, he hasn't quite. It would have been a tremendous caught and bowled there from young Sullivan. He's dived full length.
Well bowled.
To his right, which is a left arm bowler. I'm assuming he's his weak side, and got a hand on it. And this time shot from Keogh. Balls to him again. He's down the wicket looking to drive that one past mid-off. He only hits it to mid-off, gets a single. But again, an over with, so far, not too many runs, and they've just dried up a little bit at the moment for Northants. Nothing that a couple of boundaries wouldn't sort out. Left arm round the wicket, quicker delivery, and there's one of the boundaries. That's disappeared somewhere down into the town centre. That's a very, very big straight 6 from the skipper.
Yes, you wouldn't know it by the response that that was actually a beautifully controlled stroke, lovely footwork, and just hit through it.
I think he should move on to 74. He does, and the total now 128 for 2. We said nothing that a couple of boundaries wouldn't sort out. What's he going to do with this one? No, he's just going to have a single here, working that one down to long on. So at the end of that over, 9 runs came from it. But well, I think they'd be happy with that. Beautiful straight 6.
He ran into some form in white ball cricket at the early part of this year, Will Young. In fact, the reason he was late and missed Northamptonshire's first championship match of the season against Gloucestershire at Northampton was that he was involved in the Black Caps ODI series against the Netherlands, in which he scored heavily, including his first ODI 100. So he's sort of developing himself into a multi-format international player for the Black Caps. Long conference in mid-pitch now between Keogh and Young, as a couple of the Yorkshire players come on with, I think, a helmet for Harry Duke, but he's not going to need it for now, because we're going to see Tom Loughton come into the attack for the first time. He'll be bowling from the rugby ground end over to our right. 129 for 3, so Northamptonshire need another 225 to win in 26 overs. It's a very tall order, but as long as Will Young is there, I think Northamptonshire will feel that they have a chance.
Would Rob Keogh be the senior pro now.
Yes, oh yes, he's again terrific one-club man. Made his first class debut for Northamptonshire, I think 12 years ago now. So here's Loughton, right arm over the wicket, and Keogh just opening the face, running it down to third man for a single. It was Young, beg your pardon. 76 to Will Young, 129 for 3 Northamptonshire. Just has a chat with Rob Keogh, who is now on strike. Yes, he's one of those. I mean, he's had a couple of notable milestones this year, David. He made his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire down at Chelmsford at early part of the season, the championship match there, and then a couple of games ago went past 5,000 first-class runs for the county. Loughton in again, just back of a length, and they drop it down on the offside, and Loughton following through and tries the old Dennis Compton, booting it onto the stumps, misses the stumps. If he'd hit, might have been tight. It was a very, very tight single. Young called for it, and they came through okay in the end. Take Keogh to 3 and Northamptonshire to 131 for 3. And he's one of those, in terms of his first class record in particular, you watch him just sort of edging up past some players who a lot of Northamptonshire supporters would rank among the, some of the all-time greats, the big names of the club, and Rob Keogh is moving past them. Here's Loughton in again, bowls, and that's on leg stump, whipped away by Young. There's 2 men out on the leg side, one at deep square, one at deep mid-wicket, and goes to the man at deep mid-wicket. They only come through for a single, takes Young to 77 and Northamptonshire to 132 for 3. One interesting point you say about the 100th appearance, David, is whether anybody else will ever do that again. 100 first-class games, they have to play a long time if they cut back on the number of matches, which is being talked about. That finds Keogh in behind that, pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, you say 100 first-class appearances and 5,000 runs. How would that compare with, for those who are not familiar with the Northants history as yourself, how would that compare with somebody like, I don't know, for example, obviously David Capel?
Well, David Capel, he scored more than that and was an all-rounder, but I suppose the point to make is Loughton comes in and that's worked away nicely through the onside by Keogh. He's only going to get a singles. Field's been really well placed and got men on the right angles. They're at deep mid-wicket on this occasion, fielded out there by Will Frame, come through for 1, Keogh to 4, 133 for 3.
I'll try somebody else then.
Well, it's the fact...
Somebody like Alan Lamb.
Well, Lammy was way ahead of that, but again he played...
number of first-class games?
Oh yes, yeah. But he played, he played for 18 seasons at Northamptonshire, so here's Loughton in again, and this time Young is just dropping it down on the onside. Come through for a single, thought for a second about a 2 a second, but Young says no, so Keogh goes back into his ground, and that's the end of another over. 134 for 3 with Will Young on 78. Keogh is 4, 25 overs remaining. Northamptonshire need 220 to win. I'm trying to think of another familiar name.
Well,
if you look at the list of centuries, for example, Rob Keogh's made 13 first-class hundreds, so he's now moved ahead of the likes of Dick Woolley, Fally Walden, Mick Norman, people like that who older listeners will remember. He's close now to Ben Duckett, Alan Ford, and people like that. So
Alan Ford, that would definitely.
He's gradually moving up the list. But if you play 10 seasons, obviously of 20 championship games a season, that's 200 games. But
somebody like Jeff Cook or Wayne Larkins would certainly have done that, wouldn't it? Down the pitch, start of this over, and another straight 6 for Will Young. The mid-off is in, and he's just lofted that over and into the crowd down there on the edge of that rather splendid temporary stand that I think can hold 200 people, 2,000 people if my maths is correct. So
Jeff Cook made more than 20,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire.
Sullivan bowls again, quicker delivery, and that's tickled around the corner for a single by Young. So that'll be a relief to young Sullivan, who's bowled quite nicely with his left arm.
It was very nice to see Jeff Cook at Former Players' Day this year. First time he's been back for a while. It was terrific to have the chance to catch up with him. Captain when I started covering Northamptonshire many moons ago.
Next delivery down the pitch comes Keogh and hits that one straight for
Four. Second,
yeah.
second bounce.
I was looking to, I thought he'd pitched just inside. So got to get out of this over now. Sullivan 6-1-4, 145 for 3. We're in the 22nd over. And it's overs like this that can suddenly just turn the game. Let's see what he does here. And now pins Keogh back in his crease there and turns it round the corner for a single. So 12 runs coming from the first 4 balls, and dangerous Will Young is back on strike. So already this partnership, well, he hasn't added that many, he's added 28, but they've not been together for any stretch of time. Next delivery, good length, eased up wide of long on. The batsman just jogged through for a single, so Sullivan will be looking to get out of this over with no more damage or no more serious damage. He's got Keogh on strike. Little skip in his approach. Keogh down the pitch, turns it to mid-wicket, gets 1. So 14 runs from the over. I suppose when you concede 6 off the first ball, that's some sort of recovery. 148 for 3 at the end of the 22nd over.
And of course Dennis Brooks, good Yorkshireman, made nearly 29,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire in an association with a club that stretched for about 70 years, which is
70 years?
Yeah, they had a dinner at the ground to celebrate the 70th anniversary of him coming to the club on trial. That was in 1932.
Did he give his first interview to you, Erders?
Thanks very much, David. That's very much appreciated. And just for that, we're going to cut David Townsend off. And Jonathan Dodge will be resuming commentary with me. And the first ball from next over from Tom Lowton is run down towards third man, and it's not the greatest bit of fielding down there on the boundary, allows them to come back for 2. A couple of runs there to Keogh. Good positive running there from Will Young. It was his call. So Keogh goes up to 13 and Northamptonshire up to 151 for 3. Here's Lowton. Big tall man in bowl, short of a length, and Keogh onto the back foot, cracks it out to deep cover. It's fielded out there by Matthew Revis, and they're through for another run.
Heads up on a radio leads update in a moment or two.
The scoreboard now I think is frozen. I think that's 14 to Keogh, 152 for 3 I think. There's Lowton in again, bowls to Young, who drives beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. That's again lovely balance, lovely timing by the New Zealand international. Races away for 4, takes him into the 90s, and Northamptonshire up to 156 for 3. So the runs required dips below 200. Those little psychological barriers passed. Now, one conversation between Johnny Tattersall and his bowler as they work out where to put the fielders. Still keeping as is. As Lowton comes in and bowls wide outside the off stump, and Will Young looking to try and throw the kitchen sink at that. Doesn't make contact. Goes into the gloves of Harry Duke. Stays at 155 for 3, so 199 more runs to win. Young just comes down the pitch and has a little prod of the pitch. Settles on his stance again as Lowton comes in, bowls to him, and he runs that down to third man. Should be just a single, that's all there will be. Takes Young to 91 and Northamptonshire to 156 for 3. So 198 to win. I'll hand you over to Jonathan Dodge so we can update BBC Radio Leeds.
Thanks, Radders. Update time then for BBC Radio Leeds. Hello, Rima. Yeah, a bit blustery out here. We're on the balcony at first floor level. We've had a bit of rain earlier. We've nearly got sunburn. At the moment, the cloud cover is over. But, yeah, very blustery day. And the news is that Yorkshire, well, they're going reasonably well. It's a game that's sort of quite nicely poised at this moment in time. It was reduced to 46 overs each team. It's just a one-day game, is this one. We did have a bit of rain earlier on, so that they chopped the overs down from 50 to 46. Yorkshire made 353. For the loss of 5 wickets. A brilliant 143 by Will Frayne off 107 balls. Harry Duke also faced in the same number of deliveries and made 111 as well. It was Frayne's highest score for Yorkshire and Duke's second List A century. William Luxton also made his highest score for Yorkshire so far, 84. So a superb effort to make 353 for 5. They took 2 early Northamptonshire wickets as well. Those of Emilio Gay caught by Will Frayne off Ben Code for 10. Preceding that, Ricardo Vasconcelos had been caught by Don Bess off Ben Cliff for 4. But New Zealand international Will Young, captain of Northamptonshire at the moment, is doing his best to scupper Yorkshire's plans of starting this competition off with a win. He's 91 not out from 63 deliveries. Saif Zaib with him for quite a while, made 36, and Rob Keogh is out there at the moment, not out on 14. So they are 157 for 3 at around about the halfway stage, Rima, in this one, in their innings. Well, I thought you might be playing a bit of Will Young as he's batting at the moment, but anyway. Well, I think the Yorkshire players are just saying to Will Young, I think you better leave right now. He's just been caught at mid-on. And Northamptonshire, well, with it, their hopes, they're not completely gone by any stretch, but they're just dampened somewhat. He's out for 91, and so it's 158 for 4. Go on, crack on. Oh. I'll speak to you on Thursday. There we go, living La Vida Loca. Apparently I am on the balcony here at York, and that's an excellent knock by Will Young. Thanks to those who've handed us the DLS scores, should they be needed here, because it is a bit heavy of sky around. So 91 from 64 deliveries, I make it. I didn't work out who'd taken the catch there in mid-conversation.
Sullivan. That was
thanks for that.
Harry Sullivan. Yeah, 91 of 64 balls. 2 6s and 12 4s. Lewis McManus going to the crease. So, yeah, it's a big wicket, isn't it? Huge wicket.
Well, it is the way it was striking. I mean, Yorkshire 2 centurions, as I was just mentioning on the piece there, but not with the sort of speed with which he was scoring his runs. And I was just looking at that before the little update, thinking, do you know what, he could be on for a big 100 here off not that many. And if they don't get him out, Yorkshire, they could go down to defeat. That might still happen, but they're giving themselves a better chance now with seeing the back of him.
Here's Ben Code into the new batsman Lewis McManus, who's pushing forward out into the offside, and there's no run. McManus, who, as we had the announcement on Monday, which I think timely is probably the word, because he made 100 in the warm-up game against Bedfordshire at Dunstable on Sunday, and then the announcement the following day that Lewis McManus has signed a 2-year contract, which will keep him at Northamptonshire until at least the end of 2024, because came originally on loan from Hampshire at the start of this season. His Code in bowls to, and he aims a big drive outside the off stump, beats the outside edge, goes into the gloves of Harry Duke, and you can tell that Lewis McManus hadn't figured in Northamptonshire's planning when they printed the shirts pre-season, because he hasn't got a number or a name on his back.
No.
But of course, we've seen 2 instances down at Cheltenham of players who did have names on their back, but they were spelt incorrectly, which was quite fun. Here's Code in bowls to McManus, who's off the mark, who's running that down to third man. for a single, fielded by Ben Cliff, coming out from the front of the hospitality marquee. Takes McManus to 1 and Northamptonshire to 159 for 4.
I would like to, at this juncture, add my unreserved apologies for the excessive and gratuitous use of "I think you better leave right now," but that was obviously for a different audience.
Yes,
and I wouldn't be the first to just have one joke that lasted me a career.
Code bowls to Keogh, carbon copy of the ball before. Stroke played by Lewis McManus, just opens the face, runs it down to Cliff at third man for another single. 16 to Keogh, 1 to McManus. The end of a successful over from Ben Code, his second wicket of the innings, and Northamptonshire 160 for 4. So they need another 194 to win off 22 overs. Yes, I think we've gone through most of them this year now with Will Young. At least most of the songs that most people have heard of, but not being an aficionado of these things. I'm sure our colleague Martin Emerson, who's very expert on these things, has probably got a few ones that I haven't heard of. Yes, Zach Chappell was Zach Chappell for Gloucestershire down at Cheltenham, and Ryan Rickleton for Northamptonshire had the E and the L the wrong way round, but he didn't seem to mind very much. It didn't affect his form, put it that way.
Thank you to Andrew Ard. Here's Dom Seb bowling from the rugby ground end, and well,
spin did it.
There we go. Will Frayne wasn't particularly done by the spin when he was batting, but he has been in the field, as that one has skewed away from him. He lost his footing going down for the ball. He kicked the turf in disgust with himself. He'll still be ribbed about that in the dressing room. 100 and whatever it was, 143 or not. There'll be a few bits of rib tickling going on after he missed that one, but they won't be laughing about it just at this moment in time because the result is not clear. As Bess is in, and that's a reverse sweep played by Keogh out to the sweeping Tom Loughton for 1 run.
Keogh's go-to against the spinners tends to be the orthodox sweep rather than the reverse sweep, but I think he seems to be playing it a little better than he did when he first entered the repertoire.
Useful, always strikes me as a useful player every time Yorkshire play against Northamptonshire, both bat and ball. I think we saw some evidence of that in the T20 game.
Yes.
So this lady's delivery turned into the leg side, and there is no run. Lewis McManus looking to try to get going here. He's not going to have too long to hang around before he has to start forcing it to some extent. He's pinged a nice push off the middle beyond the diving Johnny Tattersall at mid-wicket. Hill sweeping keeps them to 1.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for these two because there's not. Well, I say there's not a lot to come. I'll qualify that in a second.
Bass in again, work round the corner this time, and Keogh picking up 1 more. Loxton doing the fielding.
James Sales will be next in. Obviously, young player learning the game. Then Tom Taylor, genuine all-rounder, but not having a great time with the bat this year. Nathan Buck, who hits it a long way, and 2 bowlers, White and Russell.
Yeah, Bess in, open face, push by McManus will pick him up another single. Yorkshire will be very happy to just let him have the ones here. Code fires one in, end of that over, and I think I'm right in saying it'll be 8 runs from it when it's confirmed. 168. The loss of 4 wickets is confirmed. I'm not sure whether or not you've been through scores elsewhere.
Not recently, no.
When I was off, but Derbyshire have already lost to Glamorgan. 110 all out in 30 overs. Any excuse for an early tea for Fletch. Glamorgan 112 for 2. Won by 8 wickets with 151 balls remaining. Oof, that's a bit of a pace thing. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire made 264. Warwickshire closing in on what looks like being a comfortable win. 211 for 1. 54 needed off 18.3. And change of ends for Tom Loughton, who's coming on down the incline from the city end. At Sedbergh, Lancs against Essex has been abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Oh dear, it's a shame.
Lancs, of course, here on Thursday. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, 290 for 7. Sussex in a bit of trouble, 139 for 5. Need 152 off 19.5 overs. Loughton in and bowling to McManus, who plays it out into the covers where Tattersall fields. At Guildford, Surrey made 246 for 8. And at Leicestershire have got a pretty good chance there. They need 85 off 20 with 7 wickets remaining. Bearing in mind, of course, Surrey have lost plenty of players.
Yes, it's not quite a second team, but it's not far off.
And a big score for Worcestershire. Loughton's in, McManus pushing it, that missing, and through to Duke. 353 on the board here. Worcestershire made 351 for 8 themselves. That was from the full 50. Kent 220 for 1. Need 132 off 18.3 on what certainly gives you the impression New Road is not too wide of the mark by the looks of things down there. So 168 for 4. That little jump early on in his run-up from Loughton is in. Tall figure of Tom Loughton that's pushed into the covers again by McManus. And you know, you always, as a commentator, you're up there to be shot at if you say things like Will Young is out and with it the hopes of Northamptonshire, but I'll put that to you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very difficult game to win from here. Let's put it that way. I think Young, we said at lunchtime, didn't we, that he's going to have to bat through, almost through, you would feel.
Loughton pushed into the offside by McManus. I've just got this strange feeling I should be doing the other end. Am I right? Have I done?
No, you're absolutely fine.
Apologies if I did. Getting carried away. McManus pushes, as I say, round about point there and picks up 1. 169 for 4.
Just thinking about our colleagues at Derby getting a very, very early night. It's almost ridiculously early. They play a beer match, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could do that.
Like we used to in club cricket.
Yeah, Loughton in. That's turned backward of square by Keogh. Code advancing on it, so is Revis, and it's the latter who wins the race. Fires it in flat. So good over so far by Tom Loughton. Finn Bean down beneath our feet in the squad here, but not playing. He's got number 33 on his back. Make a note for future squad number lovers. Bringing a drink out to Ben Code, number 10. Good to see Ben Code back in the side. Came and sat with us in the com box at Northampton earlier in the season.
Very good company.
Loughton in again. A bit of pace about this delivery as well. And McManus misses. End of the over. That's 26 now complete. And the visitors 170 for 4 at the same stage. They're still in front of Yorkshire all the way through. They've just been a few runs ahead in that respect. 164 without loss. Yorkshire were at the same stage, but those wickets, how important could they be?
Yeah, it's just with 184 to win. Somebody's going to have to make play an innings of real substance. Now, presumably, Rob Keogh is first in the frame for that. Lewis McManus is inevitably going to take a little bit of time to play himself in, but as you made the point, Doige, he hasn't got that long. Given the match situation, anyway, he's watching for the non-strikers end as Don Best starts another over round the wicket, bowls to Keogh, who's playing that down behind square for a single down to deep backward square leg. One more to Keogh, who is 24, and Northamptonshire to 171 for 4. Yeah, played nicely in the warm-up game. Lewis McManus batting at 6, batting at 5 in fact on that occasion. Here's Bess in, bowls to him, and that turns and bounces a little bit, and McManus just dropping the wrists on it into the crease next to him. Harry Duke comes to retrieve from behind the stumps. Still the match on the Clifton Alliance ground goes on. Unabated enthusiasm as Bess comes in again and once again tucks up Lewis McManus. You feel he's itching to try and give himself a little bit of room, and Don Bess isn't allowing him to do it.
I think they're playing last man bats on.
They've been out there a very, very long time, including through all the rain this morning.
It looks like they might be finishing now, actually. They're walking off together.
Oh yes, they are. Don Bess this time is going to concede a single to Lewis McManus down to deep backward square, but only the single. McManus has been looking on a number of occasions at his bat as though he doesn't quite like the look of it, and he's going to call for another one from the bottom of the bag. He's 5, 172 for 4. In fact, he did signal to the dressing room as they wanted a replacement. Here's Bess. Around the wicket bowls to Keogh, waits on that, cracks it away through extra cover for 4. Clever bit of batting by Rob Keogh, he just waited for that. And Bess had taken a lot of the pace off it. There's a man in there, Will Luxton, at short extra. He managed to hit it past him, and it races away for 4. Over an outfield that is very green, but still very quick. 28 to Keogh, 176 for 4. Northamptonshire about halfway there in terms of the runs. Rather more than that in terms of the overs. Swept by Keogh, and again the spin takes it away from the man coming round from deep backward square, Will Frayne, and runs away for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Rob Keogh to finish the over. And yes, I think Gus Miller, the 12th man, is bringing out something for Lewis McManus. I think it might be some tape for the bat, maybe. Anyway, end of the over, 32 to Keogh, 5 to McManus, 180 for 4. Northamptonshire require a further 174 to win. They have 19 overs in which to do it. And Augustus Horatio Miller, Northamptonshire's 12th man, is, I think he's pulling out gloves and various items of paraphernalia, but also some, I think it's tape for McManus. We're working out, Doige, you like these sort of things, that Gus Miller, he played in the T20 game against India, and I'm sure will feature at some point in this campaign, will be the first Augustus to play for Northamptonshire since, I think, 1888.
Love that. Love that.
Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford. Oundle schoolboy, went to Cambridge, opened the batting for Northamptonshire late 1880s. I think he just might have played into the early 1890s, but I think he's the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire.
Love it. Here's Lowton. Thomas, who's just been chopped away wide of Will Frayne, who's at Fly Gully as much as anything, I guess you'd call him, diving to his right. It's gone for 4 down towards the jousting tent.
And if you want a really useless piece of information about R.A.A. Beresford, his niece Elizabeth Beresford created the Wombles.
Lofty connections. Lowton then pumps that arm as he comes in to bowl. McManus turns that away backward of square for another single. Revis doing the fielding. England's test squad to play South Africa in 3 matches has been announced, and it includes Yorkshire's Harry Brook and Yorkshire's Joe Root. The only Yorkshire's Jonathan Bairstow as well. The only 3 inclusions. I was going to say 2 then for a moment. Give you the full details in a mo, but Lowton's about a bowl here to Keogh. Rob Keogh averaging 32.5 this form of the game, and not going to prove that with this stroke, but he's got his 32 on the board here, so he's there or thereabouts, his par score. Stokes skippering, of course. Anderson, Bairstow, Broad, Brook, Crawley, Folkes, Leach, Lees, Craig Overton, Potts, Pope, Ollie Robinson of Sussex, and Root. So no great surprises in that squad announcement, as that's pushed out into the covers by Keogh. There's no run. So that's Ollie Robinson's first return to the squad, or first appearance in a squad for England since the Caribbean tour back in March. Former Yorkshire player, of course, back in the day. Lowton coming in bowling to Keogh, who's got down on one knee here and slapped that away through extra cover. Both Bess and Tadasel were interested to varying degrees, but it split the gap between the pair of them. That's nicely played away up towards the temporary stand. Been very subdued, and I don't know if it's just that because of the wind, we can't hear very much in terms of what's going on with the crowd, but we certainly heard them when they wanted to applaud both Yorkshire Centurions and Will Luxton off the field, but it's been pretty subdued as far as this Northamptonshire innings is concerned, as that's flicked into the leg side, and Luxton does the cleaning up. That's the end of over number 28, and Northamptonshire making 9 from it, or 189 for 4.
Do you think they've seen what they came to see? Maybe. Freddie Heldrick was about to come on with some gloves, and it might just have been told to No, he's now coming on with a drinks bottle, but now of course it's too late because Don Bess is already getting ready to bowl the over. So already had a bit of a stoppage a couple of overs ago when Lewis McManus, they were bringing drinks and gloves on and some running repairs for Lewis McManus's bat. So doesn't do anything for the over rate. Here's Bess from the rugby ground end over to our right and bowling to McManus, short, and he hit that hard but straight to Will Luxton at short extra cover, so there's no run. Bess, this blustery wind, it's not easy for spinners today. Bowls that one again on the line of one imagines middle and leg, worked back down the pitch by McManus, fielded by Bess off his own bowling. So 2 dot balls to start the over, which immediately puts a bit of pressure on the batters. Bowls again, and again worked into the onside and really well fielded there by Johnny Tattersall. This is just one of those instances where the spinners can just get through overs and almost before the batting side knows it, find themselves even further behind the clock. Bess in again this time. McManus has taken him on, and he's taken him on well, and it's gone for 6 over long off. Hits one of the vans parked down to our right, runs off in the general direction of the car park, was retrieved by a gentleman in shorts. So after 3 dot balls, McManus deciding he had to do something and did it pretty effectively in the end.
Where there's blame, there's a claim.
He goes to he goes up to 16, 195 for 4. What's Bess's response? Bowled wide down the leg side. It was a little bit short. It turned down the leg side and signalled as wide by umpire Lungley, so we'll have to bowl that one again. 196 for 4. Northamptonshire need another 158 to win. 17 overs after this one. Is Bess in again, bowls to McManus. It gone aerial again. Has he got enough on it? Yes, well, he hasn't, and that's probably just as well, because if he'd got a touch more on it, it would have been a relatively straightforward catch to George Hill running around the boundary. As it was, it landed in front of him, and they come through for a single. Takes McManus to 17, Northamptonshire to 197 for 4. Here's Don Bess round the wicket again. Reverse sweep by Keogh, going down towards the boundary. Nobody's going to stop that. In fact, Tom Loughton just basically watches it over the rope. He already starts to walk back to his bowling mark and leaves it to one of his teammates to retrieve the underarm throw in from the crowd. So strong finish to the over for Northamptonshire after a very strong start to the over from Don Bess. 40 now to Rob Keogh. Northamptonshire going past the 200 mark, 201 for 4, 153 more runs required. 17 overs left. Lewis McManus has moved on to 17, so the equation, 153 more runs needed, 17 overs left.
And Loughton to continue at the City end. That Bess over, having had the 3 dots, as Rad has said, has gone for 12 in the end. So they're still there or thereabouts. They need less than 7 and over to win this. And first ball of this over sees McManus trying to play a pull but missing out. Yorkshire's bowling figures so far. Ben Cliff has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 44. Ben Code 6 overs, 2 for 24. Good stuff from him. 3 overs for 16. Matthew Revis, the only maiden of this Northamptonshire innings. Harris Sullivan, 6 overs for 50. Don Bess, 1 for 41 off 5 to date. Loughton in. McManus, lovely shot from him, has lofted this over the top of Don Bess at mid-off and will pick up 4. Loughton has now gone for 29 into his 5th over. So a good economy rate from Ben Code. 4 from it.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? Probably the pick of the bowlers, you would think.
Yeah, Loughton to McManus, flicks into the leg side, gets it beyond the grasp of Luxton, and therefore for a single. Sullivan doing the fielding. 206 for the loss of 4 wickets. Keogh now 40, McManus 22. Both appear to have their eyes in. 158 when the most recent wicket went down, so already a partnership worth 48 runs in pretty quick time. Loughton down the hill and into Keogh, who's on his tiptoes and running this one down to third man, where Ben Cliff does the fielding. 207 for 4. And Loughton, very tall figure, probably the tallest player on the park today. 2 or 3 strides and a little, it's almost like he's doing one of the various disciplines in the triple jump. As he bowls that, McManus pushes it out square on the offside for 1.
The Statos will enjoy this one. I will be leaving you shortly to go and update BBC Radio Northampton. I was saying about Northamptonshire playing a second 11 game here in 1990, and Yorkshire winning with a long 4th innings chase, and their 4th innings target 353, which is what they got today.
Loughton again. Keogh. Oh, now then he's looking to turn that to leg. He's got a leading edge on it, and fortunately for him, drops just short of the advancing Jonathan Tattersall, and then he plays a couple of golf shots there. Keogh, I think partly in anger with himself for what he did, or partly to show us what he was really hoping to do. 208 for 4 at the end of the 30th over of this Northamptonshire response to Yorkshire's 353, so 146 further runs needed in 16 overs. Radders is going to take a breather, and we'll bring back in DT in a moment, around about now in fact, as I'll just do a bit of fiddling about as well with the wires. This is live broadcasting, folks. It's all the fun of the fair. We don't have that massive backup team that Radders normally takes around with him for Northamptonshire games. When Yorkshire are here, it's that shoestring budget. We've had to make do with DT as our third voice for the day. Can't have it all. Matthew Revis going back into the attack at the rugby stand end. DT.
It's Revis bowling and played defensively by McManus. Are you suggesting that Radders couldn't bring his technical team with me because all the money had to be diverted into my fee? Was that?
Yeah.
Or were you suggesting I'm a cheap date?
As your fee. I think we need to have a word after we finish this broadcast, DT.
208 for 4. Revis bowls, and that's pulled in the air just wide of mid-wicket. They've got one, they're thinking a second. They're going to have to hurry. They have hurried. Direct hit, but home comfortably was Keogh.
Seriously, you haven't got the email, have you?
Oh, okay. 210 for 4. Well, it's nice working here, Georgie.
You got a free lunch. You come for those when you're not
see you
officially
for a
working
pint
normally.
afterwards. Revis bowls, and that's struck through the offside for a single by McManus. They're not out of this. Not out of this by any means. Northants. These two can keep going for another 50 runs or so. You'd almost think they would be getting to the point of favourites at that stage.
Yep.
They know what they're going for. The scoreboard pressure we always hear, and that's very true. But Revis bowls, that's hit so fiercely up to mid-on, a sort of cross-batted 1.5 bounces up to mid-on. Not that you can have half a bounce, but you know what I mean. 211 for 4. So could be a tense little session this. Another wicket though would put it back to Yorkshire, and very nearly another wicket there, but it's 4 runs. That was smashed past Yorkshire, new Yorkshire skipper Johnny Tattersall, and well, he sort of dived for that, but it was hit so cleanly that it was past him almost before he'd moved. So 215 now for 4, and Keogh closing on his half century, 45 not out. Next delivery's played back with a square on the offside. He's going to pick up a couple because there's a run round the boundary there. And 2 runs takes him on to 47, 217 for 4. In fact, yes, God, it's taken ages to click over there. That's the end of the over. 31 overs have been bowled, 15 overs to go. 137 runs required. Well, the way the runs are flowing at the moment, Yorkshire need a wicket.
Yeah, they do. They were 220 for 1 at the same stage, Yorkshire, so actually I think the first time that I've mentioned the comparable scores where they've been slightly in front. Northamptonshire have been in front all the way, so that's just something to consider. Yorkshire lad has tweeted in, this was some time ago, view from the boundary. He said at the time Yorkshire were keeping a lid on Northants, bit of pressure being exerted, Taps shuffling his bowling hand well. Going to need to keep doing that. Mighty Mariners this afternoon all hoping for a Yorkshire win. What is the cow sow selling on the ground? Cow and sow, it's selling burgers and all that malarkey.
But you see beef and pork, cow and sow, that's where it comes from, apparently.
Harry Sullivan coming back into the attack. Well, his left arm spin from the city end, and that's turned into the leg side by McManus, and good little dash in again by Will Luxton. You like what you see, don't you, with young Will?
Yep.
He's just about as laid back as it comes in the interactions or that I've had with him, and also just the way he appears to be on the field. Never know what people are like behind closed doors, I guess, but certainly gives off all the impression that he's horizontal as Sullivan drags one down the leg side. Keogh watches it go by, so wide ball.
Laid so far back, he's upside down by the sound of it.
Possibly so, yeah. Just levitating there at mid wicket as Keogh works one off his legs to Code, who's inside the circle at fine leg but can't prevent the one. 47 now to Rob, 48 now to Rob Keogh, 27 to the man who's on strike, the numberless Lewis McManus. Sullivan round the wicket, McManus flicks it to leg, Sullivan himself does the chasing, and Luxton in the end gets there.
Well, come on, all you people out there in Twitter land, let us know what you think at this stage. Are Yorkshire going to be able to hold on to this one?
A tough task facing Northamptonshire if they're going to win this.
You'll be
RL50, but they are showing a bit of character.
Sullivan again. Keogh paddles this one round the corner to short fine leg where Code does the fielding, but again, once they go, once the non-striking batter has given the striker the nod and a bit of backup, they take on the field all the time these days and usually win. Yorkshire have got a fairly hefty ring field, mainly on the offside, and so McManus has worked it into a gap on the leg side. They're going to come back and take on Luxton here, and if it had have been a good throw, could have been interesting, but wasn't his best piece of work, having praised him a minute or two ago. It was wide of the stumps, and Duke couldn't reel it in. They got back for 2. So 224 for the loss of 4 wickets. McManus on strike. Luxton having to make a bit of ground to get back out to the boundary. So Sullivan waiting for him to do that, and then he's in now. And this one looks like it might have turned away from the outside edge of McManus's bat. We did have the benefit of a video stream screen for, well, until it rained earlier on, and then that's been withdrawn. That particular avenue of pleasure was taken away, and we haven't been seen fit to have it returned to us, have we, since then?
Oh dear. All your avenues of pleasure disappearing on a Tuesday afternoon. 224 for 4, 130 exactly required to win off 14 overs. Now, I know that sounds a lot, but on a fast scoring ground against an immature attack, can we say, an attack, an inexperienced attack.
Immature, I mean, they were just squabbling over the ball there for a minute.
There's a fair bit of discussion going on now. A brains trust over there. It was interesting a couple of overs ago that Ben Code was suggesting a fielding change to his new skipper. And skipper acknowledged him, but didn't do what he was expecting. Revis is going to continue. Bess is having a word. He said, "Well, look, I've played a few Test matches. I'm entitled to have my say." And obviously Johnny Tapp, new skipper, he's having his say. But well, let's see what all that chatting brings about. Maybe they're just trying to slow things down a little bit as well, which is never the worst tactic. So it is Revis in bowls, and that's Keogh playing back down the pitch to the bowler, and a dot ball being applauded by the very healthy crowd here today. What do we reckon? 2,500, 3,000? That standalone over the other side can sit 2,000 people. Revis pitches up, and that's swung out to deep cover for a single, reaching a bit from that one, Keogh. So if you imagine everybody else fitted into that stand there, that would be 2,000. So I think it's a bit more than 2,000.
Yeah.
Would you give me that?
It wouldn't be far off the mark. You might have also missed Rob Keogh's 50 there.
50 off.
I missed the number of balls there, Alice. 38 balls.
That's a very fast 50 by Rob Keogh. Well batted, sir. We're chatting about the crowd, and from the applause, you would think there was possibly about 200 people in the ground, but it's more than that. Revis bowls, short delivery, swung away, and well, he's done well out there on the boundary. I think that's Will Frayne, isn't it, in the distance? And he's just he's got a ball that's landed not far in front of him, and he's reacted quickly to the bounce, sent his throw in, and they got one run for that. It was McManus really striking that one very cleanly.
Rob Keogh's 13th list day 50 to go with 2 centuries, and he did surprise us all by going from 49 to 50 in one fell swoop there.
Revis bowls, and that, oh my word, that's another conversion, I think. Oh, very nearly through the back screen of a car down by the rugby end, and that's gone into the car park. It'll be coming back eventually. But another big 6, and a very big 6 there for Keogh, who moves on to 56, 232 for 4. Another 3 or 4 overs of this dodge, and you would have to say Northants are favourites.
I think they probably already are, to be honest with you, because they can run this around. They're needing less than 7 and over. They can run it around.
Hold on, it's not. If they needed less than 7 and over, they'd be home and dry. I don't think it's quite down that far yet, is it?
Sorry, they're scoring at just under 7 and over. Apologies,
right, yes.
Reading the wrong run rate.
Yeah.
They're needing 9.15 and over.
Good man. It's next ball is played all along the ground out to cover.
But the way they're striking it, DT, they can still just run it around, as I'm saying, and then just pick up.
On a ground like this, it's
boundary and
hard
over
to defend the boundaries.
Yep.
When you're getting a run off nearly every ball. Yorkshire need wickets.
Yeah, it was a cracking shot, that 6 into the car park. I'm trying to see what the car is over there. It looks like a 1970s model to me. When it nearly took one in the back window, didn't it? Just missed it.
What is it? It's a white car. I can go that far on you. Okay, get the old bins on it. Vintage motor, Revis bowls, and that's another single. Not really mixing it up a lot at the moment, Yorkshire, with their speeds for sure.
It's an old Honda. Just looking at the shape of it, it looks like it might be early 80s, something like that. It's certainly a long time ago, isn't it? I bet it's a 40-year-old car. Must be.
So they're just confirming the details for that Keogh half-century.
So 10 off that Revis over. So up with the rate.
And with no difficulty really, was there?
No, and that's the concern, isn't it, from Yorkshire's point of view, that despite the loss of wickets, runs are still coming. Will Young looked like the vital wicket that Yorkshire needed, and undoubtedly, if he'd have stayed in, I think Northamptonshire were feeling like nailed on, but he's gone for 91 some time ago. The score was on 158 for 4 at that stage. So I make that 76, the partnership. That is flicked into the leg side from Sullivan by McManus. Revis coming in off the boundary, picking up a single. Bit of merriment to our left as Sullivan's in again, and Keogh, nicely played as well. Struck that firmly, but unfortunately for him, even with a little bit of side spin, couldn't get it past Yorkshire's captain.
Interesting field, this, isn't it?
Yeah, I mentioned last time he was on the 4 in the ring on the offside, plus Code, who is in the ring on the leg side, backward of square. Nicely played by Keogh again, because he's just dropped that into a gap on the leg side where everybody's set back. Code is too far round to get across and prevent a second. So good running between the wickets. Keogh onto 59. 33 to his partner McManus. 237 for 4. Sullivan in again. Keogh has gone aerial. This time he could be out and is caught. Dominic Bess, I think, is the man coming round just shy of the extra cover boundary, really wide long off, and that is a big wicket as far as Yorkshire are concerned once again, because Keogh has gone, caught Bess off the bowling of Sullivan, and well done to Harris Sullivan, because that is his first senior wicket for Yorkshire in competitive cricket for the left armour. And again, a bit like Ben Cliff earlier in the day, the lads all immediately across to shower him with congratulations, and Keogh has gone for 59. Could that change things again? 237 for the loss of 5 wickets now. So I make the partnership worth 69 between the pair of them. Best partnership of the match, of the innings so far. Not the best partnership of the match. Yorkshire, of course, eclipsed that by some margin. Keogh faced, I didn't hear Howard's announcement at that point, and the laptop was cut out. 43 deliveries, thank you, Rudders. For his 59, was out 2 deliveries into the 34th over.
Partnership, did you say 79 of the partnership?
79, miscalculated. I think I said 69, so apologies for that, folks.
Easy mistake to make, don't you?
79. Very much the best. The previous best had been a 3rd wicket partnership of 62, after which Zabe walked off. So 33 now to McManus at the non-striking end. And new man at the crease here is James Sales, wearing number 5, who's flicked his first delivery into the leg side beyond the outstretched dive of Tattersall. So he's immediately off the mark.
Yeah, no time to play himself in at this stage. Young James Sales.
Now run rate's just crept slightly, 9.48. McManus pushing solidly forward, and good effort by Sullivan, who will remember that moment for the rest of his life, I'm sure. His first wicket in senior cricket for Yorkshire. He's got 1 for 61 from 8 overs.
Yeah, and he's bowled, 8 runs and over. I mean, it sounds a lot, but in the context of this game, it's been a very good spell. Will they give him 1 more? Will he bowl his full? I suppose in theory they could bowl him 2 more, but one of the bowlers has got to bowl 10 overs, but fairly sure it won't be Harry Sullivan.
Well, the last over, he took 1 for 4 during that last over, so it was an excellent effort. So you'd think they'd keep him going.
1 more over, you'd think.
1 more. Don Bess is going to continue as well at the rugby ground end.
Comes in, bowls now, and that's pulled firmly by Sales up to long on for a single. And they could do with a sort of 4 or 5 run over. Again, Yorkshire could here, and that'll really put the pressure back on Northants, who were within a couple of 3 overs of being favourites to win this. I think you already thought with 150 to win they probably were favourites at that stage. Make it interesting anyway. Bess. Quicker delivery. That's turned into the onside for 1, I think, and a 2. They're not going to get it because Bess has chased back in the direction of Cow Corner. Reached the ball just inside the rings. 240 for 5. How soon will Sales unfurl his arm and go for a big shot? We'll find out soon enough. Best bowls, and well, that's a pretty big shot there as he's crashed that one through the offside, but I was thinking more in the air, down the ground type shots. 1 run, 3 to him. 34 already to Lewis McManus. Poles, quicker ball Bess, and turned into the onside. The direction of that very impressive Cow and Sow. Burger stall over the far side. Burger Emporium, I don't know, Burger something or other over the Bess. Bowls, and that's fielded at mid-wicket. No run to be had there by Tesla. I don't know what's right with stall. It's bigger than a stall, isn't it? It's a bit. It's not a van.
Burgers all. I mean, that should be what it's really called, shouldn't it?
You can't do that gag again. Can't do it twice.
Should be what it's called, though, shouldn't it?
Bess drags that one down. It's swung away, but, and he'll be disappointed with that. Sales has picked out deep backward square, so he only gets a single, keeps bowling. That's exactly what Yorkshire wanted, wasn't it, from that over? I think just the 5 runs coming from it. 242 for 5, 34 overs have been bowled, or was that 35? No, yeah, so 11 overs remaining to get these. Oh, it's all the one. 11 overs remaining, 111 required. 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 1. All the ones. So tall order now that Keogh has gone, but not an impossible one as far as Northants are concerned.
Sullivan will get to bowl his 9th over here. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 61, an economy rate of 7.62. He's gone for 3 4s and 2 6s. Make that 3 4s and 3 6s, because he's just been hit into the secret garden by James Sale. So it turns out can strike a good ball. That one over straight mid wicket, lusty blow.
Again, it was dragged down, wasn't it? And just as we saw in the Yorkshire innings, Frayne, and after him Luxton, just the eyes lit up. Thank you very much, and we'll put that a long way over in those gardens. I wonder what is there? Is it private house, or is it a sort of? Not sure.
I'm not sure. I don't tend to go around doing a survey on the local properties and their ownership before I come and do a commentary.
Well,
I've got enough getting you the right high seat chair and ensuring that all your care facilities are in place.
Yeah, well, I can't go and look for obvious reasons. You know, the injunction. But I'm sure you could go and have a look. There's tennis courts. You know, the other side, we know there are tennis courts over there. I just wondered, you know,
what's the secret garden, isn't it? That's why it's called the secret garden. DT, catch on with you.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
So
Sullivan, though, he's gone for 6 off the first ball of the over. He's got to drag this back because the asking rate at the moment is 9.69, and he's gone for 7 now of 2 deliveries, because with an open face, Sales has played it out towards the tennis court. The York Tennis Club, as it says. You can just see that through the netting on the opposite side of the ground to where we are. There's another rugby ground further on behind the temporary stand as McManus pushes a single out into the offside. 8 off 3. Hill doing the fielding. Still see somebody dragging a cricket bag along out on the Clifton Alliance ground away to the far right. deliveries. Harry Sullivan again. That's pulled not particularly in the direction he wanted it to go. There's Sales, but it gets him a single. Rugby ground away to our right, over or onto which we've had at least 1-6 go today. York Rugby Club. Sullivan in and flicking off his legs. McManus, a 6 and then several singles. So they're working to the rate, or bettering the rate of this over so far. Still 1 to come, 10 from it from 5 deliveries. 2:53.45. Sales waits, and he's gone. He is gone, stepping away to leg, trying to cut that one through the offside, and he's had his off stump knocked back by Sullivan, who takes a second wicket then. Well bowled, Sullivan, coming back after that 6 off the first ball of the over. So Yorkshire still chipping away out the wickets column, and James Sales has been bowled by Sullivan for 12.
I was hoping, you know, he was going to get a single off that ball. And do you know why, Doidgy? Because that would have left them with exactly 100 to win off the final 10 overs, and we could have worked out the over rate quite comfortably. But now the over rate, of course, the required run rate is 10.1 as Sales makes his way off, and only 4 wickets remaining. And I think that's the key difference. Were they 253 for 3, say, then you'd think, yep, done and dusted as far as Northants are concerned. But 6 wickets down, it's not. Don't think it's going to be the visitors' day here, and we shall see. Another little partnership, 30 or 40, could make it interesting again. But I think they might just run out of wickets.
So 12 off 9 for Sales, bowled by Sullivan, who finished the over then with the wicket. It did cost 10 runs, but he pegged them back, and a good response from him. 2 for 71 from his 9 overs then today, and that partnership for the 6th wicket was worth 16. New man in is Tom Taylor, a non-striking NDT. It's with you.
Yes, and Don Bess bowls that one to McManus, who sort of involuntarily plays a shot through his legs out towards a deep square leg and gets a single. See, the other day was it Johnny Bairstow playing a shot through his legs deliberately that was shown on the BBC?
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I read about it. Yeah.
Bess bowls, and Tom Taylor just pushes that into the onside, and he's content just to have a look at a couple of deliveries, pick up the pace of the wicket. Well, he's had a look at one. Whether he looks at 2, we shall remain to be seen. Don Bess with his annoying run-up where he starts and then stops and then starts again, on his way. Bowls, and that's lobbed in the air back to Bess, and caught and bowled. Soft dismissal. Hadn't got the pace of the pitch at all there. And Tom Taylor, and he's departed. Caught and bowled second ball. So he always used to say before the scorers complained, without troubling the scorers, but apparently he has troubled them a little bit, but he's gone. He hasn't troubled Yorkshire, that's for sure.
2:53 for 7 then, so none off 2.
Could all fall in a heap now, of course. I just wonder though whether this man might not have a say in matters. Nathan Buck, I've seen him score some, he's been involved in a lusty cameo or two, Doidgy. Disappointing though for Tom Taylor as he makes his way up.
Yeah, let's have a look at how Nathan Buck shapes up in terms of his List A batting. 31 years of age now. He's played 61 List A matches, batted 29 times, and scored 141 runs with a highest of 21.
Oh. Well, perhaps I haven't seen him score a lusty 30 or so. I think he can hit a long ball.
He's got 3 half-centuries to his name in first-class cricket, so he can clearly hold a bat.
First deliveries played down backward off point. Probably confusing him with Josh Cobb as I did earlier. start of the day. Bess. He's like one of those penalty takers, isn't he? Stop, start, and fires one in, and they've decided to sprint a quick single there as that one goes out on the offside.
Made his List A debut back in 2009 against Lancashire at Leicester for Leicestershire. He's been around a while in this form of the game.
Yeah.
And in fact made his first class debut in the same season.
Bess bowls and worked into the onside for a single. I think with Buck out there now, they won't be looking for any sort of scampered twos. He's got a fairly large turning circle. Applause for Bess. That's the over that has put Northants further behind the arse. They're looking good not so long ago, Doidgy. What's happened?
They've lost wickets, and that's the danger, isn't it? When you lose a couple of early ones, as they did, 6 overs in, they were 2 down, and so in most innings we know it's just that natural loss of the odd wicket. If you lose a couple early and then you still have that natural increase in the wickets column, just the odd loose shot, whatever, then it can come back to haunt you. That's a lovely shot. First ball of the over though by Lewis McManus, on whose shoulders a fair bit rests now. Stepped back and he's smashed it away wide of long on for 4. Really pinged it. So Sullivan went for a 6 off the first ball of his previous over, and then of course finished with a wicket. Gone for a 4 off the first ball of this over, and he's been flicked in a similar sort of area. Revis in off the boundary to field, and to be fair, he's done well there to keep him to 1, because there could have been 2, but Nathan Buck is not a fast book, as DT was just suggesting.
Yes, but not in quite such a poetic manner, Doidgy, is that? Or such a whimsical manner, shall I say. 261 for 7.
Could have an update for BBC Radio Humberside in about 5 minutes or so, if I see their call this time. I missed it at lunchtime. Chatting away, waiting for it to come through, and of course typically you look up, don't you, something happens, and the very moment that the phone's ringing. Never mind. 261 for 7. Buck just angles the bat, runs it down to Ben Cliff, coming in from the edge of the circle. 3rd man, no run.
Should be doing better than this. He's 13 years playing List A. He should be able to knock it wide of the field and scamper a single.
Now the run rate is starting to increase. It's going up towards 11. Nathan Buck's number flicks into the leg side. Tattersall fields and then immediately scampers across from that position, saving 1 about 3 strips away from the batter on the onside to go into extra cover, and sends Frayne to backward point. And this is going to go for 6. That is going to go for a big 6 onto the balcony, I think, to our left, or maybe just beyond it. Certainly rattled against the fascia of the clubhouse. Big hit by Nathan Buck. So it's 4 off the first over by Sullivan, 4 off the first ball of the over by Sullivan, 6 later on in the over. Nathan Buck trying to pose some intent at having a pop at these now. Sullivan round the wicket. Buck has a big haymaker at this one and misses. Duke does the cleaning up. It's the end of the over. 38 now gone. 267 for 7, so 11 from it. And so again, round about the rates, they need 11.16. In fact, they don't, because the 6 had not been updated on the scorecard in front of me, and they now need
Come on, Doidgy, you can work that out.
between 10 and 11.
87 off 8. No, it's just under 11.
Yeah, between 10 and 11.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. You're correct. But nearer 11.
If they get 11 and over, they win it with a
Indeed,
ball
they
or
do.
2 to spare.
Best bowls, quick delivery to McManus, who's got 1. He fancies a second. Is he going to get? No, he would have had 1 if he'd have had somebody a bit quicker out there with him. But Nathan Buck's going, no, I'm too old for that. So Buck on strike, having struck that 6, he'll fancy another big hit off Don Bess. Off spinner, of course. Field well spread. Bowls again, and he's gone for another big hit. And where's that one? It's in the air, and it's going to be excellently caught by Will Frame coming in off the boundary. And I would suggest that will secure his Man of the Match award. He's come sprinting in from deep backward square, dived forward, taken it low, just above the turf. And that is the end of Nathan Buck. Caught Frame, bowled Bess for 7. So the innings is fading out very quickly, although of course McManus is still there, so might get them a little bit closer. So 268 for 8.
So Buck gone for 7 of, I think, as many deliveries.
Well, he hit that 1-6, didn't he? And poked and prodded about a bit, other than that. And another wicket for Bess, who's now got 3 wickets. 2 to Sullivan, couple to Code, and the other one to Cliff.
Sorry, just assisting our golden voice because he just announced that it was off the bowling of Harry Sullivan. So Don Bess might be getting annoyed with him after the match. 3 for Bessie. 3 for 49 now. 3 for 50 into his 8th over.
So an appeal for LBW there. With a slip in for the new batter, who's the rather large figure of Jack White. Left-hander. Best bowls to him again, and he's back playing into the offside, off the mark. Oh, well, if Johnny Tatchell had let fly there, he was rather dawdling that single. 269 for 8. Field spreads. In for White. They're now as far back as they can go for McManus, and they're going to. Oh, well, Bess and McManus have had a collision there. Took a cheeky single. Let's just say, and as he followed through a collision between the bowler who was by the stumps and McManus. The end result is that they got 1 run and the score moved to 270 for 8.
As we say regularly, Don Bess needs little excuse to roll on the floor.
It was a throw from Tom Lowden. Bess bowls, and that swung away. That's a very impressive shot by Jack White. Reverse sweep over the short third man, and it's gone for 4 runs. So he moves on to 5, and the score to 274 now for 8. So 80 runs required, Doige. Only 7 overs to get them in there. So
yeah, and only 2 wickets to get them with, and
yes, well, that's the significant thing, isn't it?
Still a good shot by Jack White, as
cracking shot.
Radders referred to him. The bowlers were left. Only the bowlers were left the last 2. So if Nathan Buck, who did strike a lusty blow for 6, was anything to go by, then Yorkshire could be forgiven for fancying their chances of seeing this one through now, because they should be now beginning to brim with confidence. And Ben Code coming back into the attack at the City end of the ground. I'll take it from here because I've got an update to do for Humberside when they call, as McManus facing up to this first delivery, and now on 46 has played a lovely push for 2. Revis round to do the fielding, and the applause levels have definitely increased recent overs. 1 or 2 wickets being taken. Parochial home support now starting to believe that the young side, a largely young side, will make a winning start to this year's competition in this RL50. McManus pushing a single into the onside that takes him to 49. And therefore brings Jack White back onto strike. Hands on hips for both batters at the moment. Code is just asking for a change in the field. That's why we've got a slight delay. He's bringing Revis up off the straight boundary. And he was going to send one of the 2 lads. In fact, he's sending them both, Sullivan and Cliff, from inside the circle at 3rd and fine respectively out to the boundary edges for both those. Bess has come up as well. Tattersall just asking for Frayne to go round to mid-wicket, and also bringing up George Hill to a straight mid-wicket position. Frayne sweeping at mid-wicket. I think we're all there now for the left-hander. Code bowling round the wicket. It's dropped into the offside this time by White. There's no run.
He's looking to angle that down to 3rd man, and his eyes are looking to 3rd man as the ball sort of goes out towards extra cover somewhere. So haven't quite got the timing right.
Doesn't appear that we're going to get the update for Humberside. Got a York one to come in a few minutes anyway, so I'll stick around before I disappear. And there we go with a nice push into the offside by Jack White for a single. Brings McManus back onto strike. 278 for the loss of 8 wickets. 76 needed, but time and wickets running out here for the visiting side. So McManus waits with the changes in the field, just taking a little bit longer to get through this over. Code switches back to over the wicket. McManus punches that one into the leg side. They're going to get through for 1. They're thinking about a second. They've hesitated, but they have come back, and McManus will get to 50 then. Lewis McManus, his 2nd List A 50. That, in fact, is now his highest List A score. His previous best was exactly 50. And nice to hear some warm applause from the home support for it as well. That'll take him, or has taken him already, over 600 runs in List A cricket. It's his 31st innings.
Can afford to be generous now. The game's won.
280 for 8. Code to McManus, who has timed this one nicely up towards Revis on the long on boundary. Just feels like a little less urgency now about the Northamptonshire batting, as if they too feel that this one's gone. It's the end of the over. And that's 40 now complete. That should be 282 for the loss of 8 wickets with 6 overs remaining. So 72 required to win. And McManus getting to his half century in 49 deliveries. Thank you, Bradders. 3 4s and a 6. Don Best going to continue.
You're still waiting for a call, Georgie?
I was waiting for a call for Humberside. I'll be about 5 minutes. I'll get one from York, and then I will
just time for me. Just time for me to do this over, then finish the game off. A couple of wickets, done and dusted. Don Bess from the rugby ground end. Short delivery, well, bowls a few more like that, and Northants will be back into it. Short delivery, and thank you very much, says Lewis McManus, and just lifts that one down to a long leg, couple of bounces, 4 runs. So he moves on to 56. 285 now for 8. Bess again. Quicker delivery, and that's swung away long off for a single by the right-hander. 57 to him, Bess. With 3 wickets in his bag already. Number 47 on his back, rearranging his field now for the left-hander. Fielder's in, actually trying to save the one rather than being back on the ring at this stage. He bowls, tosses out. Took an age to get down there. By the time it did, Jack White just tickled it through where second slip would be and got a comfortable single, which brings the last hope back on strike. McManus gets a Yorker length delivery that he drives into the ground. It bounces back to Bess, and the batsman wanders off towards square leg and tosses his bat up in the air and catches it as if to say, well, what can you do with that? Good delivery. Yorker speared in, bowls again and pushed to deep extra cover for 1. At this stage, really, should he be looking to play that shot, or should he be looking to wind up every delivery? He knows his game better than I do. 288 for 8.
Other things come into play, of course, things like net run rates and stuff like that, so you've got to keep going as long as you can. If you can't win the game, then you might as well just try and accumulate as many as you can, I guess.
Next delivery is a nice reverse sweep, but he doesn't get anything at all because he plays it straight to the short third man. Does Jack White. That's the end of the over. Could have probably scampered a single, but Lewis McManus wanted to keep the strike. He's got 58, 288 for 8.
So yeah, I guess you just got to keep plugging away really with the bat, even if it's in a losing cause, and trying to reduce the deficit and then reduce that negative of net run rate. 4 teams qualify from each group for the quarter-finals out of the 8. So,
well, apparently, according to Dave Bracegirdle, they don't. Only 3 teams qualify.
3 teams qualify for the quarter-finals out of each group.
Out of each group, and the third place.
Losers.
No. Third place second, and the others go straight to the semis.
Ah, yes. I do recall that from last year now. That's a lovely shot by McManus, who swung Code away over backward square leg for 6 runs, 294 for 8. Takes him into the 60s, 64. Yep. Thanks for correcting me on that, because yeah, that was the way it worked as well last year. Yorkshire into the quarterfinals, of course, getting beaten down at Chelmsford against Essex that day when Alistair Cook came in, Sir Alistair Cook, and pinged 4 successive 4s, and you thought, wow, this could be a long day. And then as fast as he'd come in and done that, he got out. Meanwhile, McManus hits a full toss by Code for 4 wide of long on. 68 to him, 298 for 8. Is there still a late assault on this in Northamptonshire? It's cricket. Strange things do happen. Yorkshire very much the favourites at the moment. 56 needed. Martin Rose said, I think Northants played us in a final. Love just had to block the last ball for us to win. On fewest wickets lost. I'd just been playing a game for Ilkley at Beckleshire and had to listen to the last few hours on my car radio. Yeah, you're right. 1987 Benches and Hedges final. And a huge 6 here over long on by McManus. Code going for a few late on here. 2 6s and a 4 in this over so far. Well, could it be on? Yorkshire will want to make sure they starve McManus of strike.
Got a bowl nice juicy full tosses like that, then it will be back on.
74.
304. No applause there for the 300, Dorji. Crowd are obviously worried again now.
Yeah, 304.
50 to win, a
8.
4.5.
Well, we thought it might become close. Code in again, and McManus, another low full toss this time. Could he be out? He could have possibly been out, but it's 6 more. Ben Code going to all parts of York at the moment. That's 3 6s and a 4 in this one. And straight back over the bowler's head then. 310 for 8, just 44 needed now. And McManus has the pedal to the metal. So Matthew Waite, 32 in and over here last year. Here's Code again. McManus has got that one up in the air now. Then is it going to drop just short of the field on this occasion? It does. He's got a little bit of luck on his side. 81 to him with that single. Best coming in off the boundary. And 311 for 8. Just waiting for an update for BBC Radio York. And so they have got White on strike, but a little bit too late in the over for comfort. Going to send Sullivan down to third man. And Ben Code coming in round the wicket to the left-hander, who gets him away out into the covers. Loughton doing the fielding. And they get a single.
No, they don't. They've refused it.
Ah. Keeping McManus on strike.
311
for 8. Sorry, I've got this horrendous noise going out in my ears at the same time here that you can't hear. I'm not sure what is going on, but one thing is for sure, you don't need 4 minutes of programme before you do an update.
Yeah.
Ah, it's a promo. Just sounds very high pitched. Tom Loughton coming back into the attack.
Suddenly shot onto 81.
Yeah, hi Joanita. It is a tight finish in prospect here because Northamptonshire 311 for the loss of 8 wickets. We have just 4 overs remaining. They need 43 runs to win. Ben Coe's just gone for quite a few in his previous over, including 3 sixes and a 4, and they're just deciding what they're going to do with field placements here because it's just starting to get a little bit tense. Just a reminder that earlier on Yorkshire made 353 for 5 centuries for Will Frayne, 143 for him, and for Harry Duke, who made 111. Will Luxton also making 84, but they've chipped away much more so at the Northamptonshire wicket column than Northants managed to do with Yorkshire. We've still seen a really good 91 from Northants skipper Will Young, 91 off 64, 59 by Rob Keogh off 43. And it was Lewis McManus who was destructive in that previous Ben Code over, and he's on strike again at the moment. He's not out on 81, so 43 runs needed from 24 deliveries. Northants 311 for 8, needing 354 to win. It's going to be Tom Loughton.
Tom Loughton it is from the rugby end. Big strides in, right arm over bowls, quick delivery. My word, well, that was a wide in any sort of cricket, and actually Harry Duke did very well to get over and take that, stop it going for 4 wides. That's an extraordinary delivery, and of course reduces the arse now to 42 of these remaining 4 overs. Now, here he comes. Loughton bowls, pitches up, and that's driven, and they've again refused the single. Now, I don't know whether this is exactly the right tactic at this stage. I'm sure Braddles will have a... Radders, not Bradders. Raddles will have a view on that.
Wrong county, David.
Yeah.
I think it probably is, to be perfectly honest.
He's obviously looking to get under a few and hit a few more 4s and 6s. Loughton bowls to him, and that's outside the off stump, and it's another wide. So, well, we'll get him in wides at the moment. I'm sure the Northants team are thinking. Really only 1 wicket, isn't there, to go if McManus goes. Then the game goes, but that last over really turned it round.
Well, there's still Alex Russell to come, and
yeah, Loughton bowls, and that swung away down into the deep for a single. He's taken a single there, so effectively 2 overs, 2 balls of the over have gone, 3 runs have been scored, and that brings Jack White down on strike, 82 now to McManus. 314, so 40 to win,
A terrific knock from Lewis McManus.
By my calculation, 22 balls to get them in.
Celebrating his new contract. Basically means changing counties, as I say. First came to Northamptonshire this season on loan.
Yes, he lost his place at Hampshire, didn't he, with Ben Brown going there, very experienced player, of course. And,
yes, so
to move on.
It's been a very good fit, I think, on and off the field as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Very happy with him in terms of what he produces on the field, but it's described, I think, in the press release that came out this week as a leader on the field as well, off the field.
Lowton poles, and that swung in the air and one bounce.
I have to mention Jack White, having talked about him as down among the bowlers. He was pushed up the order when Northamptonshire were going for that run chase down at Cheltenham in the Championship last week, and proceeded to get off the mark with a reverse sweep for 4 first ball, which got probably the biggest cheer of the day from the Northamptonshire dressing room. So he can hit the ball.
Lowton, big tall man, bowls a full toss, or a low if you like, Yorker, and from the cheer that you can hear, that is the end of Lewis McManus. LBW, Mr. Straight One basically, and that's probably as good as the end of the game in my view. 39 runs still required by Northampton.
Well, it's a terrific knock from Lewis McManus. I think probably around the ground a few people had given it up, had already sort of written the result in a few overs ago, and Lewis McManus at least has made them maybe just rub it out until he was actually out. I think that's going to be a very, very difficult game to win now, but terrific knock from Lewis McManus.
You could hear by the cheer, the enthusiasm in the cheer when he was given LBW, that the crowd were thinking, yes, thank goodness he's gone. Excellent.
Yes,
excellent little knock that.
Yeah, it's certainly probably got a bigger cheer than any of the 3 sixes he hit in the previous over from Banco, but there we go.
Together, combined.
I think you're right. The stats of the innings are a terrific knock from Lewis McManus. 62 balls, 4 sixes and 5 fours. So
yeah, that one over was
yeah,
just it's the hope that kills you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Now Alex Russell in at number 11.
So no point hanging about. 39 required. 3.5 overs to get them. Lowton bowls, and a play and a miss outside the off stump through to the keeper. So I don't know whether I should let Doidge come back on at this stage, as with Yorkshire are likely to win. Should you two be? Is that a sort of protocol, Doidge? We'll have plenty of time to have a natter during the Lancashire game on Thursday, of course. Lowton, short delivery, hit in the air, away down to wide third man. He's going to get 1. They ought to come back for 2. They've decided not. So just the single there. That's the end of the over. 316 now for 9. And perhaps I will bid you all good night and let the big men take it through to the close. Thanks for everybody who's contributed today.
No need to be personal, DT. I'm expanding around the waist, but no, it's been a terrific game, and I think certainly, as you were saying earlier, Doidge, I think those that have paid the money to come in today, they've seen 670 odd runs so far. Still 3 overs to go. If Northamptonshire get anywhere close to this, then they've seen something a bit special. I think if Jack White does manage to take Northamptonshire home here, he might be offered the freedom of the borough of Northampton. For now, though, it's Alex Russell on strike, and that's run down to backward point. Matt Revis is into the attack. The first ball to Russell is run down to backward point, and there's no run. So I think probably the game has gone as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, but they've put up a bit of a fight here, and certainly that innings from Lewis McManus will be one of the positives that the coaching staff will take out of it, I'm sure. Here's Revis bowls short. Russell trying to turn it away. It goes off pad, I think. Just wait for the signal. Yep, signal is a leg by umpire Hartley. So 1 run onto the total, 317 for 9. Northamptonshire need another 37 to win off 16 balls. Last pair in. Good one to win from here, I think they say.
Well, they do if they're from Northampton, but in Yorkshire we say it's a good one to win.
Well, I think it's probably fairly unlikely, but Jack White taking strike. Revis bowls short, and White's pulled that down to deep backward square. He's only going to get a single. Done with hitting it a little bit squarer, and it might have gone between the 2 fielders out there. As it is, just a single. 1 more to White, who goes up to 9, and Northamptonshire to 318 for 9. So 36 to win. Revis from the city end in bowls to Russell, drives quite stylishly, with a flourish of the bat, goes out to the man coming in from the cover boundary. George Hill out there, and they're through for a single. Takes Russell up to 2, 319 for 9 Northamptonshire. Tell you what, there'll be a big crowd in, I'm sure, for the Roses match here on Thursday. Dodgy if the weather is anything like. White on strike as Revis comes in, bowls slower ball, well bowled, and it's eluded Harry Duke, and it's going to go down for a bye. Eventually tidied up on the boundary.
Yeah.
And so 1 more onto the total, 320 for 9.
Looking forward to that, of course, on Thursday. If you are listening and you can get the time off to get here, get yourself down. Cracking little venue, packed house.
Here's Revis in again, bowls to Russell, drives outside the off stump. Now there's a sort of a slightly half-hearted appeal for a catch behind. Not out, says the umpire, and that is the end of the over. So 2 to go. 320 for 9. Northampton need 34 off 2 overs. Last pair in. And who's going to bowl the penultimate over? It's going to be Tom Loughton.
Yep, Loughton thus far, 6 overs, 1 for 37. Harry Sullivan, the first man to bowl out. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 82. Seeing Ben Cliff get through 5 overs, 1 for 44. Ben Code 2 for 54 off his 8. After that expensive final over they bowled. Cost him a few. Loughton in, that's hammered off the front foot, walking into the shot there.
Terrific
was
stop.
Jack White, it was travelling at a rate of knots, and had Loughton not got down to it, then that would undoubtedly have gone straight past him for 4, but he managed to get something on it. Tom Loughton, who celebrated in a certain style, having taken the wicket of McManus with a full bunger that got him LBW in the previous over. Now short ball, this could be it, this should be it, that is it. The end of Jack White, caught by Matthew Revis at mid-on, off the bowling of Loughton, who finishes with 2 wickets. And White gone for 9, with Alex Russell not out on 2. And Northamptonshire have finally succumbed, 320 for the loss of 10 wickets at the second ball of over number 45. And so Yorkshire have managed to get home in this one. My maths will hold up, by 33 runs.
That's
having
right.
scored 353 earlier on.
Yeah, well played. Yorkshire won it really, I think, with the bat. It's probably fair to say that terrific opening partnership between Will Frayne and Harry Duke. And Frayne really took the game away from Northamptonshire very early on. The opening partnership was 209. Well, though, Harry Duke played. I think it was really Will Frayne's 143 off 107 balls that was going to make it very hard for Northamptonshire to get close. And then, having picked up that first wicket, 209 for 1. Might have been thinking, well, we might be able to claw our way back in there, but again, the way Will Luxton played, which was a tremendous innings from him, and that second wicket partnership between Luxton and Duke that put on, what, 134 in 15 overs, almost sealed Northamptonshire's fate, you feel. 353 was always going to be hard to chase down, especially after losing a couple of early wickets, but as I say, credit to Northamptonshire, who at least made a bit of a go of it. and terrific batting from Will Young and from Lewis McManus and from Rob Keogh. But in the end, Doidge, a little bit too much, so well played Yorkshire.
Yep, well played Yorkshire indeed with that relatively inexperienced side. 44 overs and 2 balls, as I say, for Yorkshire to finish off Northamptonshire. The handshakes are all round. Jonathan Tattersall has made a successful first match in charge as captain, and some delighted faces and some tired faces as well in those Yorkshire ranks, but they have deserved it. And as Radders says, Will Frame with that 143 really setting things up. 107 balls. Harry Duke gluing it together at a much more even pace. 111 from 107 himself, and 84 off 53 for Will Luxton. A few small contributions towards the end when they were having a swing at the bat. 353 for 5, 2 wickets for Nathan Buck, 1 for Jack White and Saif Zabe. And then the Yorkshire bowling figures, having bowled Northamptonshire all out for 320 as follows: Ben Cliff 5 overs no maidens, 1 for 44. Ben Code 8 overs no maidens, 2 for 54. Matthew Revis 6 overs 1 maiden, none for 37. Harry Sullivan 10 overs no maidens, 2 for 82. Dominic Best 9 overs no maidens, 3 for 63. Tom Lowton 6.2 overs no maidens, 2 for 37. Yorkshire get their RL50 campaign off to a winning start. They've won it here by 33 runs. Next up, well, it's only Lancashire. We'll see you on Thursday. Thanks for your company today. You might hear me hanging around for a few minutes because I'm about to do an update on BBC Radio Leeds with Adam Pope, but from the commentary for today, and it's goodbye from us.
In the 45th